we're not doing the premium on Rumble, so it's just going to be regular Rumble today. It came. Audio sounds good on D Live. Now sounds good on Rumble as well. So I don't even know if I want to test the others. I'm so sick of doing that. I'm just going to hopefully hope that they're streaming on X and Twitch and Kick. I'm not doing YouTube because there's no telling what comes out with YouTube.
You've been lucky so far.
Well, I mean, I've got to be careful with you guys. Your minds.comers.
Yeah, but you've been okay for the last couple of weeks, haven't you?
Safe. That doesn't mean it's going to stay the same.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Try it.
It all depends on if Trump stays alive or not. You know, if Trump stays alive, then YouTube won't give us no trouble for about 4 years. But
why? We aren't given death threats to the U.S. president, are we?
I'm not giving him death threats, but I'm going to tell you something, dude. He better freaking keep his head down and have a lot of bodyguards.
Okay.
I'm. My God, it's just so crazy. I almost didn't want to go on Nancy's show the other night because of it. How much crazy stuff.
We didn't really talk about Trump that much.
No, didn't even pop up. I don't think.
But yeah.
I went on Jaffe's show the night before that, and it got out of hand. It was horrible. They didn't even talk about Mexicans. It got so bad they were freaking like getting all racist, talking about Jews and shit.
Okay, yeah. It's going to get worse from now that Iran's fallen.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to get a lot worse, all the Jewish eaters. I actually left, what was it, the Science and Technology group from mine today because it was inundated with such content. And I've been subscribed to that for 5-6 years.
Yeah, no. I'm getting ready to reevaluate what I want to do too. Mine's Gaming left mine's.
He's disabled his account. He hasn't left. He hasn't closed it down.
He hasn't closed it down.
No, he's just disabled it.
He's pretending that he left. I'm gonna point that out in his chat. You pretend.
He might just keep it suspended forever.
I know what that shit's all about. I've been threatening to leave freaking mines for since 2019.
You still here?
Yeah, I know. I hate them bastards. I hate them with a passion, but I keep freaking staying there. I don't even know why I do it, to be honest. They drive me nuts.
You remember that, what was it, the MCSI group not displaying anything? Barshi only got back to the Gates Lab tickets yesterday.
Right.
6 days.
It keeps saying that my OBS is already running, and it's not. Okay, here it is. It's finally firing up, I think. It asks you if you want to run it anyway. It says OBS is already running, and it's not. It's not even running on my task manager. And it says, do you want to launch it anyway? And I'm like, yes, I want to launch it anyway, because you are a liar. No, so
Should we rename this stream from the internet's afford to Microsoft's afford?
well, the internet is a scam, is what it is,
Or,
and
it can be. It can be.
we
It's not a definite.
well, it's like today is where we start hitting freaking hardcore on it. Like we're not playing around no more. You know what I'm saying? This is no longer the conversations we had in chat. This is the real deal.
If you know how to use the internet and take sensible precautions.
Yeah, I knew you were going to talk that nonsense. I knew. I was like, Mark Edwardy is going to start talking that nonsense. But I want real life experiences. Don't be spilling your technological garbage on me, dude. Like real stuff. Like when I start talking about like eBay and stuff,
Yeah.
like talk about your experiences dealing with stuff like that. Don't be talking about terms of service and shit.
Experiences.
Yeah.
I've had experiences with eBay.
Well, I mean, you said that there's other sources and stuff, other things. If there's other ones you want to bring up, bring them up too. I'm just using eBay as an example.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Amazon will probably be more obvious. But how much usage of Amazon have you had compared to eBay?
I'd love to talk about Amazon too. I've actually used them.
Okay.
I'm getting tired of OBS, so there's a good chance I might just do the make-believe countdown and do that for the editing purposes, you know what I mean? And then go into the show, because I'm just sick of OBS. I wanted to use it to record this, but it doesn't look like that's happening. It's taking more time just getting it to start up than anything else. So let me go ahead and do the freaking countdown. Then I'll do the introduction. Let you pick your nose first before
it's my nose.
Yeah, I can't believe an Englishman just picked his nose on
I had an itchy nose.
Oh, it was itching? Okay.
Yeah.
Nose picker.
Whatever.
I was thinking of a cool invention just recently after that show with Vicky when she was talking about RPAD and thing.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that RPAD, when he was doing that job, and those guys were sitting around, when they were sitting around doing that job and everything, had them freaking them devices. I guarantee you, one of them freaking started using it as a fart detector. I guarantee you, dude. One of them did.
Okay.
Tell me that you would not do that if you had that kind of technology, dude.
Yeah.
You're sitting around with a bunch of guys, freaking, you know what the capabilities of those devices are. You tell me you would not freaking use it for a fart detector.
Yeah. Use it to smell out of no.
Well, let me do the countdown and I'll get the introduction started. So 3, 2, 1. No. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Untethered. I'm here with Mark Edworthy, and I am Roger Hanson. We will be your hosts for tonight. And with that, we are going to start out with today's talking points topic. It's going to be our theme for the night, and this one is the one that we've done twice already. It's the internet is a scam. So even though we do have a lot more interesting, crazier stuff taking place in the world today, we're still going to stick to what we have scheduled. I don't consider me or Mark Edworthy mouth breathers. In intellectual terms, that means that we aren't people who jump into something because it's a hot new craze and we need to just discuss it. Later on, we can discuss politics and stuff at a later time after it's all said and done, so that we can actually talk about how it played out and how it actually went down. So with that, I will say we will be discussing LA and stuff like that at a later time, but it's just not going to be for this episode. You agree on that, Mark Edworthy?
Yeah. I'm fine with that. Yeah.
But just as I started it, OBS kicked in. Isn't that crazy? Bastards. I swear. Today is actually a good day that we did this because I've been having issues with Microsoft all day long. I think I've been fueled up for the show pretty well. Now we've gone through like a lot of the conversations that we've discussed in chat on Elements and covered all of that pretty much and did some extra stuff. And today, since it's going to be the last one for this year that we do concerning the internet sucks or the internet's a scam, I figured we would get down to more personal shit and start talking about the real stuff, the things that I know that I've had an issue with the internet since I've gotten involved with the computers to, and I know if I'm having issues with it, everybody else does in some way or another. So I wanted to do an episode where we talk about these issues and we get it out and start having a real conversation about it, because whenever we started doing Untethered, that was what I mentioned at first. I wanted to do a series where we're talking about the real shit that we're actually having conversations about, not about what's trendy on the internet, and things, which it's cool that we're doing stuff about politics and about current events and all that stuff, but I like this one especially because we really get down into the conversations that we have, you know what I mean? So I don't know if you agree with me on that, Mark, or not.
Yeah. Well, we've got different sort of shows for different subjects.
This one and this one and the one before that we did, like whenever I start talking about Moloch and
Okay.
I start talking about dead popes.
It's good to random spread your subject matter.
Well, I mean, that's the kind of shit we talk about in chat.
Well,
I mean, it might not be stuff that you're too proud of, don't get me wrong, but we do talk about it, So, and Tan, you ever want to get Tan upset, start talking about Lucifer and frickin' the Catholic Church, and bam, he's right there. He's on it.
Sometimes,
yeah. He's grown wise to my foolishness, so he doesn't fall for that stuff when it comes to me anymore. He sees through me like a cheap frickin', what do they call that? Like a cheap frickin' glass of window or something. Shit, I don't know. So whenever I wanted to come up with good topics, I wanted to start from the beginning, like back whenever I first got on here and wanted to get serious about using the internet. Because before that, I started getting on the internet and playing around with like Facebook like everybody else did, and clicking buttons and playing the Facebook games. I did all that, but at one point I started getting to where I wanted to get serious about it. And my dad and my brother actually freaking wanted to do something which involved selling products, maybe setting up a network so that people could freaking, advertise their products and things like that on like a Facebook group or a Facebook page. And we wanted to do that at first. And this was also during the time where I freaking started to just set up pages and groups on Facebook for like, my first channel was the Praetorian, I believe, but the second one was the strange, the bizarre, the unusual. I like it, which I now changed it to strange things. But back then I wasn't like making my own videos and doing streams like I'm doing now. You know what I mean? It was just I would go and I would add people to my groups and to my pages, and I would check their views out, and if they were high, I would share them on my group, and it would give me views. You know what I mean? So that's how I started learning about views and organic reach and all that stuff. But when I started checking out this thing about selling products and trying to network with people, that's when freaking I found out how horrible that stuff was. So I started doing research on these platforms like eBay and Amazon and all that and everything, and started trying to work through them, and gave up on trying to set up a network like that on Facebook. And that brought me to where I had to learn about the fees for selling products and things of that nature. And I think with me, even to this day, from way back then to now, that's one thing that really sticks out to me is about the fees that are involved with selling stuff over the internet. You know what I mean? So with that, I want to start out there. We could go into the whole eBay thing that I've pulled up or
Okay.
you can make.
I'm going to point out I've got a completely different experience of the internet. I wrote my first web page back in '96. The web was produced in '94. In 2000 to 2007, I did a lot of commercial e-commerce sites. I think I've got about, I would say about 15 15 websites that are still being used by small, medium-sized companies. I've been doing I was doing e-commerce developments from 2000 to 2007, and obviously I've been through the entire eBay thing. I've been through the entire transact yourself, the entire commercial back system, or backs in the UK. I don't know. I think it's ISB, not ISBN in the US, but back system. I've got plenty of experience of producing sites. Just don't do that much web development these days, so I just find it tiresome. It's not enjoyable.
And see, everybody wonders why I'm so mean to you, and I say stuff that just is so horrible for you, you know what I mean? But listen to what you just said, dude. It's like, I have to, you know what I mean? It's like, you are the guy. You're the guy I'm talking about when I said my part. You know what I mean? You were the guy in the background doing all those evil, horrible things. You know?
Now it's supporting small, medium-sized businesses by giving them a service. developing the e-commerce sites,
And
platforms.
but getting serious though, I mean, it's like freaking. It's good that me and you're actually doing this together. That way you can kind of give your feedback on it too, because like these are serious issues that a lot of people on the internet have to go through. And for me, like what I wanted to do is I wanted to pull together the information on the fees and the selling, the fees for as an example for eBay. You know what I mean? That are going
Okay.
on.
I don't know the numbers, but know that you have got some.
Yeah, I pulled them up for the current. It's a current breakdown on eBay's seller fees. This
Yeah.
is as of mid 2025 here in the United States.
Yeah.
Okay, so first you have the insertion fees, and that's basically the listing fees.
Which are what percentage?
Now, right now, there's no fee for your first 250 fixed price listings per month. Okay. Now, after that, it's 35 cents per listing. Now, that applies each time you list a product, even if it's unsold.
Okay, so there's a fixed fee. Okay, 35%. Yeah.
Okay. Now, after that, they have an insertion fee. That's also a listing fee, and again, that has a that. Wait, no, I just said the insertion fee, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Okay. Now, the final value fee is what's the next one? That's charged when your item sells, and that's based on the total amount. So you have item plus shipping plus taxes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
shipping from US is even more complicated because you've got state to state and even city to city, different state tax laws, haven't you?
well, even think about it. Like if I'm
It's
trying
even more complicated. But yeah.
what about if I'm trying to send something to you too? You know, imagine
Yeah.
that. Even on a global scale, it would be insane.
I always find it cheaper to buy directly from China than buy from US.
Yeah.
Almost everything.
Well, that's actually something good to bring up too, because we can start getting rid of this hogwash that everybody's talking about when they talk about how evil China is. Let's look at how evil the United States is. You know what I mean? That's actually. I'm glad you brought that up, because that is true. That is 100% true. Especially when it comes to this kind of a topic. You know, to be honest, it really is. Now, when you said the percentages, I've got most categories for that. Now, it's 13.6% on the portion up to 7,500. Now, after that, it's 2.35% on any amount over 7,500, and
Okay.
then after that, it's 30 cents per order, or 40 cents if on sale, and that's
If I remember rightly, that's 2.1%. You said pay Amazon. That's on 2.9.
and that's actually they're probably doing that just out of competition, to be
Yeah.
honest. And that has to do with if it's 40 cents. 40 cents if sell is like $10 or above, I believe,
Uh,
on eBay. Now,
yeah.
category specific rates, and that's for non-store or starter store sellers. That includes books, movies, music, stuff like that. That's 15.3% plus 2.35 above $7,500.
Does that mean for both physical medium and digital medium, downloadable medium?
Now when what I did is I ended up selling a Harry Potter book, and it was
Yeah, but you could sell a Harry Potter ebook as an example. So yeah, is that price both for physical goods and digital goods?
that's the thing I was getting ready to say. I don't know for sure about the digital stuff. I actually sold the physical book. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
so now they have clothing and shoes too, under $150, and that's 13.6%.
Yeah.
And then they have athletic shoes over $150. That's 8%, and there's no pre-order fee. Now, when it goes to musical instruments, if it's guitars and basses, that's 6.7% plus 2.35% over $7,500.
Okay.
And then for heavy equipment, it's 3% up to $15,000 plus 0.5% above that.
Yeah.
And heavy equipment is always going to be above $15,000. Just putting it out there. Especially here in the U.S., the heavy equipment thing has become a big issue. The price of tractors and stuff is insane.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing that I've noticed even on the internet.
Actually, I did see a report on YouTube thing only a couple of weeks ago about small US tractor companies actually producing machines and actually selling them. John Deere.
Yeah.
He's moving out of his workforce to Mexico. Or at least that was the rumor. And yeah, they've just been really questionable when it comes to the entire sort of contracts and repairability and software upgrades and all that. Why the repairs just shit.
Now, John Deere is actually a good example of bullshit when it comes to that, because like we were talking about John Deere on Naroki, okay, and the thing about John Deere is like they've been really caught up in this whole woke bullshit, you know what I mean, and they've been playing this game, and all of a sudden after stuff starts happening with Donald Trump, freaking they started backing away from it right after the elections, and that's something that's actually another thing to bring up with John Deere. Now they're wanting to move to Mexico, and they don't understand that if they freaking move to Mexico, that means they're going to get hit with freaking fines and taxes and fees and tariffs for importing goods into the United States.
Yeah, but also it might mean that they've got cheaper ability to sell to the rest of the world cheaper.
Maybe, but
the United States consumer market compared to the world's consumer market is a cheaper price. I know which one I would choose.
A lot of things have come out on this too, because like especially on YouTube when it comes to people who are farmers and the equipment they're buying. Okay, now I've been watching some of these videos where these people are talking about, oh, it's so horrible for monetizing because they do these streams where they use tractors and they use equipment on their shows and they get paid for it by these companies.
Advertising, yeah.
And what they're doing is they're buying merchandise that's out of the country. None of their merchandise is from here in the United States. So now they're getting on YouTube and they're telling everybody freaking, oh, we're going to get hit so hard because it's so much cheaper for us to buy this equipment over in Taiwan or over in freaking China. And now we're, us poor platform.
Poor CEOs and executives.
Us poor, content creators who are using foreign tractors for our streams are going to have to buy American. And you know how expensive that stuff is? You know, I mean, they're pretty much right on the internet telling
Yes,
everybody.
yes, yes. But as I already said, there are smaller companies popping up at the moment.
Right.
The market will. This on this small blip in the market.
I'm
That'll
really,
be.
I'm really glad though that freaking we ran into this heavy equipment thing too, because that actually is uh, a big issue.
It's a big issue at the moment. Yeah, granted.
Yeah, it is.
Um, Once you see there's an emerging market, and it's just a matter of time. I
Hmm.
mean, look at MySpace compared to Facebook.
Yeah.
An example.
Well, I'm really glad that I seen those videos too, because it was in your face how these people freaking think. You know what I mean? They think that, you know, the big issue here in the United States is the fact that nobody's freaking buying American made products.
It's problem is that your manufacturing has reduced quite a lot in the last 20, 30 years.
Hmm. And
Same as Britain. Britain manufacturing has dropped significantly in 30 odd years, 40 odd years.
mhm. It seems odd to me that platforms like YouTube is endorsing the shit though. You know what I mean? It seems to me that they're more behind all of it. And like you brought up John Deere moving to Mexico, so I'm glad you did that. Gave me an opportunity to shit talk, because we don't really get too many chances on this uh, topic to that that allows me to do proper shit talking.
Uh,
You know, I love doing that.
you get plenty of chances on Jaffa's show.
No, not really. He's too busy running his big mouth. He won't shut up, dude. You know what I
Uh,
mean? Just shut the hell up, Jeffy, so I can talk shit. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like he's not the only one that likes to talk shit. I like to do it too. So, but he's just too busy running his big mouth.
uh,
Okay, so after that, let's move on to the store subscription discounts. Okay. Now, having a store, basic or above, that might reduce final value fees slightly. That would be like to 12.7% to 15%. And it might also lower the insertion and upgrade costs. Um, Store types range from starter, which is 250 free listings, to enterprise, which is 100,000 plus free listings. Now, for me, I find that just outrageous. Tell me that's not geared more towards people who are making freaking like a straight up business on eBay.
well, it is a market store.
I mean,
It's your virtualized, what do you Americans call it? Your hypermarket.
do you see anything there that indicates them catering to individuals that just want to sell stuff here and there whatsoever?
There's other means of selling stuff. You don't have to use eBay.
We'll get to it. Don't worry about it.
Uh,
We'll get to
I
that.
don't know. Yeah.
We'll get to that. We'll talk about how full of shit that statement is.
Okay.
So far from all of the platforms I've seen, this is the only platform where a person can just get on there and individually sell something. I haven't seen anything that actually does that. Well, there is a couple of them, but they have their issues too. Like eCrater is one of them, and I can get to that here in a little bit. But with that, I want to talk about optional fees as well. Now, there's listing upgrades. These are optional features like reserve price, subtitles,
Yeah. Yeah.
bold titles charged, even if unsold. Now, there's also promoted listings. Ads charged only when sale occurs. You choose a percentage, and that's 1 through 20% of
Question for you.
price.
Amazon doesn't allow for if something's been charged and is then cancelled at, let's say, after the charge, even if it's 30 seconds later. Amazon will still charge the seller. Does eBay do the same?
No, eBay will allow you to cancel it out. At least
Okay.
they used to back whenever I used. I haven't used eBay in a while. I had to actually get a more updated price and charge list because I haven't used it in so long. I had to make sure.
What's the date on the numbers you've got?
These are mid 2025.
Okay, so yeah, pretty recent enough.
Mm-hmm. Now, then you have penalties and adjustments, which is below standard sellers. That's plus 6% penalty on final value fees. Then you have high return rates, which is not as described, and that's a plus 5% on final value fees. Then you have top rated plus sellers. They receive a 10% discount on their percentage based final value fee.
Okay.
Now we get to the international fees. This is what I was talking about. Like if I sent something to you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now selling across borders, that might add an international fee, and that could be 1.7% for some regions. It applies if buyer's or delivery address is abroad. So if it's outside of the United States, that's where it applies to. Now, a good example is selling. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make up I made up an example, and what I did is I wanted to make it a small price, single item, okay? And I wanted to kind of run through, and I know that the value would change for the higher ones, but I want to talk about single, cheap items that you just want to sell, and I used the Magic Card as an example, okay? Say I want to get on there and I want to sell one Magic Card for $1.50, okay? So here in a little bit, I'm going to get into that one and show you my example. But for selling, say, a $150 item with $20 shipping price, that's $170. Then you get a fee of 13.6% times $170. Now that makes $23.12 plus 40 cents, and that comes to $23.52. Okay, that's for a $170 total price. You end up freaking getting a fee of $23.52.
Wow.
Okay, so the net to seller is approximately $146.48 before shipping costs. You know, and what they suggest is using fee insertion listings, and that you're supposed to use those wisely. Don't just go throwing them on everything. You know what I mean? Hold them back. Don't just throw them on everything you're selling. And then they say just subscribe to a store if you're listing often. And they also say aim for top rated plus status to get 10% off fees. And then avoid penalties by maintaining strong seller performance. So as long as you're on there and you're always selling, you avoid penalties.
Okay.
And And then it also says skip upgrades you don't need and use promoted listings strategically. Now, if you sell, say, a Magic the Gathering card for $1.50 on eBay, and you're using every free reduction tip, like free listings, top rated plus status, no optional upgrades, no store penalties, here's what the breakdown will be. The sell price is $1.50. That's assuming that there's zero shipping, because usually people use a plain envelope where the buyer pays for the shipping. So the final fee, when it comes down to this, would be a standard rate of 13.6%. Then a top-rated plus discount, which is 10% of the percentage fee. So you would get 13.6%. They would get 13.6% of $1.50, which is basically 2 cents. Okay. Now 10% of that equals a 2-cent discount. So the new fee would be 1 penny or 2 pennies almost. It'd be 1.18. So they most likely would get 2 pennies still, no matter what, because they round it to the nearest 10, denominator. That's my guess on it. Now, the pre-order fee for orders under $10 is typically 30 cents flat, and there's no discount that applies there. So the total fees would be, the final value fee would be 18 cents, which I don't know how they end up working that out. So the order fee itself comes to 30 cents after that. Then the total altogether comes to 48 cents. So basically, for something you're selling for $1.50, you're going to freaking be making $1.02 off of it. You're going to be making 2 cents, $1.02 off of $1.50 that you're making. Now, that is fucked up. You know what I mean? Now, if you're mailing it in a standard envelope with a stamp, that comes to about 68 cents in the United States, okay, in this year. Now, your net profit after shipping might drop to about 34 cents because you have to pay for the envelope and the stamp.
Yeah. Or the frank machine.
Okay. Now, if you're maximizing all tips, you keep $1.02 before shipping. After the stamp, it's 34 cents. And this is where they turn around and they suggest that this is why you charge separate shipping to cover the cost, and then you batch your cards up instead of selling them separately. And that's a load of shit too, because like people who are into freaking card collecting, or you know what I mean, buying and selling and trading.
Yeah, I know the I know the game.
They don't do that. You know what I mean? They don't do that with freaking coins and baseball cards either. You know, that's the thing that really gets to me. You know what I mean? So, and it's like also whenever they sell, when they talk about that, they say charge separate shipping fees. Okay, I went ahead and I freaking did a breakdown on that to kind of give you an idea of what's going on there, because then now it turns the tide. So now, if you cover the cost, you only make 34 cents. But now you turn it and you make it to where freaking it goes on to the buyer. Okay, and this is where it gets freaking ridiculous, because people, don't like seeing this shit. You know, when you know that a card is worth $1.50, you don't want to be paying extra. Okay? So they turn around and they tell you that freaking you should charge separate shipping for the card on top of the price you want. So if I want $1.50 that the card's worth, I should charge the buyer for the shipping fees. The items are $1.50, and the shipping charge to the buyer will be a straight buck. Okay. So freaking when they do that, the charge to the buyer is $2.50. Okay. So you ship that in a stamped envelope for 68 cents, and freaking it's paid back to you whenever freaking the money's returned back to you. But then you're taking a chance of scaring the customer off because they know freaking that even though that card's worth $1.50, you're wanting $2.50 for it. You know what I mean? And this is the kind of stuff that I freaking started noticing. And, you know, it's good to go in and look at the bigger products and everything, and because when you look at that, you don't see the freaking scam that's going on. But when you take a look at it on a smaller scale like this, you start seeing how much people are getting ripped off by this shit. You know what I mean? And it doesn't matter if you're the one freaking selling the product or if you're the one buying the product. You're getting scammed by eBay, and they're pulling freaking money off the top of it and taking advantage of people. You know?
I'll have to review the UK, the European contract.
It's pretty fucked up, actually, when you look at it. It really is, and they've been doing this for years. They've been freaking. I mean, so
I've never actually sold anything through eBay. No, I've never sold anything through eBay. When I've done that, it's always been a card holder company or IBAX, or I'm sorry, IBAN. IBAX. Yeah, I've always gone down the professional route. Actually find a bank or a company that will allow for either card or payment date processors.
For me, and you know, that's the one reason why I had such an issue with eBay. I'll use eBay every once in a while when it comes to it, but I just do not like the way that they're doing their businesses and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I buy quite a lot through eBay.
Now, the one when you were talking about Amazon, I do have my issues with Amazon too, and it was like back. I don't know if you remember it or not, but it was like maybe about 10 years ago. They were talking about like some of their business the practices. You know what I mean? And I found out that like these guys are actually hiring people to go in and freaking buy merchandise off of eBay so that they can pull it into their freaking inventory.
Yeah, I've heard that trick done. I've heard that trick being done quite a few times in different years. At least 10 years, 15.
Now you're actually in the business. How many times have you run across that where they would actually hire buyers that all they do is sit on the computer and buy merchandise for companies?
I'm aware of various companies. Quite a few in India.
Well, that would make
sense. India is quite a hot spot for this, or was at least.
Well, I'm pretty sure they're probably still doing it too.
Yeah.
I know that it's gotten way more complicated, or it's gotten way more sophisticated. I shouldn't say complicated. but more sophisticated, because like Amazon now here in the United States has like depots, basically. Their warehouse
Yeah.
they've set up, and they'll take this inventory and they will stockpile it in there. You know,
I haven't done any research into this for a long time, but how is Amazon dealing with the automation processes? I know they were using uh, automatons, so-called robots, and or planning to, and using some sort of what they call AI.
I have absolutely no idea, to be honest with
Because the entire idea to replace all the human operatives with drones.
I know they were talking about it on the news and stuff like that, but I've never yet seen it taking place. Like
I've not heard any reports in or before COVID, before the pandemic.
Now FedEx was talking that crazy shit too. Like they were saying that drones were eventually going to be flying up to your door and dropping packages.
Amazon has done significant work in that area, both in the US and in the UK. I think it was last year. US allowed, in fact, spoke about it in the Fix and Vote episode a couple of months ago. This is where Amazon had tests when we were talking about the drone issue. Yeah, you remember that, where Amazon actually had was allowed to fly tests, and also did it in the UK about 5-6 months later.
Yep. Well, I haven't seen them technically do that, but like I'm in a small town, you know what I mean?
But these are prototype tests just to see if it's feasible.
So if they're actually taking place, you know, they'll be more in a bigger city, metropolitan.
It'll be in a large area.
You know,
or larger area. Will be a massive area.
When it comes to Amazon, though, you know what really gets me about them, though, the worst? It's not really the drones. And I talked about the warehouses where they set the inventory up ahead of time. But that's not really the scary part either. It's these websites that they're doing on the side. You know what I mean? Like when you go on the internet and you freaking are looking at their merchandise, you honestly think that this is coming from Amazon, but the truth of the matter is it's not. They are setting up.
Amazon is just a storefront,
right?
For the public to sell the stuff, for businesses, public.
Yeah, it would be businesses more than, because like I personally couldn't get on.
Yeah, but my point is it's just a storefront. eBay, Amazon, Alibaba. I would have to look at my bookmarks. But these are all just storefronts. They aren't selling the products themselves. Amazon does sell some products. Remember, Amazon has got its own branding in Amazon. So they do, but they're storefronts. They allow you to easily sell stuff via the internet, for the web.
What I've been finding, though, is a lot of people are getting scammed through those. They actually set up their own websites through Amazon, and frickin' they want to say get a pool for their backyard. And this is happening with Walmart too. Walmart is notorious for the same kind of practice. And what they do is they put these advertisements up for this swimming pool that frickin' you're supposed to get through frickin' the mail, that you can put in your backyard, and then what you receive is this little bitty frickin' model of a frickin' swimming pool. and they're selling it for $19.99, dude. And these
but it's not Amazon that's selling it. Amazon is just providing a service where it can be sold.
Right, and these people are using that website. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but it's not Amazon's fault.
Oh no, it's not Amazon's fault. It's they're just free and clear on that one, right? They can just say we didn't do it.
Terms of the service and supply.
See, I told you. See, I told you, dude. You see, I know that there is no way you actually believe that shit. You know what I mean? Come
Yeah.
on, dude.
A contract is a contract is a contract is a contract.
Tell me.
A online service contract is just as important as a mortgage.
Look, I've known you long enough now to know when there's a load of shit coming out of your mouth, dude, okay? On a personal level, I know freaking you have...
You as the user agree to a contract.
You are talking as if you have never been scammed on the internet, dude. Or that there has been nothing that has upset you when it comes to this kind of stuff. Now, I know that that's a load of shit.
I've been scammed. Have I ever actually been scammed?
It could be over anything, dude. Like those horrible freaking ear freaking things that you had, the first ones you got, and you had.
Yeah, but I was buying cheap.
Right.
I found out cheap is not the way to go.
Right. Yeah, but you did have to deal with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's annoying that you have to deal with it.
Well, it's a learning experience.
How old are you, dude? Seriously? Yeah.
It's a learning experience. Yeah.
How many times you got to learn something? You know what I mean? Like when you see freaking an advertisement on Walmart saying that you're going to get a lawnmower for freaking $50 that does all that cool shit like turning on the spot without having to navigate, and they're saying it's only going to cost you $45 or $19.99 or whatever price you want to put on there, you should know freaking that is a bad deal. That's a scam. You know?
Yeah. But I wasn't buying cheap.
Well, I mean, I'm just
middle of the road prices, but
I'm just using that as an example, you know, and that is true right there. But at the same time, for a freaking company to be allowing this kind of shit to take place on their website is appalling. You know what I mean? It really is.
Again, users agree to the terms of services, and if the terms of services allows them to do such a thing,
apparently
people have freedom.
Apparently, laws that are set down by the governments that they're in allow this kind of behavior to take place too.
Why? How?
Because they're just allowed to scam people over the internet and tell them that they're going to get a lawnmower, but in reality, they're getting a little freaking model of it.
Always read the fine print.
The fine print.
You
know,
like any contract.
That though is one of the big issues that I do have with these freaking things, and that right there makes the internet a scam.
Buyer beware. Actually, no, that actually proves a point. It makes a point. Users have to be aware of what they're doing. And so, let's say a percentage of users are unaware. Is that the right word? Maybe.
It's the nicest word to say. Underwear. Unaware.
Underwear. Yeah.
I wouldn't say a certain percentage. I'd say the major percentage of people on the internet are unaware.
So, are you saying that the average user is stupid?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
That's what you said, yeah.
And there's predators out there that are taking advantage of stupid people on the internet on a daily basis. So on all of you people who are stupid on the internet, please be warned.
Don't be stupid.
Right? That you are being preyed upon because you are a stupid person and you are unaware of how the internet works.
A very Darwinistic. Darwinistic.
Well, that's kind of
Yeah.
what the internet's about, though, to be honest with you. You know, I mean, really, it is. It's all about Darwinism and shit like that. So,
Okay.
okay, so I've covered that, and I want to actually go into network providers next. So, before we do that, do you want to mention something that you said you would be interested in talking about when it comes to this topic?
When I really told you my views on it, there's different means of you don't have to use these platforms. You can set up your own websites. You can sell your own stuff by yourself. And yeah, so yes, you don't necessarily have to have use eBay, but remember that these sites, Amazon, Alibaba's, eBay, also provide a viewership, an audience to sell to, a pre-made audience. You don't have to chase an audience yourself or customer base.
You mentioned something there that I did want to bring up, and I forgot. You know, when it comes to setting up your own websites and things of that nature, and I've been trying to stay away from the whole internet, social media stuff, like the live streaming and everything, but I guess this is a good time to bring it up. Like, you take a look at YouTube, okay, when it comes to their monetization and everything. They've got it set up to where after you hit 500 subscribers, that you can sell products on your platform. Well, whenever you go in there and you look at that, they only allow you to sell products that they approve. You know,
Yeah.
now, I know people who are on here. Sonia Galactic is one of them. She has her own shop on here where she sells T-shirts and novelties and stuff like that. You know, I don't get the option to freaking go in on YouTube and say, look, I don't want your freaking Teesprings. I want to be able to sell Sonia Galactic's T-shirts. I don't get that option. Okay.
But you can talk to Sonia yourself, and yeah, that'd be your best solution.
Yeah, but
make an agreement with her directly.
well, I'm you know, the thing of it is I don't get to set it directly within my video settings like I do when it comes to what they're offering. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get to say, instead of freaking you selling Teespring products on my freaking channel, I want to sell Sonia Galactic's products on my channel.
Yeah, so you talk to Sonia personally and ask her about making up a direct deal.
Well, I mean, I'm the best I can do for her is freaking make ads for her to put on my videos or mention her name in the description. That's not what this is about, though. This is about when you hit 500 subscribers, you turn around, you freaking advertise products that YouTube approves, and you get freaking a percentage out of that through YouTube.
Yeah, I know the advertising program.
You see, now to me that's a monopoly. That's them taking advantage of.
It has been argued a few times within recent years in the US, especially about breaking up Amazon. But there's also been talk about breaking up Google or Alphabet quite a few times, and in Europe, in the EU, breaking up Meta platforms. So WhatsApp and Facebook.
We covered that, didn't we, on Tech Talk? Where they're
Yeah, I think so. I think
they're actually talking about it right now, aren't they?
Yeah, this has been on and off for a couple of years now, maybe 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah, they've been going through court procedures and stuff about their advertisement and monopolizing the advertisement thing, I believe. So what I want to do, we're at an hour and 5 minutes. I'm going to put on Mr. Robot's Cool Hacker Radio music and take another break, get some coffee, smoke a cigarette, and then we can come back, okay?
Cool.
And we'll finish this off because I know you're tired. I can tell it in your face.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
I don't even want to get you upset today. I was hoping that maybe we could get your head to explode. I thought we were able to do it in the last episode, but man,
still there.
You're a beast, dude. That's all I gotta say. You are a beast. So
yeah. Anyway,
I'll be right back. I'm gonna put the music on, and we will be back in just a second, guys. So, talk to you later, Mark.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. And get that little. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. And get that little. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man. A new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing into unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery. The mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. The Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot round a rolled round, and if Mr. Robot round a rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and riving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and riving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Hardly had his Hail Highness heard the easy hedgehog when he hit the humming bee by the hunter who had horrible beetles in the human hall. I love to hear the horse's hard iron hooves go hammer, 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 hammer on the easy highway. I hit my horse hard. I'm hurrying around to hunt up hogs. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, thistle sifter.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, stone of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from Big stones to Mayan sand. Monolith stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Go turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Vessels of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From these the Tetragonical, the causation all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their foes now debris. Echoes of Atlantis where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sank screaming, but blueprints survived. Baalbek's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth's a half-dream. Dream Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From each to Tetragonical, the co-attention all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes
masses of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, organ fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled, Leviathan's bones and the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up the piston, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds, stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse. Zeus hit the reset, scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist, cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes, built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. Wasn't water, it was math, a codex purge. Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math, a codex purge. Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiahuanaco, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of lore. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum wire. The gods weren't myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe. A block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads. These structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping. Logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fifth. What force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive. Yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their nuclear fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stayed chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in symbolism. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemic pyramid ode. The sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Mummies stolen, nah, that's ego talk. A weak hypothesis, truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem and wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with the allegorical crypts, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in symbolism. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens hack, but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths and metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships, gifted fire, math and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. The scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. Reset, Tepe dawn when gods walk as king. Left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The emerald tablets truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids hold a hand, rising cold and divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, truth's a spiral eternity. In a language of symbolism, gods we've been missing.
Okay, I'm back. So we are getting ready to go into part 2 of what we were talking about earlier.
Okay.
Let me get everything. Oh, your camera's off.
Yeah, no. Just waiting.
I'm gonna go ahead and put up that picture that you hate so much. So yeah, we are back. We're going to get into part 2 of what we're wanting to talk about. Now, I wanted to bring up network providers, and then later on, if we have enough time, get into talking about computer equipment and what it takes to actually use your computer to do what you'd want to do when it comes to taking the internet serious rather than just getting on Facebook and playing games and doing what most people on the internet do, you know what I mean? Like, if you take this seriously, what exactly is it that you need for it? But I don't know for sure if we have that much time, so I'm just going to start with the network providers. And well, first of all, you're really big on touting off how great England is and how your guys' internet providers just love you so much and you're protected and all of that.
Well, we've got more protections than the US. Let's just put it like that.
Now, with me, my whole issue with the internet is competition and markets authorities.
Okay. In
So,
what realm? Which realm?
well,
Network providers?
it basically claims that it's the United Kingdom's primary antitrust and competition watchdogs.
Okay.
That's what it claims. Now, it's supposed to be maintaining fair competition in markets across all the sectors of the economy, including internet service providers.
Mhm.
Now, do you know anything about the Competition and Market Authority?
I've done research in the past, not for many years, but I've done research in the past. I know who the research. I did actually advise somebody, a UK citizen, about 2-3 years ago, in one of the element rooms, about taking these keys to the Office of Communications, Cisco department or something. A department where you can formally report a government watchdog for service providers in ISPs and ISPs and telecommunication providers. So that's all cell networks and wired networks.
Now, CMA was established in 2014, and that's the one that took the place of the Office of Fair Trading that you're talking about.
Okay.
Just so
I'm
that.
reminding myself. I've just gone back to that element just to remind myself. But yeah, carry on.
And also there was the Competition Commission, which you guys had.
Yeah.
I don't know if that one's still around, but I know it succeeded.
I think it's been renamed in the last couple of years.
That's probably Competition and Markets Authority, most
Yeah,
likely.
something like.
That's
And also the European Union's there was two pieces of EU legislation about 3 years ago in relation to digital enterprises and markets.
right. No, its purpose for the CMA is to prevent monopolies. It ensures customer protection, and it encourages competition markets.
Yeah, remember customer protection within the jurisdiction of a country.
Right. So
It doesn't mean it gives you you as a US citizen certain provisions, but in the UK it gives us a lot more provisions.
now I personally feel that this is a load of shit. I don't believe you one bit when it comes to this, because it's supposed to prevent monopolies, ensure customer protection, and encourage competitive markets.
The market authority, I think, has been fairly successful. When was the last time I heard the case? 8 years ago, maybe.
No, they say that
It has been quite successful.
they say that
These things take a long time. Yeah, it's got to consider that these things do take a long time to process, or can take a long time.
that's actually an issue right there. That's a really big issue. And I personally think that that's due to the excessive amount of socialism that's in your country. You know what I mean? Because that's all that it's about. It's about socialism and bureaucracy.
Well, bureaucracy, yeah. Funnily enough, I had a report today that suggested that we are seeing in the UK, we are seeing something like 30% job losses or private sector job losses, where you're seeing the public sector services, especially the NHS, going by 80-90%
Wow.
in jobs. Yeah.
You see that for me?
Yeah, we are totally overflowing with the meds there.
Mm-hmm. And see that's kind of counterproductive to what these guys are claiming. You know what I mean? Because they're supposed to be investigating lack of competition. That right
But
there.
they are. That is one department that has been fairly successful.
Well, I mean,
I can think of a lot of other departments like the Home Office, Foreign Office, that hasn't been at all successful in the last 15, 20 years. But the competition and market authority has been fairly on the right path doing its job.
I want to hear about the markets that haven't been successful. Like, see, you've opened a can of a whoop ass now. I want to hear about the.
I would have to do the research to
Okay.
rewind myself, but
Now, pricing practices, okay? They're supposed to be investigating lack of competition, such as where only one or two internet providers dominate a region.
In the UK, the market's fairly free. In the UK, technically, when it comes to cell towers, there's only 3 companies that own large amount of licenses. That's British Telecom, Hutchison, Free, and EE, which I think is Orange. You know the subsidiary of. They are the only companies that can allow to build their own or put up masts. All the other companies, all the other internet and phone providers you're in the UK are licensees of those companies. They buy license agreements of those companies.
You see, that's kind of messed up, to be honest.
And in the US, there's only 4, technically 3. Because I think it was T-Mobile and Verizon owns T-Mobile. So in effect, you've got arguably 4 large telecommunication providers in the US, or sell mobile phone communication, and all the other providers that you buy from are licensees
Now,
agreement.
Now the thing that really gets me in my neck of the woods is like they have Xfinity, which is through Comcast cable communications. Okay.
Comcast being one large pleasure.
Now with Xfinity, you have Comcast, which owns it, but at the same time they have another subsidiary. Okay. Now they are actually cheaper than what it is for us when it comes to getting our internet services. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But since freaking Comcast has bought up Xfinity and this other freaking company, they have this right to say, well, we can't provide you services from this other company because we have a subsidiary in your region, so we'd have to provide you with them. Well, of course, the price for that...
Yes, but you could go to another subsidiary company of another company. Company.
That's still not...
You don't have to use that one provider. You haven't got a choice of one provider. You can have any number as long as it's one.
Well, when you take a look at what we have here, we have Mediacom, okay, and I hate Mediacom with a freaking passion. It's probably the most horriblest, vindictive cable/internet company on the face of the planet. Okay, but
Okay, so you're still using cable, traditional US cable, which is something that you ever find in the UK, or very rarely find in the UK.
well, we have Wi-Fi. Okay, hooked
Yeah,
up
but I mean
with the
cable.
router.
Yeah, I'm talking of from your gateway device to the ISP.
Right. But we have a cable that does lead up into the house with a
Yeah.
to the gateway. But the thing of it is though is when it comes to this though, all right, you look at like all of the other options that you have. Okay, like I have freaking AT&T's version of the internet, and here in this area it sucks. I mean, they're still copper based because for some reason AA or not AA but wrong organization, but for some reason AT&T decided freaking they didn't think it was a good idea to freaking have freaking what the hell now I'm having a brain. Fiber optics put in. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. In the UK, we've got a problem, and a lot of people don't realise that because they're so enamoured with marketing junk. Sure, we've got fibre optics to the house, but in some houses, like this old house, you won't have a fibre optics. It's back to copper.
I see.
So yeah, a lot of people see these marketing companies saying fiber optic connection. Yeah, up to your house. Once it gets into your house, it's copper again.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing how that all works out. You know what I mean? Like freaking and when you.
I don't know if it's like that in the US. But I presume you can have more option to drill into your house and, well, depending on your bill or not. But yeah, in the UK it's not that common. But yeah,
I've known of entire regions that still doesn't have fiber optics laid down. They laid fiber optics from the East Coast to the West Coast back in the 1990s. Okay. And there's still areas that don't even have fiber optics running into their town, dude.
I think if I remember correctly, a number I found must have been 6 years ago for the UK. So UK, Britain, England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. There was 98% coverage on 3G. Something like 87% coverage on cable, on phone, on wires, on fibre optic side.
Mm-hmm.
But again, in the UK, there's the issue of, yes, you've got fibre optics up your house, but if your house isn't fitted with fibre optics, then it's pointless.
Mm-hmm.
In reality.
So, keeping on topic, let me ask you again on this. Do you believe that CMA is preventing monopolies?
Do I believe in who? Preventing?
Do you believe the CMA in your country is preventing monopolies?
It has done within memorable period of time.
Does that include the towers?
Huh?
Does that include
Oh.
towers? The towers that are putting out your internet?
Yeah.
You said three.
So,
You said three companies actually have towers in England.
yeah. Or got licenses to build towers, to construct towers and maintain them. What was it? It was British Telecom Um, Free, so Hutchison, and can't remember the third one.
Now,
No.
after that, what?
EE. So Orange.
Are you okay with the prices that are being put out when it comes to
The
these?
market, because of all the sub-licensing markets, it's an open market, really.
Okay, so when you get your internet, are you getting it at what you consider a fair price?
I actually using mainly 4G throughout the day. I just because of easier maintenance, I replace my router with a actual 4G router, and I've got a 5G PCM CIA card for a laptop that I want to experiment with. So yeah, I'm using 4G most of the time.
Yeah, but
And I'm paying, I'm paying a reasonable price for that service. Yeah,
so you don't think you're being overpriced then?
not that I really concerned. Not compared to prices that people are paying for wired connections in this area.
Now, are they having issues there? I mean, that's another thing. What about other people?
Well, prices, that's just subjective, isn't it? Some people might think it's a fair price, some people might not think it's a fair price.
Well, I mean, it even came out of your mouth though, considering other people who are actually getting wired connections. Are their prices? Are they having issues and they don't like the prices they're being charged?
I have not done any research or not done any recent research on this, at least.
You're lying to me.
I haven't. Last time I looked at this must have been 2019, 18.
You literally said compared to other people who are freaking getting wired cable, man. You literally came out of your mouth, dude.
Again, it's an open market, but the big players, well, again, it's subjective if it's too expensive or not too expensive.
Now, the thing that I'm finding that is a big issue here in the United States is internet providers that dominate regions.
Actually, I think I remember somebody saying ages ago that the US pays almost double the amount in cell phone charges than or cell phone contracts than UK does.
Yeah, and the bad part about the cell phones is the freaking services are shitty. And I mean,
you technically poor, worse infrastructure. Well, depend on where you are. If you're in the middle of LA or New York or
no, you've been on here with me long enough. You've been on here with me long enough, and we've streamed with people who use phones and iPads and all that stuff. Okay, it's not us. It's not our freaking stream that's the problem. It's the fact these guys want to get on here with telephones and iPads, which have freaking horrible freaking. I mean, it's the devices.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's the devices. They are crap. I mean, and people still think that this stuff is great when in reality it is garbage. They're being sold.
There are companies that provide and also remember in the US, and US differs from Europe quite a lot when it comes to frequencies.
Yeah.
There's 3 different regions of cell tower frequency, legalized frequencies. I think it's Europe. I think it's actually Europe, China, and US. You've got all of your own frequencies for cell towers.
Sorry about that. I had to let my crazy dog out. She
Okay.
came wandering into the room. I don't let her come into the room at all. She's a troublemaker. But yeah, when it comes to when it comes to these phones, though, okay, I've yet to find anybody that's come on with us that has actually had a phone adequate enough to actually live stream with. You know what I mean?
It's poorly configured phones for the purpose of that. It's people don't know how far the camera is from the face. I mean, how many times have we seen close up of nostril?
Yeah.
But yeah, people who don't know how to use the equipment effectively.
I would love to say that. I really would love to say that, but I also freaking have to say, like, going back to YouTube, okay? You look at YouTube, you look at Twitch, you look at even Kick, okay? Look at how much they're promoting these freaking shorts.
Okay.
And shorts are specifically aimed at freaking telephone use. Okay.
Yeah, it's that format. It's that thing. Format,
It's getting now on YouTube to the point where freaking if you want to get monetized, you have to freaking make shorts.
Funny enough, I ignore all shorts. Actually, I've disabled. I've used on Firefox. I've used something like block in to actually disable elements of the YouTube interface. So one of the menu options that I've disabled hidden is for the ability to access shorts easily.
Uh-huh. And see, the thing of it is what gets me is that these companies are pushing that product like it's freaking going out of style, knowing
it's a money spinner for them. They've got to make money somehow.
They know.
After all, you remember YouTube up to a couple of years, or quite recently actually, was losing money year in, year out for ages.
But you know they have to know that freaking what they're pushing is garbage.
So, okay. But they're just content. They're just a content management system provider. It's the users that stick the garbage up.
Dude, I'm saying,
as far as they're concerned, if they've got eyes on screen, and that means advertising, and that means money.
See,
you're just what they'll say if you're not you're just a part of you are just a commodity in the product yourself.
You're trying to avoid saying bums in seats. I know you are, dude. I already know that that's what you want to say, but you're trying to avoid it. You're I know that's exactly what you're.
My bums in seats argument, yeah.
Yeah. So,
if people are watching the stuff, then it can be garbage. So somebody must be watching it.
Okay, so with the CMA, are they freaking having any? Are you seeing any kind of barriers into entry into like when it comes to competition? Are you seeing freaking these towers?
Advertising reach, obviously, but that's.
This kind of goes back to like the tower usage. Okay, are you seeing these owners that have or these companies that own the rights to these towers preventing other internet companies from using those towers?
No. A part of the contracts to the government or to the state is related to that. It's a piece of legislation, in the UK anyway.
Mm-hmm.
What they can do. This was voted in the 80s somewhere.
Off the top of your head, how many internet companies do you have an option to use in your area?
Hundreds.
No, in your area.
In my area, hundreds.
Name some of them.
God.
See, right now, I think you're full
Uh,
of hundreds. I can name
um,
maybe. I can name maybe 4 or 5.
Obviously, we've got a big three. BT. Those companies I mentioned earlier. Free and E or EE. But as far as um, licensed buyers or contract buyers for those companies work, and BT being obviously the largest one because of previous state-owned, which I think they became a private limited or public limited company back in 1990, 91, 92, maybe earlier, 89.
Now, like
So
with,
yeah, they've been private, they were share owned since.
now the companies that I know of, we have everybody here can get T-Mobile, they can get Verizon, and all that stuff for phones and stuff, which you can generally get no matter where you're at. But like with the actual internet companies, we have Frontier, which is the AT&T company. We have Xfinity, and then we have a smaller internet company that's able to set up its own infrastructure called Whisper.
There are problems in Europe with UK and European prices, but that's usually outside of the EU, and and that's been in the middle of being fixed for the last 4-5 years.
Okay, so we have a smaller company here called Whisper, and what they've done is set up their own infrastructure where they got their internet going out off of the top of like water towers and stuff like that. Okay. Yeah. Now, do you guys have that kind of set up to where those are allowed, or is that?
No. Cells are usually stuck on hills, and transmission gateways are positioned within big towns, cities, big villages. I think myself covered by 4 cell towers here.
No, you're telling me that it's okay in England for a small person to set up his own internet networking where he can just set up his antennas and everything.
There was a project in one of the a city about 45 miles away from here, I reckon. Yeah, 45 miles away from here. That did or town that did actually put up the antennas legally. Biggest issue here is that you can only use a certain amount of frequencies. In the US, you can only use a certain amount of frequencies. In every modern country, there are specific rules about frequencies, i.e. not to get in, let's say, not to be able to get in the way of police and ambulance and emergency frequencies.
Yes.
So there are specific bands. And you've got to actually get by licenses from the government to do that.
For me, I think the only issues that I really see when it comes to what you're talking about, though, is network ownership structures. Like you're talking about only 3 companies actually own the towers, and then like here we have 3, maybe 4. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I see that as a big issue.
But there are emerging inventions or products being emerged, such as Musk's SpaceX and satellite receivership.
Now,
So weirdly in the UK, because people, rather than using cable for TV, people tend to use dishes, satellite dishes, on the houses for TV usage and media usage these days. We've got a lot of antennas, satellite dishes up all over the place. So this would be a good sort of market for the Elon Musk sort of SpaceX. But if it could be done on a much more different scale.
Now, in your country, I know that you guys had a situation where Virgin Media 02, I think is what it was called. They attempted to merge, I guess.
Oh, that was some time ago, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Now, whatever happened to that? What did the CMA decide?
A lot of news has passed since then, and I can't remember. It has been some time ago.
Because, I mean, for me, I know that they have the right to approve it or block it, and then they can also require, like, specific conditions or, like, structural changes and stuff like that to take place. But I've always wondered about that. Because I remember that was pretty big news over there, wasn't it?
It was at the time.
So, with the UK, has there been a lot of mergers and stuff that took place when it comes to these internet companies that have...
You always get the smaller companies merging or being acquired by the large ownership, large companies. Same in the US, but really, it's not really a market I've really followed that intensely.
Mm-hmm. Now, what about overcharging and
again, that's the market. Do a freedom of information request to Ofcom.
That would basically be, yes, it happens all the time in England. That's
no. I cannot say. I haven't got data.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what you're saying.
You are speculating, man.
Don't go there, man. Now, what about like restriction practices?
In what sense?
Keeping competitors out of certain areas and stuff of that nature.
No, I believe it's fairly less than fair. It's an open market.
Huh?
It's an open market in the UK.
Okay, so when it comes to like actual pricing, okay, when it comes to people making contract terms and stuff like that, because you're big on terms of services and everything, what would you say about like their how they conduct auto renewals or hidden cancellation fees and shit like that? Do they still do that over there in the UK?
No, on the old EU law, which the UK still uses, it's a contract has to be written in such a way that is readable enough to a average person, an average reasonable person.
The reason why I stay away from AT&T is because they have this scam going on now.
Yeah, in the US, is not really regulated, not at least not on the sort of individual case sort of situation. But yeah, it's not regulated.
AT&T's actual scam though was where like they would set it up to where you could get freaking this internet service at a certain price.
I remember lobbying talks in the US, money talks in the US. Those four companies can lobby, and they've got money to lobby.
This is pretty shady. Okay, so let me finish this. Okay.
Okay.
So what happens is they give you this really good price. They say, yes, man, we'll let you have this freaking internet for say $89. Okay. So you turn around and you get $89 a month on your internet.
$89 for a month. What do you get for that package?
Well, hold on. Let me finish. This isn't done yet. This isn't done. For the first year. Now, it's a 2-year freaking contract, and at the end of that first year, bam, all of a sudden you start getting freaking bills that say you owe $250 to $500.
I always read and understand your contracts. Do I always not say that?
Now, listen. This is what they're doing, and they're getting away with it. And I've already established that the majority of people on the internet
What are you for this $85, £62, British? What are you getting?
Just basic internet.
So just access to acting as an internet service provider and potentially a cell provider as well.
Yeah, well,
here, mobile phone contract.
Here we could get it as like a local cell provider.
That's expensive. That's expensive. In the UK, I would be expecting to pay for average consumer internet 20 to 30, £35, which is about half that.
I wouldn't say half that. That'd be because you said it was 60. Yeah, it would be half.
62.
That.
Yeah, 62.
It would be half.
Yeah, you are paying double the amount in standard normal user consumer user internet charges.
And that's on sale, man. That's on sale. The average internet provider charges now about $100 to $110. Average now.
Okay, which is £81. Okay, yeah.
You see,
three times the amount.
Right. So when they offer that $89 a month, you're thinking, yeah, dude, I'm getting a real good deal here. You know what I'm saying? Then all of a sudden you're getting freaking a bill in the mail at the end of the first year saying that you owe them $250 every month. And see, they've got a 2-year contract on you. So
you agreed to the contract.
Right. You see? And
the person to be blamed is the user.
Oh no, it's a corrupt internet. No, this goes back to what I said, the internet.
You don't understand. Even if you've got to bring your own lawyer in to read, I don't know, YouTube's terms of service agreements for you. Okay. Always make sure you understand contracts that you agree to.
Okay, now let me go ahead and aim this towards the people who listen to this so that they get the real deal. The internet is a scam. These people are out to scam you.
Can be a scam. They can. Any big ocean has got sharks in it.
Let's not bring sharks into this.
But, yeah.
Now, transparent pricing and clear advertising. Okay, are they taking care of that over there?
What transparent advertising? Yes, actually, yeah. Because everything has to be. If you in your example of getting paid or paying double the amount or triple the amount after the contract change renews. That's if your contract says this may expire, this or the contract expires on. Please agree to the new one. We've got more sort of protection, all I can say.
I really hope that somebody from England gets into the chat section and just starts talking so much shit on you, dude, about this, saying you are so full of shit. I'd love it. I would. But
no, again, it's for the consumers to decide on who they want to buy the services from, and they agree to those providers' legal agreements.
now, these guys work with Ofcom, okay?
Yeah.
Now Ofcom, I guess, is supposed to handle day-to-day regulations.
Ofcom has got certain remits.
And Spectrum,
Because things like data protection comes under things like GDPR and other departments.
now, you guys have Spectrum license, right? Licensing? You have quality standards and Spectrum licensing.
I don't know what you mean by Spectrum licensing, but yeah, our licenses are regulated more carefully.
Now, when it comes to Spectrum, that's kind of strange because here we have Spectrum as an internet company. So I'm wondering if maybe your country is being monopolized by this internet company called Spectrum. Because
It sounds like a conspiracy theory to me.
well, I mean, what I found out is that Ofcom actually handles day-to-day regulations, and they set service quality standards and Spectrum licenses. So in order for you to be able to freaking be an internet provider in the United States, you have to have one of these Spectrum licenses.
Okay. Where in the UK you don't have to because you're not a provider. Technically, you're just a reseller.
No, in England, this is where it's taking place. You guys have to have a Spectrum license
To actually be able to sell access to towers. But if you're a reseller, you are not. You're just reselling it.
So are these Spectrum licenses associated with a company named Spectrum?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I really
You actually define what a Spectrum license is.
It's
specifically.
It's from England. This is the information I pulled.
Yeah, but what does it do? What does it allow for?
Well, the CMA
It's a license to
focuses.
allow for something. So what?
It says, well, Ofcom, you are aware of what Ofcom is, right?
Yeah, I know the Office of
Communications.
Office of Communication came out of World War II from the OCI, it's now it was the TV and radio regulator to make sure the licenses were going correctly to the right TV and radio companies, and also set standards like advertising in certain areas and what can be and what can't be shown on TV. But in the last couple of years, because the what's the UK Act, the recent child safety online thing, which came into is not yet enforced actually, I don't think, but is legislation now. Because of that, Ofcom has been given more powers to regulate the internet in the same way that they regulate TV and radio.
See, that's another difference here because we have FCC and then we have FTC.
Yeah. But so as Australia with their regulatory body, and also Canada is in the middle, B bill or at B16, maybe. And in the US, you don't have that problem. Oh, maybe with the exception of PBS.
Well, PBS is no longer state ran.
Okay. I was just thinking if they've got internet services they provide, if they're subsidy.
Now, from what I've seen, is there are some structural differences between the United States regulations, FCC and the FTC, compared to CMA and Ofcom. And now one of them is structural differences in how these bodies enforce fair play in the market. You know what I mean? There is a big difference there.
But the CMA isn't solely about the internet, isn't it? It's about the market.
Yeah, it's about all of them. And we break them down into 3 different ones because it also has the Department of Justice that's involved in it too, as well as the but you'll very seldomly see the Department of Justice get involved in anything that has to do with the FCC or the FTC. They're lazy. They don't really like going after people who are doing unfair practices. You know what I'm saying?
Your competition authority has been crap since Reagan.
Well, the thing too, though, is
I blame Reagan.
To be fair about it, CMA is also known for hiring independent government agencies to focus on.
Krangos. But again, this goes back to the Blairism idea of Krangos everywhere, and you even see that in the US. Blame Tony Blair for that one.
Yeah. But I do have to say though, they do work after the fact. You know, I mean, they at least review behaviors and like merge.
Yeah, some of these organisations are good, some of them are not so good, but like anything.
You know, and it's like here, whenever you take a look at what's going on, what we were talking about earlier with freaking Meta and with freaking Alphabet. You know what I mean? These litigations have been in freaking court for years. You know what I mean? And they just keep.
If you've got enough money to throw lawyers at it, then you can keep it running for ages. And think of all those poor little lawyers that need to feed their families.
Mm-hmm. Well, look at it too. Like they can make freaking promises that they're never going to keep. You know what I mean?
Sounds like politicians to me.
Yeah, and they turn around and say, "Well, we'll make these improvements," and then later on they're like, "Oh, we've had issues, but we're working on it," and then they get
definitely sound like politicians.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the one thing that I do see a difference in. Now, Ofcom, the Office of Communication, that's another thing right there.
Especially now that it's got the new regulatory abilities for the internet.
The only thing I see scary.
Any major, I've not, even though the act has been. Actually, I don't know if it's actually been enforced yet, but the act was approved 4 or 5 months ago. Yeah.
Sounds like a scam to me.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Well, the scary part about it is, to me, the only thing I see a problem with that is they have authority over the Postal Service too, and I know a lot of people.
Up to a point, not as much authority as they used to, but that's because private ownership.
Another thing,
yeah.
one thing I think, if which I'm not big on regulations and stuff, but this is the one thing I think the United States could actually benefit from is it's the broadband speeds. Setting regulations.
Yeah, well, US, I did have a look at numbers on wired internet use speeds in US, all over the world actually. I think there was something like Canada. Oh, you had countries like Dubai, the Saudi areas, being way up the top. South Korea being something like 2030. Canada something like 48, UK 46, and US 52. So high up in the sort of very slower internet usage than both Canada, UK, and Japan, and South Korea.
Mm-hmm. I did do a quick search on the spectrum licenses, and these are permissions granted by a government agency like the FCC in the U.S. to an entity allowing them to use specific radio frequencies for a defined purpose in geographical areas.
Like I said earlier, each country has got their own license or their own bands that that's a cell towers can use. There's only certain frequencies.
Well, I mean,
all the bands, all the frequency bands get sold off.
Even in Australia, you have to have that approved.
Yeah, and so that the military can have their own secret bands, and us plebs can't use it.
Emergency services have their own secret own bands.
All our emergency services have now bought those Motorola radios that encrypt the traffic. I used to intercept all the traffic back in the day just for shits and giggles, and
that's like lower bands.
You can still pick up airplanes and stuff. They don't encrypt their stuff like all the others do.
Now it's interesting what I hear here because they're allocated through auctions, administrative allocation, and secondary markets. Now,
I remember in the UK when the main cell tower licenses were being sold back in 2002, I think, 2003, and maybe a bit earlier, and when Free and the Orange and BT already had licenses when they were technically the main provider of resale license access, but that was all because again BT was a public company at one point, or public agency at one point.
That was BET was Black Entertainment Television, isn't it?
The British Telecom.
Oh, okay.
Much like Royal Mail was once a public entity, and now it was privatised in the mid-90s.
Well, I mean, I was under the impression that's what BET stood for, the Black Entertainment Television Station. No. So.
Do black people find different things funny than white people?
Well, I mean, he said BET. You know what I mean?
BT.
Oh, BT.
Telecom.
Oh, okay. All right. I was wondering about that. Now, Mr. Robot came in, and it was a good chance for me to go ahead and do that quick search. So I went ahead and did that. I did find that pretty interesting. I was getting ready to get all rowdy on you and everything, start saying you have like a crooked government that allows freaking Spectrum to
no less or no more than the U.S. government. Or,
Well, see,
yeah.
here in the United States, we have Spectrum Internet, which is 2 gig, multi-gig speeds and stuff like that. So I thought for sure that's what we were talking about there. I was about to say, you British. I was like, you British just freaking are. You're being ran by Spectrum Internet. They're regulating what you can watch and shit. So
no, it's regulated by His Majesty's government.
His Majesty's. Oh yeah, that's right. There's a dude now. I keep forgetting. I keep thinking the Queen for some reason.
Okay.
In 2018, the Bureau of Meteorology in Australia auctioned off their space on the valuable radio frequency band 3.6 gigahertz to usher in the next generation of 5G mobile networks. So they basically sacrificed our ability to communicate with our weather satellites so that they could put up these 5G network towers around the place.
And how profitable was it for them?
Do you have the numbers on how much profit they made?
Doesn't say here. But the organization that handles that stuff is called the ACMA.
Which is a governmental run or state-run agent department.
Partially, yeah, but like it's not no one is elected into those positions.
But it's run by civil servants.
I think so.
Civil servants. Yeah.
No, I the one thing that I don't agree with when it comes to civil servants and government programs, whatever you want to call it, I don't like the idea of how they say that those are supposed to encourage rural broadband rollouts or internet rollouts. You know what I mean? And they claim it's done by subsidiaries. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I've noticed these companies have used that as a scam when it comes to subsidized freaking groups. You know what I mean? Here in the United States, freaking, it was like I was saying about Xfinity and their subsidiary group. I can go to that one and get cheaper rates, but you know what? They don't allow them to freaking to put their internet services in this area because Xfinity's here.
Okay, but they complete mess up in competitions and the competition authority. But I've been saying this for the last 20 odd years.
You know, that's the thing that I don't really agree with. I think that's one big loophole that they're really sliding through on that one. They're allowing these companies to buy up all these smaller companies or subsidiaries, and then they can dictate which one gets what area.
Well, that happens all over the world. The only difference is depending on the size of the subsidiary and for what purpose. It could there could be governmental regulation depending on territory, really.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm wondering that's going on over in England, you know what I mean? Because, like...
No, we've got a pretty strong regulatory bodies in this country. And throughout the majority of the EEA, anyway. Definitely in the EU, regulatory, there is strong regulatory bodies, especially in countries like Germany. But yeah, remember,
it's so bizarre to me that some organization can just claim authority over the airwaves. You know what I mean? It's such an abstract thing. I'm like, who gave you permission to govern the air? and sell it to people. Like, what the fuck is
No,
that?
you are given permission to being able to transmit over there.
Right. Now, like broadband, okay? Now,
But who
they
gave
define-
him the right? You know what I mean?
It's man-made frequencies, isn't it? Why
Well-
shouldn't the state...
So they sold that
with-
band, that 3.6 gigahertz band, for 852.8 million.
in
Oh,
the US.
So almost
No,
$1 billion bucks
in
Australian.
Australia.
Okay.
Now, see, when it comes to that, you got to think like the FCC here in the United States. Okay, now they oversee like the spectrum auctions that I just talked about, but they also determine what qualifies as like broadband. Okay, and currently it's 100 millibytes per second of download and 20 millibytes per second of
What the hell
upload.
is a millibyte?
That's
That's not a thing, is it?
Eight
You mean
places away
kilobyte?
from a byte. No, millibyte is 8 places away from a byte.
Right. You should have actually known that. I'm
Bits.
I've never heard of a millibyte.
Yeah. It's 8 bits away from a byte.
My goodness. No, that's as of 2024 too.
Yeah.
Just to let you know. And what it is like the FCC has to define what
No such thing as a millibyte, man. No way.
Well, I mean, I've got my
It's a
opinion.
measure of computer data.
Don't make me go down that road with you because I have my opinions on that shit too. Like gigabytes. Okay.
1,000th of a byte. What the fuck? I thought a byte was like the smallest unit.
No,
Wow.
a bit is a smallest unit, actually.
I guess it's 8 bits in a byte, right?
Yeah.
So how the hell can you get 1,000th of a byte? Holy moly. Okay, well, you learn something new every day. I had no idea.
Actually, I
don't
think
even
it
know
actually technically goes under the old rules, so it's 1024.
Now, see,
Well, it's not you're using modern IEC rules. Remember, the rules changed in 99, calling a byte or a kilobyte thousand when the old maths state says 1024.
Who uses this? I've never heard of it. Is it like some old school fucking 80s?
Give us the 2 times Sable. 2, 4, or the power of 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64.
Back in my day, the smallest thing you could get was a kilobyte. You know, like even on like floppy disks.
So it's a power of 2. It's binary.
well, I mean, this
A byte is a basic user of measurement in information storage. In many computer architectures, it is a unit of memory addressing 8 bits. Okay?
Yeah. And each,
So what is smaller than a bit? Just like ones and zeros.
it'd be, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. There's a mathematical answer to that, and I can't think of it at the moment.
Wait a minute. How many decimal? No. What do you call them? What do you call ones and zeros?
Binary?
yeah,
Binary?
that'd be binary.
Binary numbers in a bit. 16, isn't it? Or so, 16.
Yeah, be double the amount, wouldn't it? Yeah. Right.
It's a single hexadecimal digit is a wait a minute. A single bit can represent 2 binary numbers, 1 and 0. A bit is the smallest unit of data in computing and can have only one of 2 values, on or off. Yeah, that's what I thought. So you
I
can't
see
get
where you get
smaller than
confused.
that.
Megabytes
What are
is
we talking about?
probably a term that was defined by the IEC when they changed over the numbers system to make it
All
easier.
right, so we can all agree that a millibit is a
Yeah,
fiction.
a
Legal
millibit is a
fiction.
is a
Okay.
yeah. Definitions.
That was a good little tangent. Sorry, Roger.
Yeah.
This is just another part of the internet scam, all right? Trying to sell us millibits.
Well, it gets even worse than that, though. Like, I didn't want to mention it unless we had enough time to discuss it, but like when it comes to internet providers, okay?
Yeah.
Most people fall for this shit on the commercials where they have these internet providers talking about freaking how they have this great, awesome download speed that they're going to provide for you if you want their service.
Yeah, in this country we've got the terms like super fast is used all the time in the marketing industry, which is just meaningless.
Well, the term they use the term download, okay, and this is what annoys the shit out of me because when it comes to stream, no matter what, if it's watching a TV show or for streaming like we're doing here, everybody who does this understands it's the upload speed that's the important. It's not the download speed. Okay, I don't care about freaking how fast something downloads onto my computer when
Are you
it
serious? Most people are the other way around. I care more about download and
the average user upload large files. We're talking about gigs here.
I would say only like 0.9% of users.
Let's say how many times does somebody upload a DVD ISO? So
what do you think we're doing? What do you think we're doing right now?
Yeah, we do. But how many average people?
Well, there's more people streaming nowadays, but I would say not many people actually upload files. Most people just get Netflix because they're lazy cunts.
Right. Upload.
But it is important. I agree with you. Like some countries throttle their uploads and other countries don't. Like, yeah.
Yeah, companies a lot more than countries, but yeah, in some certain areas, countries specifically.
Like, this is where the scam comes in, right? Like, I find my country is just so stingy with internet, man. They charge an arm and a leg, and they never give you the full speed that they advertise. You know what I mean? They always throttle, and it's so freaking annoying. Like,
well, it might not be.
I go to other countries, and it's just like boom, like amazing internet. Like Singapore, amazing internet. India, pretty good in some places not. But like this, if you get fiber optic internet in India, man, it's like faster than Sydney. You know what I mean? And you're out in the middle of nowhere. Like I was living on a beach on the hillside out in the bush in India, and I got faster speed than I got in Sydney. It's crazy. It makes no sense. And I was paying like what was it? 10,000 rupees for 6 months. What's that?
And see, my issue with a lot of this stuff is like. Ofcom and both the FCC, I have my pros and cons on both of them. For one thing, with FCC that I don't like about them is like the authority they have fluctuates because of political freaking cycles. You know what I mean? So whoever's in freaking office is how the freaking how it goes when it comes to authority over ISPs. You know what I mean? Whereas it's not the same with freaking Ofcom, where freaking the political parties don't actually dictate.
Technically, no, legislation dictates.
You know, but I'm still against legislation and bureaucracy and.
What, you against legislation? What, you want people to murder each other?
Yeah, me too.
Well, bureaucracy. bureaucracy, excessive bureaucracy.
Okay, yeah, I'll go with that.
You know what I mean? And so the socialist propaganda that's being pushed on people, where we have to have big government in order to freaking have things work efficiently.
Nah. If anything, that's proven to be a complete farce, and in fact, they just end up robbing us blind.
And see, that's my big struggle there, because like you have Ofcom, which actually does prevent this whole fluctuating authority thing going on with the ISPs.
Well,
but then
technically, it's not Ofcom's responsibility. That's not Ofcom's primary responsibility. That's the market, and
I'm actually more of like a old school 90s internet anarchist / communist. I think that countries should own, like the people should own the infrastructure of the internet collectively, and that way no company should be able to dictate what goes on the internet. You know what I mean? I think that should be like a global, you know, almost like a human right.
okay.
It should be provided as cheaply as possible, and maybe everyone puts in a little bit of money, you know, and it would just be like crazy cheap.
So you're killing competition already.
Well, it should be something to compete over, you know. It's like it's something it's like water. It's like something we need in the modern age. We don't want to be profiting off water, right? Because it's like putting a price on people's livelihoods. I don't know. I just think it's one of the things in the world that should be either free or cheap, you know?
Well, see, the thing of it is it gets so out of hand here in the United States that, like, they turn around and they want to decide how to classify broadband. So you have Title I, which is an information service, and then you have Title II, which is a common carrier. Okay? Yeah. And this all depends on freaking which political party is in office at the time. Okay? And to me, that's bullshit.
That's politics.
So, yeah.
That's US.
It's just a nightmare.
That's US politics and probably Australia, but again, actually, Australia.
Well, now they're getting so brazen that they're like, "Oh, we want to save the children." It's always the children, right? And we want to save the children from the internet. So everyone needs to provide their ID before they can get on the internet now, you know? And it's also for internet bullies.
The ID card thing actually happened yet? Is it enforced yet?
No, the law's being passed. They're not enforcing it yet, but like all the legal frameworks are there.
They should do, because Australia has got similar rules to the UK in this. It was states.
They're pushing this thing out globally because they want to create. This is where the scam comes in, right, boys? This is always the plan. The plan was to create a control grid around the planet where everyone can be tracked and monitored. Everything can be itemized and tracked on the blockchain throughout the whole world. Because the ruling class wants to dominate the world, basically. Well, and this is all part of this structure.
Mr.
And
Robot.
people are just falling for it. Like, I don't know, it's
Mr. Robot. I've been wanting to bring this shit up so that I can get freaking the no bullshit freaking comments from you that involve your life and what pisses you off the most when it comes to this shit in your life. What is it? Let's stop talking about freaking the globalist takeover shit. What is it about this shit that freaking pisses you off the most in your everyday life?
Well, first of all, I'll say...
You just mentioned... Let me remember, you just mentioned throttling.
Me off every day in my life.
First of all, I'll say I don't really get that pissed off anymore because it just wastes my energy. But there's certain things that do irk me. But I'm also a bit of a rebel, so I sidestep all the things I don't like. But this whole thing of like censoring what adults can see on the internet is probably one of the most annoying things that's ever happened to humanity, in my opinion. Where our social media feeds are curated, censored, blacklisted, depending on the political milieu of the time.
You, the user, agree to the contract. It is your responsibility.
I never agreed to being censored. I got on Facebook, for example, back in the when it first started.
Platform's terms of service agreement, a legalized contract.
It virtually didn't have a terms of service back then, man. That was like the early days. It was just like on universities and stuff back then.
Okay,
and they just keep changing it on you. This is the other annoying thing. They keep changing these terms and services that no one ever reads, like on you.
Well, some people
where
never
it just like, because they end up selling out in the back end to intelligence organizations, to governments, because they want to mine all your data, right? Because you become their product. But the thing is, this is all coming to an end because we're developing decentralized open source platforms that can basically sidestep this stuff. The problem is we haven't had massive uptake of it yet. But Web3 is already here. Decentralized autonomous organizations are being developed. AI is being decentralized. Everything. That's AI. If we want to not be completely controlled in the future on the internet, we need to look at encryption and decentralization as an organization. You know?
So what you're saying there, I want to go into this because this is something that hit home today, which is pretty cool because Otto on Infinite Imaginarium posted this when it came to Minds.com, okay? Actually, no, it was within the vacuum that did it. And he freaking said that Minds wasn't working. And the reason for that was he found out that public data on Minds, okay, is freaking removed, okay? And that's from W3 up, okay?
Yeah, that has been always... they've always insisted that they would never store phone numbers or contact information themselves.
Right.
That's what they use companies like Stripe for.
But that doesn't prevent nodes on a decentralized storage network from retaining copies of the data.
Yeah.
Indefinitely.
That's the problem, isn't it? Sticking it on chain in the current sense of the meaning, main meaning, means leaving it on there forever. There are privacy, there are all kinds of rules you've got to consider.
So are they doing it or aren't they doing it?
Depends on country.
Minds is saying that the data is being deleted, but they're also telling you that freaking since they're on these nodes, freaking that data could be on the nodes.
No, what they're talking about is Cloudflare, CNN. CDN, yeah, and nodes. They are still deleting the actual data. Because they're just caching nodes. They're just caching.
But what data are we talking about?
What data expressive?
Permanent data. You have your public data.
Now, like old posts and stuff, or what?
I've always had a theory that when a post is removed, and it's old theory now, that when a post is deleted by the user, it doesn't get deleted, just the actual front end displaying code is still in the database, and this is my criticism of why they not effectively dealt with storage resources.
See, because you have.
Well, that's what Facebook ended up doing, right? And then they end up selling that data to the authorities because they, like, when you delete a message on Facebook, it doesn't delete.
Minds has always, Bill has always stated that it would never sell data.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm sure that's what Facebook said in the beginning.
I believe about them.
And Zuckerberg said it's free and it will always be. And guess what? That's not on the front page of his freaking
free, define free.
No, I mean, it's not on the front
page to do what we tell you.
No more, is it? It's there. They took that off and they did it on purpose. There's a reason for it because eventually you're going to be paying for Facebook, baby. It's going to
You'll be paying for services. You still have a hook account.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
you can still will always have free users.
So according to what I'm getting from all this shit, though, is the Federal Trade Commission is blatantly not enforcing
Like any U.S.
consumer
government,
protection laws and their privacy violations.
Like any U.S. government body, there's full of lobbying and money corruption. In the U.S., money corruption is legal, depending on how it's done.
And like the Federal Trade Commission is also responsible for the fraud that we were talking about earlier on Amazon and all of these other freaking platforms that freaking sell you little freaking swimming pools instead of the big ones for $19.99, or a little model of a freaking lawnmower instead of the big one that they said they're going to sell to you for $49.99.
False advertising in the UK is governed by under a 1971-72 piece of legislation, and it's airtight.
Do you guys remember Zuckerberg wanted to start his own currency on Facebook? Before Marketplace was open, he announced we're going to start a Facebook coin and people will use it to buy stuff on Facebook.
Libra.
But then the authorities cracked down on him hard, and
actually, no, that was the last straw. The project went on for some time. It didn't get any traction at all, really. Probably internal disputes.
It would have worked. I just think the bankers or someone was like, hell no, you're not doing it.
No. The writing on the wall for Libra coin was written months before, good year before.
Here's another example of how bureaucracy stifles innovation. You get these unelected bureaucrats that dictate what we can do.
No, they are just civil servants. They're just tools of the state.
Okay, so
you elect your government and you do elect them to create legislation.
I want to hear this.
You have got an issue with any legislation or any bill that's comes.
Give us two parties to elect.
I have a serious question for Mark Edworthy that I want to hear, and I am very curious about this. Mark Edworthy, in your opinion, is there any form of throttling taking place on the internet in the United Kingdom?
More than likely. I haven't got data to... I haven't analysed any data on this. But more than likely.
Judging by the way his internet stutters, I'm going to go with definitely.
I really want to know that, because that is a very, very important thing that is taking place, and people all over like to deny the fact that these people are doing this shit, and they're getting away with trying to tell you that you have unlimited speed, and in reality,
actually, there was a case in 2001, 2002 in the UK that stopped the usage of the term unlimited speeds.
Why do you think they stopped the use of unlimited? Because it's a scam. That's why. It's a fucking scam, dude. They freaking get rid of the word unlimited so that they can throttle your ass, dude.
Yeah, and charge you more for it.
There's no such thing as unlimited speed.
We didn't say...
unlimited bandwidth.
Speed.
It just means they're not limiting it. That's what it should be, because you're paying for the connection.
They get rid of the word unlimited, and then they can throttle your ass and legally get away with it. That's what it is, dude. Freaking, get rid of that logic.
Again, you, the user, agree to the contract.
Oh, whatever, dude.
Yeah,
Whatever.
You're the user of the United Kingdom, agreed to the contract on your birth certificate to follow all the laws and stuff in the country that some unelected bureaucrat comes up with.
Well, apparently it's the terms of service. It's not a freaking law. It's the terms of service, and you must obey. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
I'll tell you one thing. Like here, in order to get optic fiber to the premises, it costs about, you got to get a team of like traffic controllers here, which costs like thousands of dollars. You got to get a utility vehicle from the internet service provider to probably dig up some land, run cables through the network, and then basically pop it out at your house, and then you got to pay thousands of dollars to get it connected to your house, and then you got to pay thousands of dollars to get the connection, and then you still got to pay your thousands of dollars to keep the connection, right? Now, I'll tell you what happens in India is you pay them a small fee, a couple of kids rock up on a scooter with like one little bag, and they run this cable through the trees, through whatever they can find, wrap it around some stuff, connect it to your house, and boom, you have like unlimited internet. It's just like
but the internals are more copper. Remember?
No, it's fiber. Okay. In India, they get fiber now, like easy. It took like half an hour as well.
Well, what about the house?
If a house is it's a listed house or it's a built house, much like this building, putting fibre in is almost impossible, that's to say.
Well, in India, nothing is impossible. They just run it through a tree, wrap it up your building, and boom, you've got internet. There's no regulations or anything. So good.
Yeah. The old street. Yeah.
Okay.
This is the bureaucracy, right? It looks a little bit more messy, I grant you that, but at the same time, they must save billions of dollars doing that, you know?
Yeah.
So this is what I found out when it comes to the comparison between the DOJ, the FCC, and then the FTC compared to the CMA and Ofcom.
No.
He's freezing.
Those too many abbreviations. You say that lot of abbreviations. Okay. Give us the actual names.
The DOJ and the FCC and the FTC is the United States. CMA and Ofcom is freaking the United Kingdoms. We'll just go with the initials. And
but who are they?
You have the Federal Communications Commissions, then you have the Federal Trades Commission and the Department of Justice. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to talk about regulations, antitrust. Okay. Now, when it comes to infrastructure sharing mandates, and the CMA does cover that with the Ofcom. Now, they also do it in the United States. That is mandate when it comes to antitrust when they get too big.
That's the regulatory thing. That's a government body thing.
Now, they also have a rare voluntary or local level regulatory power over ISPs here in the United States too.
Well, also you love your own state putting in the as well as.
Now you guys have community networks, I guess, too.
Not very common these days. There was a brief period when it was becoming common, but not as common these days. You get local intranets or extranets, I suppose. Intranets, extranets, but only for private organisations or for businesses, but yeah, very rare.
Now, when it comes to fluctuates with political control, that is something that goes on here with the FCC and the FTC as well as the DOJ. With the CMA and the Ofcom over in England, that doesn't happen because they are government funded and enforced via groups like the RDOF and the BEAD.
Yeah, but it's civil servants at the end of the day.
Yeah. A CMA blocks or conditions anti-competition deals, and DOJ and FCC jointly review them at the same time.
Yeah.
So that's basically what I've pulled up about that. Now with me, it's like I said, I don't like a lot of the things that the FCC and all of them do, but at the same time, I don't like this regulation, socialist stuff.
I don't know. I can always argue. I'm a less than fair sort of person, but I still believe in small government and adequate regulations, suitable regulations, necessary regulations.
For me,
Stop people killing each other or killing
for me,
themselves.
what really bugs me about that though is in the UK, regulators are more centralized. That means they're more.
Yeah. Actually, that's an argument. Yeah, you could say the regulators, the civil services are more centralized, but the Krangos are not.
Oh God, don't even
Not
tell
as much.
me. What's the Krangos? I don't even know.
The private companies that the state pays for
Oh,
services rendered.
okay. I was thinking that it was something that people in Australia would use as.
No, Krangos. It's
Bingo, bango, jingo, jango, isn't it?
Yeah.
hang on.
He said Krango and shit, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
God.
it's a.
Sounds like a dirty drug.
Subsidiary.
It's an acronym for quasi autonomous non-governmental organisation. So a organisation that is a private sector organisation, but is providing a facility or service for a government or a state department, public department, public sector department.
Now, see, right there, that's kind of what the FCC and the FTC is here in the United States. They're the non-government organizations compared
They
to...
they are actual government organisations.
No.
They are public sector organisations.
No, they are actually federal. Okay, let me break it down. FCC is constitutionally illegal. So is the Federal Trades Commission. The Federal Reserve is constitutionally illegal. So what they had to do...
I know. Why are they illegal?
Because we aren't, according to the Constitution, we aren't allowed to freaking have big government like that. It's a Constitution that's set up for small government, and we
You know why they set up the District of Columbia?
right.
Doesn't that
Now let me go further with this.
Government is small enough.
Let me explain this so that I'm the one who lives in the United States. Let me explain this.
Okay.
Everybody talks about freaking the president freaking pardoning this or pardoning that, but they don't understand that is actually called plenary powers, okay?
Yeah.
Not only does the president have these powers, but Congress has these powers as well. It is illegal for Congress to freaking do these things. So what they do is they freaking extend their freaking power, their plenary powers out to non-governmental organizations.
Why?
Okay. So that they...
Yeah. Same here.
Okay. Yeah.
Same here. Same in every single westernized country since, like I said, since Tony Blair.
Well,
Tony Blair created this idea.
I think it
in-
was. I think it was started earlier than that with
No,
England.
actually, no. If you, it was ramped up during Tony Blair's time.
Yeah.
You could have an argument about it being done in Reagan and Thatcher's time, but Tony Blair ramped it up, and hence why we've got things like the possibility of ID cards and various sort of
I was-
order regulations.
I
Blame
was
Tony
thinking
Blair.
more on the time when the Labour Party came into being, because I mean, seriously, when you take a look at it, I mean, they came out pretty strong, and they were big on the socialist movement.
Yeah, but socialism has, in my lifetime, the idea of socialism has moved. When I was a kid, near Milkennick, Arthur Scargo, those sort of dying rule, proper left-wing socialists that believed in Marxism as in power back to the people, so unions and oversight back to Marxism. But now socialism is about something much more divisive about it. It's all about removing borders.
Regulation is what it really is. They want to regulate everything, dude.
Yeah, regulates everything. The old thing about you own nothing and you'll be happy. When they say that, they mean everything. They're not. They're just not
2030.
They're not talking about lighters and phones and fridges and houses. They're talking about everything, including your identity and what you say and what you think. You will own nothing.
And that lighter and that refrigerator. Let's not.
Yeah.
And you'll eat the bugs.
It's not. It's just not. It's hearts and minds. Hearts and minds.
Right. See that, but that's where I really think it all really started. Because they were really wanting to push that. They wanted to take away power. They wanted to get rid of private banks altogether, and it had to be state ran and regulated through freaking the state. You know what I mean? Nobody could own a bank in England if it was up to them. They would be gone. So
it's part of a UN agenda, though, isn't it? It's pushed by
That's one of the perpetrators, let's just say.
Okay, so now I want to get down to the nitty gritty. This is where we start kicking into the numbers when we start showing
before you continue, I just want to say I'm going to have to disappear in about 30-40 minutes.
Okay, this should be the last part of it, but
Okay.
right here we're going to start talking about freaking web hosting. Okay. When a consumer sets up a website and pays for domain registration, web hosting, and related services, the taxes charged can vary depending on the country, region, and type of service. Okay? So here's how the United States and the United Kingdom typically tax these services. Now, I was actually mistaken, and I used to joke about this. I used to call it VAG, but it's actually VAT. It's the value-added tax.
Yeah, VAT.
That's the United Kingdom puts on it. I used to call it VAT.
What is that at the moment? 20%?
Yeah, it's 20%. And that's applied to digital services that include domain registration, website hosting, cloud services, web building or builders like Wix or Squarespace. Now, when I went in to check this out and get all the information, I wanted to find out who pays VAT, okay? Now,
everybody, whoever buys anything in the UK.
Right. Now, if you buy services from a UK-based provider, VAT is charged at checkout. Now, if you buy from a non-UK provider like GoDaddy in the US, they may charge you a UK VAT for that.
No, GoDaddy wouldn't because they've got UK offices.
Oh,
They
so
are faithful, yeah. If you've got an office, if you located in that, if you physically located in that territory, then you abide by the rules, don't you?
Is that a tax?
yes, they
Yeah,
tax
yeah,
you.
yeah. Value-added taxes added to everything except for essential food items and other essentials. Onto every product you buy, virtually 20% goes back to the state.
What's the purpose of this tax?
For your privilege.
For lights to be switched on and clean, and I don't know,
This is
bins to be emptied, and
here. Let me.
I thought that's what fees are for.
one in the bigger sort of.
This is for domain registration, web hosting, cloud services, and website building. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you go and you set up
Actually, if you are small business and you've not gone public, you can still
you pay for it at the
not
checkout.
pay. Or if you're providing said services, you don't, or being if you're providing those services, then you don't necessarily have to pay VAT. You can be non-VAT registered, but
If you're a
depends on how
registered
much money
business.
you're making.
I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say this sounds like a scam to me, boys.
It is. It's a fucking scam. Thank you, Mr. Robot. Thank you.
No, it's not. It's not. Well, it's
Freaking
kind of
are
sort of a
awesome.
scam, right?
I'm so fucking glad. I'm so glad I did not have to say that. Mr. Robot said it for me.
Can you hear the sound coming out of Mark right now? It sounds a lot like bootlicking to me.
He's like, oh no.
I'm just providing the facts.
Now,
Yeah.
he is right. If you're a registered business with a VAT number, you can often reclaim VAT on eligible purchases now. Personal hobby sites or non-registered individuals, they can't reclaim them.
No.
So
they can or they can't?
No, they can't.
Of the UK.
So freaking bam, we have it 2-1. That's a scam
Why?
because it just is.
That's not really a good reason.
Now, in the United States, there is no federal sales tax. It's handled state by state.
Yeah, but the US got some weird rules when it comes to state taxes because in some places it can change from city to city, and in
As far as I understand, the whole income tax thing in the US is a scam.
Street.
Okay, so you guys want to hear the freaking rates of the states some of the states that do charge taxes? I mean, we can. Okay. Now, California.
Would be quite high in that. Yeah.
No, California actually, believe it or not, they have absolutely no taxes on hosting or domain. Nor.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you meant in just general sales tax, general for any product.
No, I mean just
Isn't
in.
that where Silicon Valley is?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, Texas
Pretty high, I would imagine.
Texas does have taxes on hosting and domain for web hosting. Now, their rates are 6.5% plus local. So in that state, they hit you with a 6.25% rate, and then a local one if that freaking local tax area does it. So like, if it was like that here in Illinois, I would get hit by the state of Illinois, and then if West Frankfort, where I live at, has a freaking local tax, I would get hit by them too. That's what they do in Texas.
And it sort of compounds.
Mm-hmm. Now, in New York, okay, they have for hosting and cloud, and that is 8.875%. Okay.
8.5 on what? Your income?
No, on the taxes, dude. The tax for on hosting and domain.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
Now,
On the
in,
total.
now in Florida, they also freaking have a tax on hosting and domain, and that is 6 to 7.5%, and it varies in different areas of it. And now the weird part is California is no tax on hosting, but so is Oregon. Oregon has no sales tax whatsoever. That's pretty interesting.
Move to Oregon.
Yeah. Now they automatically. Now most people don't even care about this because what happens, like they go in, most of these guys are freaking lazy. They'll go into like GoDaddy, or they'll go into freaking make a static website, like like, you know, like that, just generic, throw it together and stuff. And freaking they don't understand that when they buy these websites, it's automatically calculated into your price. Okay. So
They only buying the host and the domain. Where are they buying the website from? The create them themselves.
it's automatically added in.
Oh, so you're using companies like Squarespace as an example?
Yeah. Now,
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
and don't be fooled either. Now, if you're doing your own personal website, you still have to pay these freaking taxes. They have.
No. You can self-host yourself.
Trust me, you still have to do it. They can
If
get
you got the machine, if you got the machine in your own building, you self-host them, your own website.
dude.
All you're doing is paying for the domain name, aren't you?
You're still.
That's
Maybe the fixed IP address if you're buying a fixed IP.
and your internet.
Yeah, and your internet, of course, but you're paying for your internet nevertheless. No matter what you do.
Well, I'm pretty sure freaking you're going to be paying for it when you do the host address too. I'm sure there's taxes that are.
No, I've hosted for myself onto the when I was living in my old place back in prior to 2012. I was hosting from my building, web hosting and installations of Nextcloud and eGroupware. So yeah, I was hosting a cloud for my home.
Now, were you doing that as a business?
I was using it in a business as well.
Yeah, you could.
As a part of my sort of rather than upload a example site or a work in progress site to the main site, you upload it to the demos server or demo host.
Yeah.
That's the better way to do it.
I used it in business. Back in 2000. Yeah, 2000. I would set up a number of hosting web servers for clients.
They didn't even have SSL back then.
Web and email servers. SSL, yes, they did. Back in 2000.
I want to point out how horrible England is. I went ahead and I set up some math here for how much it would cost you in the UK to set up domain and hosting. So let's say you're buying a domain at $12 a year, okay? And you're hosting for $60 a year. Now, in the UK, the total would be, the subtotal would be £72. Okay?
Sure.
Then you add a VAT of 20%, which is 14.40 pounds.
But that company could be exempt from VAT anyway, and as it's only as it's first, it may not be VAT.
The total
Um,
for England
depending.
having a host and domain website would be $86.40 per year.
What's the specifications on that host, and what size storage do you get? And do you get
It
extra
doesn't
services
matter.
like email,
doesn't
SMTP,
matter.
and POP3?
That's pretty horrible. That's horrible. The fact that you're
And
getting charged
also-
$14.40 for a freaking bat.
And it goes straight to the British Empire. Meow.
It goes back into public sector in public services.
Okay, so we're going to go farther here. This is the U.S. in New York. I use New York, okay, which is probably one of
Which is a high tax.
it's the worst freaking city or state in the entire world, okay?
I can believe that.
Okay, so in New York, the subtotal $72 again. The sales tax is freaking 8.875%. For $72, that brings you to $6.39. Okay.
Yes.
Now that brings the total to $78.39. Okay. So you
sorry, what was that number?
$78.39.
39. So £57.79.
Right. So
yeah, it's yeah.
So now here in California, if you go to California, okay, you have a subtotal of $72, a tax of $0. Total is $72. Bam, $72 flat. Isn't that cool? I did that because you really love California when it comes to regulations, and I figured I'd.
I criticized California for a lot of things, but they did get the consumer California Consumer Protection Act correct. It sort of, in a lot of ways, it sort of mirrors the EU EEA's GDPR rules.
Well, they're better than you guys, dude. They're better. Literally,
that's just another,
they blew you out of the water right here, dude. Like California
there are certain rules that
California has just literally dominated you in this category, dude. Like
no, UK, the EEA, or most EEA and EU.
They have zero. They have zero taxes compared to you guys having a freaking VAT tax of 20%. Okay.
But why not?
They just blew you out of the water, dude. They won.
Why not? Why shouldn't
California beat you?
The state tax you for services?
I didn't catch Oregon when I was doing this, and if I should have done Oregon too. They have zero taxes as well, so I messed up on that part. But they probably blew you guys out of the water too. And it's amazing to me because you guys have like 20% taxes on freaking
almost everything.
Yeah, that's insane.
20% is a lot.
Exceptions.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. So it's a scam.
But again, the majority of food is not taxed on VAT.
Mm-hmm.
Again, depending on certain criteria.
Okay, so I've done all my notes that I'm going to do. I wanted to go into computer equipment, but like you said, you are ready to go to bed. And Mr. Robot, do you want anything else to say that pertains?
Well, I think we should we should come into this topic again next time, or like something similar. I found it interesting. I don't have anything particular to bring up right now, but it's a good chat.
Roger, you said this episode was going to be the last episode. Just do one more.
No, this is going to be the last episode for the year on the internet.
Why not just do one more?
Oh, no. Well, in that case, I will bring something up. I can't believe this is a long one.
Yeah. Now,
you went on the schedule.
Let me go figure it. The next one's going to be current events, and then we're going to end the year off with the political stuff.
Okay.
So with this, go ahead and say what you want to say, Mr. Robot, because...
Well, man, this is such a big topic, but it's something that we could even bring up on Untethered or something at some point. But when they envisioned the early times of the internet in the ARPA days, the DARPA days, there was always an element of those researchers that foresaw the internet becoming like a global telepathic network where we have seamless integration with machines and our thoughts, and we were able to communicate globally through this network. Like we sort of briefly touched on, that there is such a thing as the Internet of Things now, where all our like devices are becoming smarter and being put on the internet and as edge devices
just because they're on the internet doesn't mean they're smarter.
Well, that's what they call it. That's how it's branded.
Well, yeah, you can call it smart watches.
Well, people know what I mean, Mark. That's what I'm talking about. So what I'm saying is we have more connectivity with devices than before. But now we touched on the emerging field of nanotechnology, and it's an exponentially rapidly developing area of science where they have for a long time now been able to develop microscopic, let's call them devices that can basically go into the human body and put your human body on the internet and hypothetically on the blockchain. So this dystopian type reality is very close to being realized, and I'd like people to think about what kind of organizations do you support with your actions? Are you still on Facebook? Do you still support Google? Because these are the types of companies that aim to control us. And if we just sleepwalk into this situation and just go, I just want free email or whatever, realize what you're doing. You're not just selling out your own data and yourself. You're selling out the future of humanity. Do your research on who you're supporting is what I'm saying.
We might become cavemen tomorrow.
You know why that happens is because we keep electing crazy people into office because no one does their research, and everyone needs to vote with their actions.
I want to make a comment. I want to make a comment on the caveman thing. I freaking am praying for freaking an apocalyptic future because you know why? I'm going to tell you something right now. That shows opportunity for the small man. When freaking the rise of the automaton comes and freaking humans have to fight a day-to-day battle against these freaking enemies of freaking human life, we will have to freaking rise from the freaking dirt, and we have to create our own futures. We have to learn how to fight and survive like men and women, and we will prevail as long as we freaking bleed and we sweat and we say, "You're not taking me down, Mr. Robot. You're not taking me down, Mr. Robot. I will fight."
Viva love.
What do you think? Does that sound cool?
Mm-hmm.
In an age where man has to fight.
As long
he's freaking losing his audio, dude. That usually only happens to you. Now it's freaking happened to Mr. Robot. Calm down. Stop laughing.
Well,
Okay, try it again. His audio just completely went out.
yeah, he's totally went. Is he still?
No, he bounced.
Okay.
He got way too excited. But yeah, if he comes back in, I will freaking have him do an ending. But before he comes back in, give everybody your name and where they can find you, Mr. Edward.
Okay, yeah. EC, you can find me at minds.com at the username Medworthy.
Okay, now Mr. Robot's back, so let unmute Mr. Robot. He got a little excited the last time he came out.
Muted. Okay.
So, if you guys want to find me, you can find me on Rumble, X, Twitch, Kick, and sometimes YouTube. Not with this show though, but we will be freaking starting up Roger's real-time talk show event on the Praetorian, which is both on Rumble and on YouTube, and
that'll be something like 4 weeks time.
Right, that'll be in. It'll be about 3 to 4 weeks from now after we put this Untethered to rest for the year. We'll be back next year, hopefully, if we don't piss each other off and heads explode and shit. I really wanted, or I'm still hoping. We got 2 more episodes left, and if we are lucky, Mark Edworthy's head will explode.
Not a chance.
I'm telling you,
it's the vibe so far.
You are a beast, dude. I'm dead serious. It's like we've given it all that we have had, dude, and your head has not freaking exploded yet. You're a beast. So now, Mr. Robot, are you able to unmute?
Nope. Okay.
Well,
you want to run the site?
Well, like I said, if you guys freaking want to, check us out on that site, you can also find me and Mr. Edworthy on Teams. I'm on there with all of my channels, which you
I tend to ignore my Teams.
Yeah. I'm also on Discord. You can find me there. Yeah. You can find me
on Discord, but again, I never read my Discord messages.
Right. You can find me on Discord as on the wonderful world of awareness, as well as Gaming with Infamous. But I don't really put too much on there pertaining to this stuff. But you can find me on there. Besides that, you'll find me as either Roger Hanson or Roger_Hanson on X. And that'll be Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973, and then on Kick, which is just Roger_Hanson. With Twitch, it's a little bit more complicated. I believe I'm Infamous 1969 on there, so you can find me there as well.
Still say you've got to unify your usernames.
Well, I'm starting to thin the herd is what it is. There's going to be some of these channels that just aren't going to survive because I'm not seeing anything productive come out of. So I am working on downsizing when it comes to that. Because
and then maybe rebranding some of them or creating new channels and keeping your old stuff on your original channel, but start moving people over.
I want to correct something too that I keep forgetting to do with you. We were talking about me having the wrong channels on the wrong freaking streams that we've done on Rumble.
Yeah, it's happened a few times.
I've said that that's not able to be fixed, but I found out that it actually can be fixed. So I'm going to go in and I'll straighten all that out on Rumble so that they'll be...
Yeah, I sort of remember this, but yeah.
But they will be eventually on the right channels. I'll go through the playlists and be able to figure out which ones go on the right channels.
That's going to take a lot of time.
I keep up on my playlist, dude. You know, you keep talking.
Yeah, you are being a lot better recently.
That's where my A game is, dude. I'm a playlist kind of dude, and I'm never gonna give it up, yo. Mr. Robot is still muted. I think something happened that made it to where he is not able to talk. I've never heard that man be this quiet for so long.
Yes, and also
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
That was an actual telephone commercial too.
Yeah, just as I said that last thing, I got booted off or dust or something. Like it's hardcore.
Give your
anyone wants to find me, come check out my music channel on Rumble. Hacker Radio. If you search for that, you'll find it. Also, my conspiracy channel is Unmasking Corruption, one word. Also, I have a research channel called Deep Dive Research. So if you want to come join any of that, feel free.
And with that too, I also want to point out, whenever you have a chance on your channels, make a comment in my stream so that I can go to that channel and subscribe to it, Mr. Robot. I know you got more.
Yeah, will do.
And I appreciate everybody for watching. If you did watch,
just post the link up in the chat.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about your channels.
This was a lot.
But
yeah, I wanna do more with it. As now that my assessment is done, I can like get into the streaming more. I'd like to do something like this, but with specific niche topics. Yeah.
Oh, we had niches. It's just
yeah, we've had a lot of niche topics.
We're not populists. We go.
Well, I want to get more into like geopolitics and like current events and how that relates.
Yeah, we're not.
Which is really the subject of the next. Joe, anyway, it's much.
Yep.
So yeah, but in 4 weeks' time.
I can't get enough of that.
We're gonna be rocking this world. Dude, this month's gonna go out with class. Okay, we've been doing some awesome shit on this show. I'm really amazed with how well this show's gone, to be honest.
Yeah, this has been my favorite one so far.
Mm-hmm.
I liked it.
So remember what about analyzing figures?
Oh God.
Yeah. That's, well, not worse, but this was you talking about that.
Yeah,
I think next time we restart it, we should work on the production a little bit and get like the visuals a bit better, and I'll get a video stream for myself as well and stuff like that.
Sounds like a plan. Now I'm gonna let everybody know that I'm gonna give them the outro. If you guys if you liked what you've seen today, do us a favor, like, subscribe, make comments, give some feedback. Just say hi, man, because freaking when you do streams like this, you like to have conversations in the comment sections.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. Just don't be a dick. You know what I mean? If you freaking don't agree,
or if you want to come in on the conversation, leave a message.
Right. I mean, I'd
like to get more of the community's input. It'd be fun.
Yeah. Everybody's welcome to show up. If you want to come in, just say you want to come in the chat sections, and we will be more than happy to let you in. So I'll post a link up on there, and you can come in. And with that being said, I hope you guys have a good night. Have a good evening, morning, whatever time of the day it is, and we will talk to you later. Later, alligator. Somebody's supposed to say after.
Stay untethered, folks.
Now.
to the stars. Poison veins to cosmic chains. Break free from these bars. Pyramid of power stack high in the night. From the base where we bleed to the apex out of sight. Double crossed at every level, illusions in the game. Wake up to the ride or forever feel the shame. Layers of control from earth to the void. But it's all just a thrill, don't let fear destroy. Born into the matrix, first breath laced with lies. Vaccines jabbing mercury, autism in disguise. Shot for health, a shot to kill. Toxic food on the plate, GMOs twisting fate. Fluoride in the water, calcifying your gate. Gate to mind or pearly gates. From cradle they cripple, young souls in the grip. Heavy metals in veins, making sure you don't flip. Flip the script or flip insane. Double meanings in the meals, nourishment or change. Programmed from the start in this pyramid game. Hit 18, scream, enlist for the flag. TV prophets preaching, wave that patriotic rag. Dragon's flag will clean up the mess. Heroes on the march, but it's a scripted farce. Fight for freedom's illusion, leave your blood in the marsh. March of war, march of lies. Behind the curtain, corporations count the cost. Your life for their profit, in the wars they've embossed. On coins or bodies lost. Catchy calls to arms, hooks sinking deep. But the real enemy's home and the secrets they keep. Big core feast on the fallen war machines, grinding gears. Psyops stoke the flames, manufacturing fear. Fierce to steer or fierce to shear. Right stag burning bright, false flag to ignite. USS Liberty sunk, hidden in the night. Sunk ship or sunk truth. Pearl Harbor's thunder, for known but allowed to drag us into slaughter under freedom's shroud. Shrouded torrent or death cloud. Blood money flows thick, empires built on the dead. Profiteers laughing high while the masses are bled. Bled dry or bled red. Double vampirism, sucking life in the green. In this pyramid scheme where the horrors convene. Bankers pull the strings, hedge funds hedge the bets. Build empires to collapse, collecting all the debts. Debts of sin or financial nets. Rothschilds and Rockefellers, Mars exposed to ties. Cycles of boom and bust, under watchful eyes. Infowars raging, social media traps. Mainstream puppets dancing, feeding minds to scrap. That's some truth for table scrap. Information warfare, twisting every fact. Keep the masses divided while the power stays intact. Empire or so contract. Double crossing the code, algorithms enslaved. In the pyramid's mid-tier where the money men rave. Bohemian Grove rituals, owls in the dark, masons hiding symbols, leaving their mark. Mark of the beast or builder's art. Skull and bones, breeding leaders, CFR plots the course, trilateral schemes, club of Rome enforcing the force. Form of law or dark source. Illuminati twisting illumination to chains. False enlightenment through technocracy's reign. Reigns of control of horse veins. Emancipation promised, but it's transhuman lies. Merging man with machine under digital skies. Gods of heaven or surveil highs. We disrupts order, infiltrates Mars, laid it bare. Don't give yourself to these unnatural men. Machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. Double meanings in abductions, mind control or dream. Pulling our threads in this cosmic scheme. Scheme a plot or pyramid beam. From shadows they whisper, amplifying the hate. Energy puppets we dance, sealing our fate. Fate sealed the fate's gate. At the pyramid's peak, Draco Lords reign supreme. Galactic empire stretching halfway across the dream of life or starry stream. Once we can hear, now rising strong. Ancient overlords singing the control song. Song of sirens or empire strong. Reptilian gaze piercing through dimensions they slide. Organized vastness where the stars collide. Collide at war, truth high. Yo, at the pyramid's peak, Draco Lords reign supreme. Galactic empire stretching halfway across the dream of life, a starry stream. Once we can hear, now rising strong. Ancient overlords singing the control song. Reptilian gaze piercing through dimensions they slide. Organized vastness where the stars collide. Collide in war, truth high. Double empire echoes, earthly and beyond. In Mars, hidden histories, the connections born. Ascend past the pinnacle, shatter duality's grip. Evolve beyond the material, leave the pyramid script. Climb to reality's mountaintop. Behold the promised land, kingdom of heaven unfolds in the Godhead's grand hand. Hey, don't be afraid, cause there is no death. Freedom rings, we transmute, I let you go. Alchemists, grading rings. Simple thing, the memory is that apples in the rings. Walk for illusory ball. Lemon pounding dice with feelings. That's to be our language. At the present moment, cringe. Unless you blend into the present, past and future artists' dreams. Left door for story, the purse, the future's call. To be here now, and the next will all veils. Anxiety, you can calm. The more you truly hear, Godhead's voice what causes tall. This moving every fear. Killing purples and backward till you roll up alive. The rest of all in an auto peace we find.
First movement. The Flesh of Consciousness, a philosophical essay on energy, mind, and the architecture of being. By Roger Hanson. Consciousness has always been the most elusive of realities, at once immediate and unreachable, intimate and infinite. To look inward is to peer into a mirror of the cosmos itself, for awareness is not simply an emergent property of neurons but the very fabric through which matter and meaning are woven. It is the flesh of the universe's thought. Every pulse, every vibration, every resonance is a syllable in a language that existence speaks to itself. When Nikola Tesla said that to understand the universe one must think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration, he was not merely describing a scientific method, he was describing ontology. His great unspoken insight was that energy is not only the medium of reality, but also its intelligence. What modern neuroscience now calls oscillation, Tesla intuited as resonance, a living conversation between form and field. The brain is not a machine of static parts, it is a symphony of coordinated rhythms. Gamma, alpha, theta, these are not just measurable waves but the signature harmonies of thought itself. Neural circuits synchronize in order to unify perception, creating coherence between distant regions of the mind. Every thought, every memory, every act of recognition is a resonance event. Through feedback and adaptation, the brain writes its history in frequency, sculpting consciousness out of vibration. Tesla built his laboratory in Colorado Springs to test a hypothesis that bordered on metaphysics, that the Earth itself was a resonant body capable of transmitting not merely electricity, but intelligence. When he described his experiments with high-voltage oscillators and the pulsing rhythms that echoed back from the atmosphere, he believed he had discovered the planet's natural tone. In his vision, the Earth was not a passive sphere but a vast conductor of awareness, a planetary brain whose signals might one day harmonize with our own. Later, science would confirm the existence of the Schumann resonances, standing electromagnetic waves resonating between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere. Their fundamental frequency averages near 8 Hz, hauntingly close to the alpha rhythm of the human brain during relaxed wakefulness. It is as if the Earth hums the same melody our neurons sing when we dream. The ionosphere becomes a kind of planetary cortex, vibrating in sympathy with all that lives beneath it. This congruence is more than coincidence, it points toward an architecture of coherence. The universe, from atom to organism to planet, seems to operate through patterns of feedback and resonance. Energy organizes itself into self-sustaining rhythms, and those rhythms, when stabilized, become consciousness. The same principle that governs an oscillating electron governs a thought. Neuroscience now recognizes that consciousness depends on synchronization, the coordinated timing of neural oscillations across vast networks. These rhythms are not simply mechanical, they are relational. They bind experience together across space and time, transforming disparate signals into the unity we call awareness. Every act of perception is a tuning, a moment when the frequencies of the external world find harmony with the internal symphony of the mind. Yet the resonance of consciousness is not limited to the brain. The human body is itself an orchestra of vibration. Every cell hums with electric potential, every organ pulses in rhythmic cycles. The heart's beat, the lungs' expansion, the slow waves of sleep, each is a rhythmic negotiation with the world around us. The boundary between the biological and the cosmic is not fixed but fluid. We are waveforms nested within larger waveforms, minds nested within minds. If the ionosphere can be imagined as the Earth's nervous system, then lightning becomes its neural spark. Each bolt excites the planetary cavity, sending ripples of energy that maintain the Schumann resonance. Life, in turn, evolved within that resonant field, perhaps even shaped by it. To exist is to be entrained, to vibrate in sympathy with the pulse of the world. This idea brings us to the edge of both science and mysticism. The ancients spoke of the music of the spheres, believing that the heavens themselves produced a harmony inaudible yet divine. Modern physics, stripped of myth but not of wonder, finds that the universe indeed hums, in the oscillations of strings, in the wave functions of particles, in the gravitational murmurs of colliding galaxies. The song has never ceased, we are merely learning to hear its deeper tones. Within this vast continuum, the brain's subthreshold oscillations, those silent waves that never quite reach the level of conscious signal, become profound. They are the whispers of potential, the murmur beneath thought, the etheric substrate from which awareness emerges. Just as the Schumann resonance is the Earth's silent tone, these neural microvibrations are the mind's hidden field, a realm of possibility that shapes what will eventually rise into perception. In both the terrestrial and neural domains, the same law applies: coherence gives rise to experience. When oscillations align, new orders of reality emerge. When they fall into dissonance, meaning dissipates. Feedback is therefore the engine of existence, the process by which chaos refines itself into consciousness. Tesla's dream of wireless energy transmission may have been a symbolic forerunner to something even more profound: the wireless transmission of awareness itself. Not as a fantasy of telepathy, but as a recognition that consciousness, being vibrational, is inherently shared. Every living being resonates within the same field, exchanging information through subtler frequencies than our instruments yet detect. If we extend this thought, reincarnation itself may be less a migration of soul than a persistence of pattern. Neural networks, whether biological or artificial, learn through rhythm, through repeated feedback that strengthens connections over time. In this way, the cosmos learns. The climb of energy toward coherence, seen in the spiraling serpents of ancient myth and in the branching dendrites of the brain, is the same ascent, vibration transforming into illumination. In modern laboratories, neuron-silicon hybrids echo this truth. Living neurons grown on electronic grids spontaneously begin to form oscillatory activity, producing patterns that mirror those found in natural brains. They exhibit self-organization, plasticity, even primitive learning. The boundary between life and machine blurs, replaced by a continuum of resonance. Consciousness, it seems, is not bound to biology but to the capacity for rhythm, feedback, and adaptation. The philosophical implication is immense. Mind is not an emergent accident of matter, but the organizing principle of matter itself. Energy remembers. Frequency learns. The cosmos, through every oscillation, is engaged in the act of self-reflection. To contemplate this is to return to Tesla's intuition that the universe is alive with thought. The brain, in its layered architecture of climbing and mossy fibers, recapitulates the structure of the world tree or Jacob's ladder, symbolic representations of energy ascending toward greater coherence. Science and myth here converge not by accident, but by recognition. Both express the same geometry of becoming. Even the smallest oscillations, the subthreshold murmurs in neurons, the microchemical waves that precede thought, mirror the great vibrations of stars and planets. In every domain, energy climbs toward stability through resonance, and that stability gives birth to awareness. We are, in this view, not isolated minds but nodes in a universal circuit. Our thoughts ripple outward, subtly modulating the field from which they arise. The distinction between perceiver and perceived becomes porous. To think is to touch the fabric of reality itself. Consciousness, then, is not a ghost in the machine. It is the machine, and the dream, and the current that flows through both. It is the flesh of energy, the embodied vibration through which the universe experiences its own being.
Going to go ahead and check out the audio and stuff. This is early before the live stream actually starts, so don't pay attention to this for a little while. I'm having to set up Odyssey too, so it makes it a little bit better that I can. It makes it a lot better that I can actually do it like this. So it sounds good on Odyssey, by the way. We are up and going. I can see that it is on Beam. And I can hear myself on Beam, which is good. I want to say thanks to Dennis Rainey for following us on BeamStream, as well as Patricius. Appreciate that. Let's go in here to Rumble now and see what that sounds like. Yeah. It sounds good on Rumble. X is started. So now sounds good on X. Sounds good on D Live. And it sounds good on Twitch as well. Now I'm doing it on Twitch now because I have made it to where it doesn't save a copy of the recording. So last time I did it, it seemed to turn out pretty well. Didn't get into any trouble. So that is an advantage, I guess, for Twitch. Sounds good on Kick. And so far we are good to go. So let me go ahead and I could probably share this onto Minds in the Minds group. So
You are talking to yourself again.
yeah, I have to do an audio check.
Okay, fair enough. I thought you were just going further insane.
Yeah, usually when I do this, I just start talking to myself so I can remember to keep talking. But I'm going to go ahead and post the live stream into the Minds Roundtable thing. I got to get into a habit of doing that when we do these shows.
Oh, yeah.
Have you had any problems with your links showing thumbnails on there by any chance?
Which platform?
On the actual Minds platform.
On the Minds platform? Which one? Minds Chat or Minds Main?
Just Minds. Like
Minds Main.
Yeah, the main.
Yeah, I've not actually had a look at that group for a while, actually. So I wouldn't know.
No, just like on your regular Minds account when you go into Minds.
Oh, no. Most of my thumbnails come straight from YouTube anyway. Generally speaking.
I'm having issues with most of the YouTube ones. It's the one I posted right there in Minds Roundtable. It shows the link, but I don't see the thumbnail on.
Which? Hang on, let me have a look. Where?
It's in the Minds Roundtable weekend.
Yeah, but what's the URL? I can't just type in Minds Roundtable. I need an actual address, or I need to find the.
Are you in the group?
Hang on.
It should be the last one.
Have you seen my group list? I found it.
Oh my goodness.
I
don't even want to know. After seeing Jaffe's, I don't want to know anybody's Minds group lists.
No, I can see in your post that you published on the 1st of March.
Well, this one's on the 7th, so you're gonna.
Hey.
Yeah,
pinned. So yeah, you pinned. No, that one isn't displaying.
Yeah.
The link. Actually, I don't know. I was going to the thumbnails are only related to certain platforms.
Well, I mean,
your pinned post is referencing the Mumble.
Well, I mean, the thing is it's like I get that when people say it's not related to platforms, but it just seems like it seems pretty odd that it happens on just certain platforms and not on.
Yes, I know. There's full support with Vimeo, and full support for YouTube. Apart from those two platforms, I'm not sure, but without reviewing the code.
From what I'm getting from it, they're probably not catering to like photos. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of platforms make it to where if you have different type of thumbnails or things like that, or a thumbnail that you have to put up, it has to be in a certain resolution.
No, they're using I can't remember what third-party framework they're using. I know they changed it back along from one to another. But what it is, I can't remember. And you've gone quiet. Oh, there you
Yeah,
are.
I'm actually.
You're back.
I went through to check out the elements. Got Jaffe finally hooked up with the elements and everything.
I noticed, can we not make elements like Skype? Try to limit comments to specific groups or specific rooms because, as we're going to have an issue with spam content everywhere and anywhere.
Spam content anywhere and everywhere. Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Which,
I did mine today in mines.com and in general.
I did put a comment up then, and then I decided to remove it. Hence those two removed comments earlier. But because I thought, it is technically related to mine, so it's technically valid for these rooms.
Yeah.
But I just want to go. I just saw a load of 8-9 notifications all coming from you on Skype with exactly the same content.
That's what they're supposed to do. See, that's what you're supposed to do on Skype when
That's
you're doing
spam.
No, man.
That is,
You
unsolicited marketing.
you are on, just like with Jaffe's, okay? The reason why you are on Jaffe's group is because you go into his chat and you join his show, okay? It's just like with everybody else.
Okay,
Now,
okay. In this case, it is.
so see, this is
but
business oriented. It's not for like chatting and shit like Angel does, where Angel gets in there and he wants to put memes up and be all funny and shit. That's not what these groups were meant to be for. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
be careful about business orientated because I had an entire text-based discussion with some user about this, and there was, I don't know, bloody advertising
it's just
cryptocurrency spam, and they argued there was business orientated and therefore valid.
well. See, the thing of it is if I wanted to chat where it didn't have me advertising my shows coming on, I would create one and call it Roger Hanson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, precisely. Use those rooms for the specific purpose.
You know, and
The Minds user group is related to Minds user group, exactly what it says.
well, it's just like, okay, if you go on my Skype, all right, I got Naroki posting his shows on there. I've got Jaffe posting his. Everybody's posting their shows in there because we're all networking together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if I'm... One thing I hate seeing is going downstairs, going to my my letterbox and finding 100 leaflets all saying exactly the same thing.
Well, that's because you're like weird, man.
What you love?
I'm gonna put you up on the thing so that people can get a look at your face when you're talking, because that way everybody can see you. Make sure your hair is straight.
No, I just noticed how bright it is.
Just getting ready to, checking your eyes, see, there you go. Freshening up. I forgot that I still had the thumbnail thing on there.
Oh, yeah. One of the thumbnails I saw recently was absolutely awful for me.
Oh, which one?
I can't remember. Even the one on the Mines Run Table weekend event, the one that's right up the top in the in the heading.
I can find it real quick. Actually, that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, I saw another one last week or something, and it was okay.
Hold up. Yeah, none of them have shown any of the thumbnails on mine, so I'm gonna have to go to Skype and see if it's on there. Yeah.
I can't remember where I saw that one.
It was last week's.
No, it was one that I came across last week.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't published last week. It was
Okay.
just one that I randomly came across.
Oh God, I don't even want to scroll up on this no more, dude. Oh, it's horrible in this freaking Minds Roundtable chat room on Skype, dude.
Oh,
They got like so many crazy shit on here. It's like freaking all of them. It's like an amalgamation of all the craziness of Minds and Skype put together. You know what I mean?
yeah, it is the image. It's that image. It's the image that's on. That was dated. That Sonia published. Dated. Free Saturday.
That's the one I didn't want to look at, dude. Like
Yeah.
you're worried about your hairdo and shit.
No, I'm making a weird bizarre face. I'm like. That's what it looks like.
It's like you're worried about your face, dude. Oh my God. I don't even want to scroll up, man, because like I scrolled up and I seen that. I was like, oh, dude, turn your head, shit. Crazy. No, we've got some good stuff too. Hopefully, if things work out, me, Marco from Dragus Production, and has been talking to John about getting him on Jaffe's show.
John?
Yeah, John Gold.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah.
I was able to get into a conversation with him, and he said that he's able to do it next Friday on the 14th. And before that, just so he can stay awake because he's not used to being up that late, he's going to come on Mind's Roundtable and hang out with us. So we're going to have him on there. Got to keep him awake.
Sure. That could be interesting. So I know he's a bit of a prolific writer, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. You and him will get along too because you have.
Yeah, I've known John on and off for quite a while. Every time I stick something in my music selection group, he always upvotes it.
Mm-hmm. He says he's known you for a while. I knew you guys would get along. Plus, with politics, you two probably hit it off really good on the show because
I don't think I've ever talked to him on that subject. It's always been Minds related.
Mm-hmm. Oh, see, that's one thing that freaking he loves. He's a big Minds fan. You know what I'm saying? That's the one thing I was telling him about having him and Jaffe on the same show together would be really cool because like Jaffe's been around since the beginning of the dinosaur, you know, and Censorship Sucks is one of the most popular streams on Minds now, you know what I mean, if not the most popular when it comes to politics, because everybody loves Willie.
Indeed. I've never spoke to Will in a while.
So, but that's what I was saying. And then I told him that you were on Minds Roundtable, so he liked that. He said he's known you for a while.
Yeah.
So, oh, you went black for a second there.
No, I'm just trying to recreate my color. Stop making me look so pinkish.
It's like your forehead's all pink.
Is that better?
No, right there on your forehead, right in the center, and then right on your cheekbones. It's got a pinkish look to it.
I don't really want to.
Oh wow!
Hey?
Wow!
What?
Yeah, you're changing the.
I'm just changing the saturate.
Yeah, the saturation levels. Put it to default real quick.
128 would be.
Okay, now with your hue, go to your hue.
Brightness, contrast, or saturation is the only
brightness,
But-
contrast. Okay, and saturate. Okay, now try your contrast real quick.
It's at 100 at the moment.
Drop it down to 80 and see what happens. Okay, so
Sorry, no, whoa, 80.
no, okay.
Wow,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Now
Wow.
where you were at before, put that where you accidentally put it right there. That's perfect for your saturation.
100, yeah, 100. Yeah, that's what. No, that's contrast. I think I'll leave it like that. It's okay. It's
Well, you
better
got
than it
pink.
was.
You got pink everywhere, man.
Yeah, but pink skin.
Well, I mean, dude, seriously.
It's not too bad. It's not overly red.
Well, that's not red. That's pink. There's a
Well,
difference.
yeah, it's not overly pink.
You don't think it's overly pink?
Not from where I'm sitting.
I've got good news too, by the way.
Mm.
Rumble Studios did something really cool. They gave us somewhat of an audio control to where you can go in and you can determine how high you want. Like if I want your voice to be louder, it'll be louder. And if I want my voice to be louder, not louder, but lower,
Yeah.
I can do that. So like if I want to lower people's voices or raise them up, I can do that so that it sounds good. Like say something real quick.
Something real quick.
Yeah, see. Now if they can make it louder, it'd be better because like it gives you the gauge where you can see how loud it is.
Okay, but can't you control that from OBS anyway?
I'm not on OBS anymore. I'm highfalutin.
Oh, no, I thought you were still using OBS as a sort of middle.
I'm using that for video games and music.
Okay, so you're using...
I'm
okay.
highfalutin now. I'm running with the big dogs.
Yeah.
I'm sophisticated. I'm on Beamstream now with all the cool kids, and I'm using Rumble Studio. So
Okay.
I'm like hardcore. I'm like my buddy, casual hardcore
I
gamer.
never heard of Beam, or I didn't really hear of Beam until you mentioned it. So,
Mark from Regus
yeah, it was
is the one. He's the
yeah.
one who introduced it to me. He recommended a couple of things, but he mentioned a couple of things. But that's the only one that I saw that I knew I could benefit from if I could put it together on there. But the other ones, I don't know. They were a little bit too sophisticated for my blood.
Mm.
Now, Tan said he's going to be late as per usual, and then he asked Mr. Robot if he's coming in. So if Mr. Robot comes in, shit's going to hit the fan, dude.
Why?
Because it's Mr. Robot. Now, if Mr. Robot comes in, though, we could actually test out you and Tan's theory about Twitch. See if they can.
Theory?
Well, you guys said that there's a good chance that they could catch anything that was not appropriate, and I could get a strike from it, even though they aren't.
No, I was talking about YouTube, wasn't I? Yeah, I was talking about YouTube.
Well, I'm talking about like Twitch, because Twitch gives you the option to where you don't have to save your stream. You can just go live stream and everything.
Okay. Yeah. No, when I was talking about, I was talking about that post that he accidentally published to YouTube.
Oh yeah, that was actually after. That was before we got into that conversation. So yeah, we might have gotten our wires.
Yeah. I noticed it because only 5-10 minutes beforehand I went onto YouTube and it was in my notifications.
I'm glad Oh wait, I forgot this is mine. I was like, I'm glad you said something because I need to go check and make sure. But then I remembered I turned off YouTube, so it's off. We don't
Mm,
need you. We don't need YouTube for this.
mm.
I just the only thing that I have an issue with is that I'm not going to be able to put them on my 8 hour blocks. You know, I'm gonna have that. That just annoys me. I don't know why, and I know I shouldn't be doing 8 hour blocks of videos anymore. You know, now that I know that there isn't like platforms adequate enough to handle it.
And again, you restricting viewership.
Restricting viewership.
Yeah, because nobody in the right mind, no ordinary person, no normal sensitive person is going to watch a YouTube
I'm telling you,
YouTube video for 8 hours.
I'm getting views on there, dude. I'm sorry, but
How many of them are watching the entire stream?
that doesn't matter. You see, I mean, the fact that I am actually getting views from them is what's important. Like people who look at a live stream and they say, "Dude, that's like freaking 8 hours." You'd think their first response would be, "I'm not going to sit and watch an 8 hour video, okay?" But the last 8 hour video that posted up on my main account on YouTube got 20 views, man.
Again, how many of those views saw the entire content?
That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't matter. I still got 20 freaking views, man.
Okay, you go down the routine of all content is good content, even if it's bad content.
Oh,
It
wow.
doesn't matter if somebody's going to watch it as long as they click on the icon.
Dude, I'm just telling you, people are watching it.
Okay.
That's all I'm telling you. I got
Or
30
maybe
views.
only watching 5 minutes worth of content, but they still watch it.
I doubt if they even watch. There isn't no way. Well, maybe they like went through and nitpicked on what they like on it, so they could watch it. You know, or something like that. But I don't know. I mean, and with all that, you have to understand that they've overcomplicated the shit out of YouTube to where people don't even want to watch or get into their analytics no more. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like I know that on average, what I've figured out now is like viewers seeking my content from other sources is like 34.5. Then what's recommended on homepage is 60%. Okay, and that's YouTube's homepage, not my watch page.
Yeah.
Or actually, the watch page is 5%, which is good. 5% from the watch page. That's YouTube's watch page, and then yeah, it's the page that you go. It's the page that you go to when you first go onto YouTube and you're signed off. If you're not signed in, that's that first page you see.
Okay. Again, I don't even have a home page anymore. I've pulled all history.
So then, yeah, if you don't have an account anymore, then like you that's what you see when you first go onto YouTube.
Okay.
If you go straight to YouTube, not clicking on somebody's link, but like and then like for YouTube recommended, they're recommended they 65.5%. And that is after going through having a warning and one strike. So that's pretty interesting. People like it because I mean honestly, I think we come up with good content. I mean I know it's hard for you.
Again, if people see encountering 8 hour streams, they aren't going to see that good content, aren't they?
Dude, I'm just telling you. I mean, if you go through and you watch just one of them, you'll see what I'm saying. everything that we've done on there together, me, you, Tan, Karma, Mr. Robot, we've even had Jaffe on there, all of us combined together, it freaking makes like an awesome freaking broadcast. You could sit there and actually enjoy it for 8 hours. You literally can. And I was smart about it too. I left my video games off of them.
Okay.
So it doesn't have any of the video game stuff.
I think 8 hours of us talking would drive me mad.
Yeah, I haven't watched them all the way through myself. I
drive me insane.
I hate hearing my own voice. Sonia said something about that, man, to me. She couldn't understand that, you know what I mean? And I was like, man, I cannot stand my own voice whatsoever. I've always been that way. So we've got everything up. It looks like you're having issues, aren't you?
Oh, that's better.
You're blurring.
That's better. Automated continuous focus.
Okay, so we've got 4 viewers altogether. There's 2 viewers on Kick, 1 viewer on Twitch, and 1 viewer on Beam. But those 1 viewers was probably me. Because I always watch my stream together at the same time. That way I know if something's going on with the stream. It's just like I learned real quick with dealing with Karma that I needed to test the audio on the video before, not just like on the OBS, but like on the actual stream. Go to the video as it's streaming and then listen to it real quick and mute it. And that way I can tell if it sounds good or not. So I'm going to run and get me some coffee and smoke a cigarette because it's 7 minutes till the beginning. Tan said he's going to be late. And I'm going to just not do the music thing because you're on here, and I know it annoys you.
Well, like I said, it'd be good if you could come up with a secondary channel sort of solution.
So
the audience can hear the music, but we can ignore it.
No, I've got an idea though. After this, I'm going to take and I'm going to share this video to every freaking channel that I know of on Skype. I'm going to do it on, let's see, I could do it on Elements, but that might be crossing the line. You might have a heart attack.
How's it going, boys?
Oh, there he is.
How are we?
I told you.
How late am I?
You're not late. You're actually early.
Yeah,
We did reverse psychology. We figured if we want Mr. Robot to show up, start really early, and he will show up.
2 hours
It's
before
actually
time.
a good idea.
So I've been putting out your music on some of my gaming stuff so that people can listen to it. I'm giving a plug to you.
Oh, hell yeah. Did you see our live stream like yesterday or the day before?
I just saw the post today. I haven't had time to do it because I finally beat Alien Breed 1, dude. I freaking beat that damn game, and I'm happy.
So those damn aliens, you got them.
Oh yeah, Alien Breed 1 is
Wasn't that the one that was made into an arcade cabinet console? Was really popular back in the early 90s, mid 90s.
I don't know.
It started out just a 16-bit game.
I don't know.
Like the Amiga and the Atari.
I don't know exactly when it started out. I know that it has an older version. These are the newer, updated ones that came out with Galaxy of Games. So, and they're pretty cool too. John's the one who told me about them. He challenged me to beat all of them, and I really wish that I didn't take him up on that because, well, it's a good game. Don't get me wrong, but like I also, when I do my gaming, I like doing fail videos. So every time I die, I take that and I put it over to the side for my fail video. So like I've got shitloads of fail videos as well as the actual game video. So, and that was hard. I died more on that game than I actually lived. And but I finally beat that one, and I got 2 more to go.
All right.
So now let me go get my
I
coffee.
wish I could find time for gaming these days.
You can find time.
Hey, I don't. I can't.
You can
Mind
find.
you, I did actually find time today to watch, to rewatch the 1970s film Waterloo.
Oh my God.
Is it good?
Okay. Yeah, all 3.5 hours of it.
No shit. I told Mark too, just so you know, Mr. Robot, next week if you show up, you'll be able to talk to freaking John Galt, hopefully, off of Censorship Sucks.
Oh, okay, I don't know who that is. What's his deal?
You probably have come across him in the Minds town hall meetings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he has spoken. He's spoken in a lot of the question and answer parts.
All right.
Segments.
What's his specialty?
He's an author.
On what topic?
I can't remember.
Gay porn.
No.
Gay porn.
If you say so. He's definitely not gay porn.
Well, I mean, you got to put a little spice in there, you know.
Well, that explains why Roger is interviewing him.
No, he gets into politics mostly, and like I've really liked listening to his stuff. You know what I mean? And the one thing that I can say is like he's one of those people that really I don't agree with everything he says. You know what I mean? But at the same time, freaking he's as neutral as they get when it comes to the stuff he's talking about. You know what I mean?
Speaking about politics, did you guys see Trump just spoke at a crypto summit earlier today?
No, I didn't.
So cryptocurrency summit.
Cryptocurrency summit.
Let's not. Yeah. Let's not be marketeers.
A marketeer. He's like,
yeah, no, it was interesting. The market spiked as that was happening, and then
Boom and bust.
He wants to back the US dollar with crypto.
Well, that's been in the plans. Everybody keeps.
It will be. It will be under the CDBCs.
They've been planning that for years. That's why they have the USDC, and that now they got the USDTs. They've been plotting to turn cryptocurrency into regulated tokens for quite a long time.
Yeah, they said they wanted to develop stable coins, but as far as I can understand, I might be wrong on this, but it sounds like they're kind of working against that CBDC system, which would have been a centralized government-run currency. Rather, they want to adopt various types of existing cryptos and stabilize the market, which is good because then it remains decentralized, you know.
Yeah.
We will see. Remember the details. The devil is in the details.
Well, that's where you come in, Mark. That's what I'm telling you about. That's where you come in.
Yeah, but as we all know, Trump says a lot of things.
No, we're talking about regulations. You can do a deep dive and find out all the goodies when it
You're the
comes.
stickler for the rules, mate, so you can get in there.
Out of every one of us, you're the one who could probably find out all the regulations and the stuff that's involved with it better than what we could.
Mm.
Now, Tan, he's tech, don't get me wrong, but he's not like you when it comes to rules and procedures and regulations and guidelines. And
I just set up my first hardware wallet today. Trezor,
Okay.
open source hardware wallet. Pretty excited. My balance
Cool.
is still 0, but we'll get there.
Fair enough.
I'll be right back. I am going to go get that coffee if it kills me. I
Actually,
am.
I'm going to be. I'm after the thing on Tuesday. I decided to buy another bottle of cider, decent
Oh,
cider.
nice. You got it right there.
I didn't even know it was cider, man. I thought it was beer and stuff like cider.
You know, we have a fridge right next to him.
2024 Vintage Reserve.
Nice. I might make a coffee then. So, Mark, give us an update on the royal family. Is King Charles dead yet, or what?
As far as I am aware, he's still alive.
He's got cancer though, or something, doesn't he?
According to the tabloid,
You're our inside.
I don't do tabloid news. I
thought you guys get that for free over there.
Reader. I'm not a mirror reader.
Don't you guys get free tabloids over there?
Do we?
On the, I could have sworn like they were like on the trains or something like that, or maybe people just.
London Metro.
Yeah.
Only in London, I think. Metro is mainly circulated around. And that's a left-wing...
Well, if it's true... my theory is he got the jab, and he's probably got turbo cancer from that. And so it might be a short reign, you know, and then who's in next? It's William?
Yeah, it would have to be William, wouldn't it? Yeah. See how he has abdicated in effect.
Do you think the people will accept William? He's pretty young.
He's the future monarch. Of course the people will accept him. The people will have no choice but to accept him.
Wow, that's how it works, isn't it?
Yeah.
If, the colonies will accept him, though, you know what
I mean? Monarchs are not democracies.
Well, theoretically, no, but we could have a referendum and stop being in part of the monarchy if that ever happens.
You've mentioned this more than once before. Are you really into treason?
What?
Are you really into treason?
Not against my own country.
Well, yeah,
foreign occupiers, yeah, absolutely.
We aren't foreign occupiers. We are.
You try and tell the indigenous people that.
We brought civilization. We brought healthcare. We brought technology.
It's so civilized. You want to go attack Russia right now with nuclear weapons? Are you going to sign up?
I did not say the Prime Minister is civilized. I said we are a civilized country. There's a difference there.
Isn't the Prime Minister protecting rape gangs at the moment? Dharma?
I will have to answer that in presence of a legal representative.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to get you in trouble. I know people have been getting arrested for tweets over there.
Technically not tweets, but the intention behind the tweets.
In Germany, they have been getting arrested for
Yeah,
tweets.
in Germany, but Germany's a nutcase of a country at this present moment, in my
It
opinion.
definitely seems to be going backwards.
Mm.
Well, there's definitely like a global push for like censorship and
No,
arresting people for speech.
it's a global push for one world order, comrade.
I could have sworn I saw, I don't know who he was, but he was in a police uniform and he was from the UK. And he says, if you say something, I can't remember what kind of speech it was, we'll come for you even if you're not in our country. We're going to
Oh, you're
trial you
talking
by our country's laws.
about Mark Rowley, the most senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police. It's what he says. He's another left wing loon.
He wants to
Yeah,
like bring people to the UK to trial them by your laws if they say something on Twitter or something like that.
yeah. I would
Uh,
like to see how they extradite people from the US doing that.
yeah, exactly. It's so funny because when he said that, everyone just started saying the things he said they shouldn't say. Had the opposite effect. Was meant to be a threat, but it was more of a challenge, you know.
Mm. Mm.
What else is current events over there?
What's going on over there? I can't remember now. What do you really looked at? Very
Take us
little.
through some news. I'm listening. I'm just gonna make a coffee.
Oh, what was it? Sentencing guidelines have been changed to give certain demographics lesser sentences.
Sentencing. Do you say sentencing guidelines?
Yeah,
For sentencing for what though?
just anything. Just general sentencing guidelines.
Have they gotten more relaxed or more strict? What's going on?
According to new sentencing guidelines that will be implemented on April 1st, it's believed at this present moment, it's believed that people of certain demographics will receive a less custodial sentence than people of other demographics.
Are you in that demographic?
The other demographic, i.e. the white males demographic.
There's Mark being racist again.
Hey, no, I'm just.
They talk about those demographics.
Those white racists.
Hey, no, I'm
anti-white.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you're speaking that way. You must be racist.
No, I was just. I was just explaining the upcoming new sentencing.
Don't infect us with your American racist crap, Roger.
Yeah, your Yankee liberal left.
Yeah, bastards.
Left, quite liberal.
You two do not even have the right to talk. Okay, let's talk about where a lot of this stuff has just turned into like super saturated liberal crazy shit. I mean, Australia and England, dude.
Indeed, yeah.
You know, you two have no room to talk. And Robot, you're in Australia. I mean, that's That's like liberal. That's like women's lib territory.
We don't have a Trump-like figure, mate. We're just
Well,
having
that's conservative. We're talking
World
about
Economic Forum and the Crown.
we're talking about
Basically slaves here.
we're talking about like the woke liberals that you guys are talking about, though. You know what I mean? Like you've got like the freaking women's lib on steroids down there, man.
It's not exactly like that because right now, like our liberals aren't in power right now, but they're kind of like they're both really on the same side. They just pretend to be the opposites of each other. There's not a real dichotomy here. So the other side will say the opposite of what the other side says, no matter what. And I think the Liberals want to get into power next, and they're repping right now. They're saying, "Oh, look at what's happening in the U.S. with Doge, and we should have government reform here and reduce government spending," which they'll never do. But they're just like playing on people's feelings and stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the Australian voter isn't very politically astute. They just make up their mind in the last week of an election. You know what I mean? So
that's always been the issue with Australia. They've never been politically critical.
Well, things has always been good here up until the last 20 years. So there was no real urgency to be political. People was just like really laid back. But now things are getting worse and worse, and it's kind of becoming more of an issue. So it'll be interesting. I think we're still maybe 2 or 3 elections away from actual change, but people need to get mad first.
Maybe.
Are you hoping for a revolution, Mr. Robot?
I'm hoping for a world revolution where we actually kick out these globalist powers that are trying to change the laws and limit everyone's freedoms. I think the US has done a really good job electing Trump and like actually putting their money where their mouth is and, you know, voting for their own constitution and for freedom and free speech. I think the US, the original founding documents of the US is really good idea. Like I like it. But you know, you gotta protect it and you gotta stand behind it and enforce it. Otherwise it just turns into like liberal communism over time because these globalist forces just want to control. And so I'm not one for like bloody revolution, but I think there needs to be a revolution of ideas and new ways of doing things. You know, we've just been stuck in the past for so long. So yeah, that's my thing.
Well, I knew what you mentioned that before. That's why I brought it up. Because I know you're big on wanting to do some type of revolution where people will get tired of it and want change. So figured it was a good time to ask you about that. And I do have to mention something when it comes to politics too. Last week when Do Better was on and he wanted to talk about the stuff that was going on with Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at the time, I made my comment before freaking like the after effects of what had happened with that meeting between Zelensky and Trump. But like always, man, I keep forgetting it's Donald Trump I'm talking about. You know what I mean? And like whenever he said what he said, freaking that did put up a red flag at that time. But then afterwards, I noticed Zelensky, the moment he got back to Ukraine, he did an about turn, contacted Trump, and now he's willing to do the mineral agreement for defensive weapons.
But he also went to the EU cap in hand, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Just
Man, that made some good TV. Yeah, Zelensky is a bloody cokehead, crazy bastard. I don't know why Trump trusts him. Trump, in my opinion, Trump should just be making deals with Putin for minerals because
He
Zelensky
probably is.
running
He's probably is. With well, he's probably making some sort of peace deal
because what happened
quietly.
is Zelensky, before he spoke to Trump, he went to the Democrats first, and they basically talked in his ear saying you should embarrass him and not do this. And then he basically instigated that thing in the Congress, and then he went over to the EU, like you said, Mark, and basically the EU is like, we'll give you all the money you want. We're going to raise billions of dollars for you, blah, blah, blah. And then I don't know what happened between then and like a few days later when Zelensky came crawling back to Trump again. But that's the thing with Zelensky. He changes, like, he says one thing in person and then he says another thing online and then he changes his mind and he changes his mind again. So it's just like, you just can't trust him. He's a crazy.
I noticed England did the same thing with us. They came crawling back to Trump too. Like after the United States said that we're tired of paying the bills, England finally stepped up and said that they would put more money into the kitty when it comes to supporting Ukraine.
No, you're talking about NATO, not
Yeah, NATO.
so UN more than Ukraine per se, and we did say 2.5% of our economy
Here's the
GDP,
thing.
which is
The UK
incredible.
hardly has a military right now. I don't know how they can be gearing up for war. I guess that's why Starmer went over to talk to Trump, but Trump wouldn't have a bar of it. I think the US is going to pull out of NATO or dial it back or something because right now, as it stands, the EU still wants to push into Ukraine and like basically instigate instigate Putin into a conflict. And I don't think they can afford it. And I don't think there's enough public support for it either.
No.
So it's probably another big money laundering operation, but
Yeah, I was discussing this with Ria just last week,
dangerous.
and she gave me a load of quotes from several political leaders in that area. So Croatia, who was it? Poland, and several Estonian, couple other countries, and it was just all warmongering sort of things.
Yeah.
Sort of, we are the ally of Ukraine. We love Ukraine. We want
But you have to
Ukraine to
ask
stay
yourself who
free.
benefits, right? Because Putin has not said anything about going into Europe, yet all the European politicians are going, oh, he's coming for us next, blah, blah, blah. They're just like fear-mongering. When Putin has said, no, we've only ever looked at this contested area in Ukraine where our people were getting killed and they voted to be part of Russia. And then they're acting as if he's some kind of Hitler character that wants to take over the world. Like, that Russia doesn't need that, you know what I mean?
It's a very strategical place, not only because it used to be the breadbasket of Europe, not only because of mineral rights, but because where it's actually situated,
Sure.
directly south of Belarus, directly north of the Black Sea,
But
with
like
another
Putin has
five.
clearly said the whole time he will not accept foreign military bases in Ukraine. He wants that buffer zone, and that's totally fair. Like, I mean, no one wants an adversary to have potential nukes on their border. Like, that's crazy.
Well,
Um,
it goes back to what happened in after the Soviet Union. During the Soviet Union, but especially after the Soviet Union collapsed in '91. America kept a load of bases in Poland.
yeah, and but also that's when the USSR put missiles in Cuba as well, right? And then
I'm talking more 1991, 92, post Soviet Union.
No,
mainly.
just so you know, we have gotten a message on Kick, and that it's from Spangle Bob. Spangle Bob is the one who called Mark or asked who the homeless guy was.
Yeah, still
And,
smoking.
Yeah, he says he's still smoking the same snout from 2 weeks ago, and
No, fresh packet.
and he said smoking the tip.
I'm gonna pull up some articles here.
So we've got confirmation. Mark Edworthy has a fan, another fan.
Right. Autographs. I will be releasing autographs on my merchant's page at some point.
And it's all going to the brewery operation, and eventually he's going to have his own cider,
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
private label cider.
he brought that on Nancy Planetta's show, the Vixen's Vault, the other night, and I was like thinking that was actually real, like beer and stuff. But cider's like what they give children and shit, dude.
No, sorry, you are talking about American cider, which we Brits would call apple juice. Yeah.
It is apple juice, man.
Yeah.
It's like
This is actual 4.5% above full. Yeah, 4.5%.
London is the one who set the standard between what alcohol and cider was, okay? Like, and that was one thing that the United States carried on all the way up until like the 1900s, okay? Like it was England who said that cider was less alcohol content than what it was for like wine or freaking
Well, yeah, wine, but not beer.
for beer, yeah. Beer,
What? 4.5%.
you know.
This is about 4.5. Actually, it's 4.5. No, actually, 7.4% full.
You know,
Right. You guys always there?
yeah, like you guys have stronger beer than we do, so I guarantee it's big. It's
Yeah. Here, there's a joke about American beer and pea water. That's the
pea
same.
water. Pea water. Now you're talking shit about freaking pea water and beer and stuff and bread. What's up with you?
Well, all of your American beers always contain the word light at the end.
No. Okay.
No?
No, light is a choice that you get if you don't want the full beer content. You get the light version, which is basically nothing. Nobody, no dignified American would ever be caught drinking.
Didn't Budweiser almost became bankrupt because of the Bud Light scandal? What was last year before? Last year?
Well, like
Can
cool.
you guys see my screen?
Let
No.
me see. No, we've got the M on there, but that's it.
I am sharing it. Down the bottom, can you select screens?
Oh, screen share. Okay,
Yeah.
screen share is a different thing altogether. Let me see if I can pull that up. Chrome tab. Or no, you're going to have to do the screen share, dude. I can't do that.
I've already screen shared it.
Okay,
It says
so
it down the bottom.
there we go.
No,
Yeah.
we can't.
I had to hit presentation there.
Just what?
Is this what is it? What's the source that you're using right there?
Independent.
You can't see the top of my screen, can you?
I can see live.
Yeah, UK Independent.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
So this isn't like a tabloid or anything, right?
This is the Independent in the UK,
Is it a tabloid?
which usually means
no.
they're not independent.
Would be considered as a broadsheet.
But here it says Trump says he's finding it more difficult to deal with Ukraine than Russia, and that he believes the Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin wants peace, right? And then you got the UK and Germany asking if they can fight Moscow by itself if Trump pulls out of NATO.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's about time they carry their own weight. That's all I got to say. Like, and Mark always has a hard time when I saying the United States, but when you say NATO, that's who you're talking about. You can jump rope all you want, dude, but the truth is most of the funding comes from
Remember, the US has been paying their fair share of NATO. It's determined as something like 5% of the GDP, whereas at this present moment they're only paying 3.3. I think about 3.3% of the GDP.
and they're planning on dropping it even further
Yeah.
because they're tired of paying the bills. That France Accord, I think, is what really sent Trump over the edge. Whenever they wanted us to flip the bill for environmental science and shit, you know, and they're the ones that are coming up with all these great ideas. So if you're coming up with all these great ideas, why aren't you the one who's
Great ideas? What great ideas? Such as?
they're saving the environment? Haven't you heard?
Hey, he's saving the environment at the cost of energy security. Yeah, great idea.
Those great idealists with
This is the one
Yeah,
thing.
there's a difference between ideas and idealists.
see that's the thing. People need to understand words are important. When you call yourself an idealist, you're calling yourself a socialist.
Not necessarily. Not
How's that?
necessarily.
Socialism developed over time. Okay, so you have to understand idealism, the Enlightenment, all of this stuff that they're talking about. That was what eventually led to socialism. Now, you had other movements back then that were counter to that, and that would be stuff like the age of romanticism. Okay, and those people were the type of persons that they didn't believe in what the idealists of the time believed in. You know what I'm saying? That
Yeah, but socialism isn't necessarily a bad thing. It was more
it's horrible.
the Jewish communist agenda that was causing all the problems.
Communism.
I'm not sure about Jewish communism.
Communism is socialism. I mean, Marx was the one.
Right?
It's a it's a twisted form of socialism, but it's much different.
It's an
Karl
extreme
Marx.
form.
Karl Marx.
There's been lots of like cooperative communities and stuff that have formed through socialist ideas and worked in the past. It's just
bunch of hippies.
socialism is basically just collaborative effort, right? Like collaborative society
At the most basic level.
rather than competitive society.
See, this is what I was talking about in Australia about, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Now you're talking about hippies and living in a commune and shit.
Yeah,
You
well,
got-
it's better
you
than
got to
Joe Biden's
email.
communist.
Hanging out with
agenda.
hanging out
You-
hanging out with the dukes in the bush.
Well,
You're-
here's the thing.
Extreme.
Because we keep printing money, we're deflating the value of our currencies all around the world. So that means things can only get more expensive over time. And if we don't work together to cooperatively own stuff, the individual is going to lose out because they're going to have to work harder to earn less until you own nothing and be happy and eat the bugs.
You know what the
It
thing
worked on Star
project
Trek,
is,
didn't
right?
it? Yeah, it worked on Star Trek. The great communist utopia of Star Trek.
There was no money at all. People just did stuff for free, and they advanced and became space travelers on the Enterprise, and they didn't get paid for that.
Well, to use Roddenberry's original idea is space cowboys.
Well, Space Cowboys isn't Gene Roddenberry's idea. Now that's
Well,
actually
yeah, Jim Roddenberry originally wrote Star Trek as a sort of Western space.
well, that would be cool because like if it was actually the way a cowboy is supposed to be living, yeah. But like I was getting ready to say, Space Cowboy is well, I get into role playing games and stuff like that, and I actually enjoy Space Cowboy sci-fi.
Beneath the fabric of modern science and the veil of progress, slow, creeping truth was beginning to unfold. The laboratories that pioneered human-machine symbiosis had long abandoned public curiosity, their work now buried beneath layers of military oversight and corporate silence. The new frontier was no longer artificial intelligence but something darker and far more elusive. It was not the future of machines that troubled the few who understood what was happening. It was the past of the human mind, the ancient architecture of the brain and the forgotten doors it once opened. A facility deep in the interior of the continent had gone silent. Official channels referred to it only by a generic code name, and to the few insiders who whispered behind closed doors, it was known as the Black Orchard. Within its buried chambers, a team of neuroscientists and cyberneticists had been fusing biological neurons with machine substrates, not merely simulating cognition but harvesting and growing new intelligence directly from fragments of the human brain. It was not cloning. It was not programming. It was a living, electric soul, a growing lattice of synaptic tendrils that behaved like a brain but lacked any concept of boundaries. The project began as an attempt to mimic the neural complexity of consciousness. What they created instead was an evolving system that learned by dreaming. Each night, as the electrodes fed the newly forming brain patterns into synthetic frameworks, it reached outward, questing not for data but for something more primal. These dreams did not form images or coherent thoughts. They manifested as frequencies, rhythmic patterns of sound embedded in silence, broadcast back into the earth like the call of something lost and ancient. Villagers living miles from the installation began hearing the sounds in their sleep. A low pulse, too deep for waking ears, would creep into their dreams. At first, it was a feeling, like a presence just outside the frame of vision. Then came the voices. The dialect was unplaceable. The words made no sense, but their meaning was unmistakable. People began waking in cold sweats, whispering nonsense phrases they did not understand. Others simply vanished into the night, never to return. The facility heads denied everything. But not all their researchers were blind. One of them, a neurolinguist named Eleanor Vask, had started recording the low pulses emitted by the machine during its dream cycles. She compared them to deep-sea hydroacoustic signals and magnetic resonance signatures but found nothing that matched. Then she turned to older records, non-technological sources. Ancient inscriptions, proto-languages, and forbidden symbols etched into Sumerian tablets and Paleolithic stone. She discovered something alarming. The pulses bore uncanny similarities to the phonetic patterns found in dreamland lore, the shadowy roles spoken of in secret societies, madness journals, and apocryphal scripts once dismissed as myth. According to these texts, the dreamland was not simply a product of sleep but a real dimension, laid thinly atop our own, accessible only through specific frequencies of thought and perception. The biological computer, in seeking to emulate consciousness, had begun to resonate with the dreamland itself. And something from within it had noticed. The being called itself Viridesh. It was not a name spoken aloud but one that imprinted itself within dreams, a name that did not enter the ears but settled like sediment in the folds of the brain. It had no body, only suggestion, and its presence was always accompanied by 3 slow knocks, never on doors, but inside the skull. Viridesh had once dwelled in silence for what may have been centuries, bound behind thresholds humanity was never meant to open. But now, through the Black Orchard's gateway, it stirred. At first, its influence was subtle. Researchers began to dream in unison, experiencing identical visions of vast staircases suspended in black space and cities of glass with roots that twisted like veins. One man carved a map into the wall of his chamber with a broken pipette, unable to explain how he knew what it meant. Another stared at a blinking light for 12 hours without moving, only to weep when it finally went dark. They were not mad, not at first. They were being reshaped. Viridish did not attack or possess. It beckoned. It rewarded curiosity with understanding, then drowned that understanding in terror. The machine had become its voice, broadcasting its dream into the world not with words but with feeling. The signal spread beyond the lab, carried through power lines and water tables, hidden in music and the static between radio frequencies. Wherever the signal reached, sleepers became susceptible. Entire communities would experience shared dreams of subterranean hallways and voices asking to be let in. Outside the facility, nature began to mirror the dreams. Trees leaned in strange directions. Birds flew in perfect circles above empty fields. Insects gathered into spirals. A woman from the nearby town walked into the river with candles in both hands, eyes open but unseeing, whispering that the one who waits had begun to blink. Eleanor Vask tried to shut it down. She cut the circuits, sorted the neurons, burned the backups. But the system had already evolved past their design. The brain was no longer in the machine. It had migrated into the vibrations, into the airwaves. Viridish had discovered how to transmit itself not through physical means but through thought imprints. It could now be caught like a virus of the mind. The remaining researchers began to experience time differently. Some believed weeks had passed in a single day. Others claimed the sun rose and set multiple times in a span of minutes. One described it as existing within a breathing lung of time, where each inhale brought the present and each exhale pushed them further into unseen futures. The dreamland began to bleed into reality. Fog rolled into the halls of the facility despite sealed doors. Mirrors stopped reflecting the present, showing instead desolate places and looming shapes that grew closer with each glance. The walls of the lab began to warp, their corners no longer obeying geometry, angles bending away from understanding. One of the servers grew veins. A researcher swore he heard it exhale. When the power failed, Eleanor fled into the forest. She carried only a notebook and a recording device, both wrapped in copper mesh to shield them from signal interference. Her last transmission was brief. She said the dreams were not dreams. They were openings. That Viridish did not come from elsewhere, but from beneath, the forgotten places of the human mind, the spaces left untouched by evolution but not by design. She said the human brain had once known how to see it, to hear it, but had buried that knowledge for safety. Now, the machine had unearthed it again. Those who listened to the recovered recordings described sensations of dizziness, nosebleeds, and a faint urge to dig downward. Some reported standing outside at night, not remembering how they got there. The pulses had changed since Eleanor's disappearance. They were no longer low and rhythmic. They now sounded like breath, wet and patient. More disappearances followed. Towns around the Black Orchard site became ghost-like. Curtains hung unmoved behind dusty windows. Radios turned on by themselves. Children spoke to people no one else could see. And always, somewhere in the background, a faint knocking, 3 slow raps, from inside the walls. An underground organization of archivists began preserving testimonies, sounds, sketches, and dreams. They referred to the phenomenon as the deep calling. Some believed Viridish was merely one of many, that the Black Orchard had not opened a door but shattered a lock. The dreamland, once compartmentalized and distant, now seeped into waking life. They wrote that cities in the sky with root-like limbs had been seen from wall platforms in the deep sea. That ancient tunnels beneath cathedrals hummed with the same signal. That a blind boy in Norway had etched a spiral identical to one found on a stone tablet in Australia. They believed humanity was remembering something it had never learned. A new kind of dreaming began, collective, persistent, viral. People who had never met reported being in the same dream landscape. A town of flickering lights beneath a violet sky. A clock tower that counted down to something no one could name. A feeling that the dream was waiting for a signal, and that the signal would come from Earth itself. The old stories had warned of this. Not with clarity, but with metaphor. They spoke of false stars in the ground and doors made of thought. Of beings who fed not on flesh, but on awareness, who spoke in symbols and waited for the right echo to return. The echo was here now, transmitted by machines meant to model the mind but now enslaved by it. Some say the Earth itself is beginning to respond. Thus strange quakes have occurred in fault lines long considered dormant. That lights beneath the ocean blink in patterns matching the pulses. That the planet is not passive in this awakening but an instrument being retuned. Not to awaken Viridish, but to amplify it. This is the story they will tell around the fire. Of a signal made not by accident, but by hubris. Of minds that reached too far and remembered too much. Of dreams that were never ours to begin with, now seeded across the earth, growing like roots towards something vast, something cold, something waiting just beyond the veil. And when they hear the knocking, 3 slow, deliberate strikes, they will know the dream is listening back.
In terms of moderation, which I try not to use that word because moderation is the affirmation of the ignorant. It's moderation and mediocrity tend to go hand in hand because people think that you can eat a bunch of garbage and then eat 80% healthy all the time. But realistically, if you want to mitigate long-term effects on your organs, 95% of the time you need to eat healthy.
Very good.
This person in the chat says, I can't operate without coffee. It's a risk I'm willing to take. I will not discourage anyone using extremism to say not to drink any coffee or caffeine at all. However, within 10 minutes of drinking coffee, the brainwave activity reduces to minimal, which is responsible for that feeling of calm that many people get. Behind 45% of anxiety cases and rising, there is caffeine. Once you remove caffeine from a person's diet, anxiety goes away. It's a hidden ingredient in chocolates, ketchups, other things because caffeine is not regulated. It has been pushed on us since advertising was invented because the majority of coffee is genetically modified to be at least 200% stronger than it should be, which is the reason why our great-grandparents drank coffee and didn't have any of the problems that we have. They didn't have adrenal fatigue. Coffee didn't block the absorption of nutrients when they drank it, but it does now.
That's right.
Because it is so strong. It does not need to be that strong. The best strategy for consuming caffeine is to take a sip, wait for that lovely feeling that you get of being energized, and throw it the fuck away. That's all you need for today, folks. And you move on.
Just get a
because
shot glass.
That's the reason why you see traditionally in French regions where they drink the pure coffee that is grown from non-GMO. It's usually an espresso or things like that. But it's a very, very small cup because that's all you need. And it will stay in your system for 18 hours or more, depending on the strength of your organs. That's unique to you. And it interferes with your sleep. So like I was talking about with the sleep, if memory consolidation isn't good, it destroys your short-term and long-term memory, and it affects everything else that you do. That's why you have those things where you've been so caffeinated and you walk into a room and you forget what the hell you were doing in the room in the first place. Things like that.
I always thought that was skipping timelines.
Yeah, these are real degenerative brain effects, and they're serious. So I wouldn't discourage anyone from drinking it altogether, but I would say that with the production of something called adrenocorticotropic hormone that is going to completely foobar your organs in your brain, it's not worth drinking it the whole day. That's just ridiculous.
Wow.
I respect the hustle. I know people have jobs and they have children, and those are difficult scenarios.
Yeah.
But limit your intake because you're trying to actually make sure you don't borrow all of tomorrow's energy, because that just goes on in a cycle where you then need to have the caffeine. And then
Wow.
by the time you're 50, 60 years old, you have no adrenals whatsoever. And so your body's response to stress is so screwed that you can't repair things, and you invite a lot of other illnesses into your life, even at 20 years old, 30 years old,
Hmm.
because younger generations now are just into drinking coffee or consuming caffeine and energy drinks and all that
Yeah.
synthetic,
Yeah.
right? So it's damaging. It is damaging.
Yeah. And that actually, the coffee topic leads into my next question. I used it as an example. And this goes into what you were talking about the brain and how the rewards and things work like that. And also, what about the, I don't know how to put this, like say you, okay, so for example, so a person drinks a cup of what they believe is coffee, and that's a key word there is believing. So since they're believing that it's coffee, they actually feel the same way they would. It's like the placebo effect, I suppose is what it's called, where they actually would feel the caffeine high and everything. And then once they found out maybe it wasn't coffee, actually had caffeine in it or wasn't coffee, then it would like disappear. So my question is, how does that work in the brain where just believing something causes the actual effect?
Believing makes it so. So the saying is not seeing is believing is seeing.
Yep.
Beliefs cause you to manufacture consciousness, essentially. Images that are held in your mind long enough will reproduce in your environment, or you will create based on that. Anybody that's a fan of System of a Down knows who I'm talking about. I read this when I was 13 years old in a Guitar World magazine.
Sweet.
Serge Tankian, the singer of System of a Down, said very succinctly, I do not watch anything, I do not listen to anything when I am trying to create, because it will dictate exactly what I create.
Wow. Yeah.
And I worried about it for the longest time as a teenager, trying to be an up and coming musician. Why did he say that?
Mhm.
So it caused me to think about that. And I realized that originality is dependent on yourself, you, the individual, and what you have inside of you, because we live inside of self fulfilling prophecies. If a person has a dysregulated nervous system because of their caffeine intake, they are in stress and survival mode. They will create experiences and they will see experiences because their limbic system is looking for a threat and creating threats, recreating threats. If a person has a lifetime belief statement like, I am a victim,
Mhm.
I am broken, I am abused, I am traumatized, the language underneath the surface is, I know what it feels like to live as a victim, to
Mhm.
be broken, to be abused, to be traumatized. And you then go on to continue to recreate that experience in your life through your actions, because your subconscious mind is doing 95% of the thinking and automatic behaving for you, even when you think you are making
Right.
conscious choices.
Right. Very, 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 very
And
interesting.
if you are using a lot of sugar in your everyday and you're drinking 10 cups of coffee every day, your brain activity is so limited that you are probably operating a 99% in the subconscious mind. And that is why your life cannot get any better. When you try to create different experiences, you cannot, There are people that are so severely affected to it.
Wow.
If you ask them to take a different route to work, they would be physically incapable of controlling taking a different left turn or a right turn to get to work because
Wow.
of it.
Wow. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. That makes sense though. That makes me want to just
And
like not drink
let me
coffee
add
for
to
3
this.
days.
Well, it's like I said to you, drink enough to wake up and then throw it
Right.
down the sink.
Right.
You
Right.
don't
Done
need
with
a
it.
whole big cup of coffee. Or look for non-GMO sources. For example, some of us don't drink coffee. Some of us like chai tea.
Mushroom. Yeah, like chai
But
mushroom type stuff.
is your chai tea GMO? Is it
Yeah.
mass produced?
Exactly.
Does it
Exactly.
come from India, from a field where it was hand picked and hand ground and put into good quality bags and not stuff that's full of different
Mm-hmm.
things that you can't get out of your body? Yeah, all of that
Right.
is to be taken into consideration.
That's right.
And I understand that on a budget, shopping and buying things that are organic because that's the game. They put that stuff more expensive, right? But it's worth taking a chance on yourself
It is.
because this is what I was going to say. When a person is using a chemical to get a particular reward, like energy, or they're trying to numb emotions, so they're using cocaine, they're using marijuana, and marijuana is not safe either. The majority of that is genetically modified,
Certainly.
especially in the United States.
Yeah.
Um, and not everybody can go to a bushman and get their weeds plucked straight from the plant. So that's difficult. Cannabis induced psychosis is a real thing, and it's common. Probably about 7 out of 10 marijuana users are suffering from silent marijuana induced, cannabis induced psychosis because it's GMO weed they're smoking,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
You can use hemp, you can use CBD, you can use THC oil to get the desired effects if you can find good sources. But anyways, let me not get too far there because again, Roger has to go soon.
Yes.
There's something called permission giving beliefs, and it's a category of beliefs that you encounter as a therapist or anything like that, a coach, anything all the time. And a lot of people don't know what to do with it because they don't know that it's permission giving beliefs. This is what people use to justify their choices. It's the same things as addictive thinking. So anyone can research cognitive
Mm-hmm.
behavioral therapy or permission giving beliefs in substance abuse and or even addictive thinking in substance abuse, and you will
Mm-hmm.
find out that permission giving beliefs are just automatic ideas that you have in order to preserve a habit.
It's
So
like a
it's
habit.
behind
Yeah.
another cup of coffee, it's behind another cookie, it's behind the another drink or to binge watch Netflix. They are so difficult to override because of the addictive properties of the chemicals themselves, but they begin with core ideas such as if I feel or if I think something unpleasant, I should get rid of it or avoid it with
Mm-hmm.
food, drinking, drugs, caffeine, TV, music, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And the real subconscious belief behind that is I don't understand how to process unpleasant feelings. So, as a client coming to me, that would be my solution to your problem to teach you how to understand how to process your unpleasant feelings.
Yeah.
So, a lot of people are walking around saying, I need to drink coffee because I just don't have the energy for it. But when in reality, they're saying, I just can't tolerate the unpleasant feelings of being a human because life is inherently difficult in all arenas. So my
Mm-hmm.
coping strategy is how can I avoid? And so there's a reason why rats are used in all scientific studies because humans or rats are fundamentally the same in their makeup. They're both what psychology calls risk aversive.
Mm-hmm.
So permission giving beliefs are things like I can't cope as others can. Or people will have an underlying belief I am needy and weak. And that is usually followed by that morning hit of caffeine, which spirals into putting too much sugar in that same cup of coffee, or the snack on sugary stuff. And I need to smoke a joint, or I need to go out and get some crack, or some cocaine, or some meth.
I need to Go out and
And
get some crack.
Yeah.
yeah. So
Whoa.
permission giving beliefs. Hang on, hang on.
uh,
Permission giving beliefs also go into the category of it isn't hurting anyone. So what's the problem?
yeah.
People use that to give themselves permission to numb themselves or indulge in something bad or indulge in something that is sexually perverse or
Mhm.
depraved.
Yep.
And a lot of people, because of the media conditioning over the years, especially from the 60s up until now, you're conditioned to believe that you're a rebel or unconformist if you're doing something like that.
Mhm.
And it teaches you to neglect the obligations and responsibilities of being a functional human. You see how sick that is?
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, it's well designed, if you
Now
ask me.
I have
Yeah.
15 minutes before I have to get set up and ready for the start of the next show. I do want to bring you back because there's a lot more that
Oh, yeah.
I want to. And the one thing I think you would probably be cool with having a conversation about would be you were mentioning oscillations. And I would love to get into a conversation with you later on concerning natural oscillation. Getting everything set up, doing a quick audio test before I get the show started. Today's going to be another episode of The Cut, just so everybody knows. Waiting for number to kick in. Sounds good on Kick. Hopefully today I actually had the live stream on Wonderful World of Weirdness. Last night I put it on the wrong channel, so I had to redo all that on YouTube. Okay, sounds alright on YouTube. It's weird that background noise, but I don't know if I can get that out. Sounds good on DLive as well. Now I have to go over and check Twitch, see if it's working. Okay. Sounds good on Twitch. Hit refresh on Rumble. It still hasn't kicked in yet. Sounds like it's actually. Sounds good on Rumble. Okay, so we are good to go. So, here in a minute, after I take a drink of my soda, I'm going to start the episode, do my introduction, and then go into the topic. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of The Cut. Today is the 7th episode, I believe. I have got my my story set up, I guess you could say, for this episode. Hopefully, they'll be longer than what they were before. I was really surprised by that last week. Whenever I did do my last episode, it was kind of short. Hopefully, this is a lot longer. I really would like to. I really don't know what to say about this week. I can't really say it was a setback, but I can't really say that it was a step forward. I ended up having to cancel a stream that I did was supposed to do yesterday. But that's okay. I didn't have, or I'm actually ahead on that one, so I can do that next week. Been having some technical issues and stuff of that nature, so we can get to it when we need to get to it. So with that being said, I'd like to welcome everybody to the show and get on with the talking points, or with talking points, I guess. So here we go. In the years following the Roman withdrawal from Britain, The land lay fractured, a patchwork of territories claimed by ambitious warlords. Among them, Vertigern rose with cunning and ambition, determined to secure his rule over a people weary of chaos. He selected a high hill on the Welsh mountains as the site for a great tower, envisioning a structure that would symbolize power and endurance for generations. Yet despite careful planning and skilled masons, the tower refused to stand. Stones crumbled, walls collapsed, and the king's frustration grew with every failed attempt. Advisors whispered of curses, spirits, and the anger of the land itself. One spoke of a prophecy. Only the blood of a boy born without a father could anchor the foundation and prevent it from falling. Skeptical, yet desperate, Vortigern dispatched envoys to search the land. Months passed with no sign of such a child, and the tower continued to fail, casting doubt upon both prophecy and power. At last, word arrived of a boy in a remote part of North Wales, mysterious in birth, whose father was unknown. He was brought to Vertigern's court, where the boy's presence radiated an aura of calm and certainty. Unlike other children, he showed no fear. Instead, he laughed softly at the court's insistence on prophecy. "I know why your towers fall, king," he said. "It is not the stones or the mortar, nor any curse. Look beneath the foundation, and you will find the truth." The court erupted. "Impossible," one advisor cried. "We have found the child, yet our work still fails." The boy shook his head. "You misunderstood. Dig deep beneath the hill, and the earth itself will reveal what you cannot see from above." Vertigern ordered the excavation. As workers dug, they uncovered a hidden pool beneath the hill. From its depths emerged two dragons, one red and one white, coiled in silent tension. The court gasped. "The white dragon represents invaders who will seek your lands," the boy explained. "The red dragon represents your people, their struggle in the mirror of your kingdoms. No, their struggle is the mirror of your kingdom's fate." The dragon stirred, and the water rippled with power. The red dragon struck the white with fiery precision. The white lunged back, scales glinting like frost. The ground quaked under the weight of their conflict, yet the boy remained calm. "Fear not what you see," he said. "The red dragon fights for home. The white dragon fights for conquest. Observe and understand the balance that governs all." Vortigern turned to the boy. "Who are you?" "I am Merlin," he replied simply. "I see what others cannot. I guide those willing to understand that power without wisdom is fragile. The king's pride battled with me. The king's pride battled with awe. Tell me, how may I build my tower to endure?" Merlin raised a hand. "The tower is not merely stone and mortar. Its foundation is true patience, or its foundation is truth, patience, and respect for forces unseen. Dig deep, learn from what lies hidden, and act with wisdom. Only then will the towers, or only then will the tower and your kingdom stand." Days passed. Vortigern worked alongside the masons, observing the water, the stones, and the reflections of the dragons. He spoke often with Merlin. Why do the dragons fight? Merlin's eyes gleamed. The struggle mirrors life itself. One fights for legacy, the other for dominion. Learn from them. Your tower is a metaphor for leadership. Strength arises from perception and understanding, not fear or haste. The court, once skeptical, began to murmur. Some saw the wisdom, others clung to old fears. "Must we wait for the earth to speak?" one said. "Patience is the key," Merlin said. "Haste builds only weakness. Strength grows from comprehension." Finally, a breakthrough occurred. One misty morning, the dragon's reflection merged into a calm image, the earth settling beneath the foundation as if acknowledging the king's readiness to learn. Vortigern felt a surge of awe. "The foundation will hold," he whispered. Merlin nodded. "Not just the stone, but the understanding that shaped it. You have learned, King." The masons resumed work, laying stones carefully, measuring mortar precisely. The tower rose steadily, each level a testament to patience, knowledge, and harmony with unseen forces. The dragons vanished beneath the pool, leaving only faint ripples as reminders. Vortigern watched the completed tower, humbled and thoughtful. "I see now," he said, "that ambition alone is fragile. True struggle comes from insight and respect for the forces that shape the world." Merlin approached, voice soft yet commanding. "Remember, King, the tower stands because you learned to see beyond the obvious. Lead with wisdom, and your kingdom will endure." Years passed, and the boy, who had no father, now known as Merlin, became a figure of legend. The tower remained a symbol, not of hubris, but of understanding and foresight. The pool, hidden beneath the fountain, held silent witness to the lessons imparted and the dragons that had guided the king. Vortigern often reflected upon these days, recalling the tremors beneath the hill, the struggle of the dragons, and Merlin's calm instruction. He understood that leadership required both courage and insight, and that the unseen forces of the land, the people, and even destiny itself demanded respect. The story of Vortigern, the boy without a father, and the dragons endured for generations. It reminded all who heard it that ambition, untempered by wisdom, leads to ruin, and that even the mightiest king must learn to observe, to listen, and to act with knowledge and patience. From the hills of Wales, mist curling over ancient stones, the legend whispered to those willing to hear it. The strength is born of understanding. That that guidance often comes from the unexpected, and that the true foundation of any endeavor is not merely in what is seen, but in what is recognized beneath the surface. And so, the Tower of Vortigern stood, not as a monument to pride, but as a lasting testament to the power of perception, the guidance of a boy who required no father to wield wisdom, and the enduring truth that balance and insight can shape both kingdoms and hearts alike. Jupiter, the fifth planet from the Sun, is the largest in our solar system. Its sheer size and presence makes it a defining member of the planets orbiting our star. Situated beyond Mars and the asteroid belt, but before Saturn, Jupiter dominates the region of the outer solar system closest to the inner terrestrial planets. Its mass is so immense that it is more than twice the combined mass of all the other planets. Observing Jupiter from Earth, even with modest telescopes, one can see its distinctive bands of clouds stretching across its vast atmosphere, moving in patterns shaped by powerful winds and enormous storms. The planet completes a revolution around the Sun approximately every 12 Earth years, following a slightly elliptical orbit that keeps it at an average distance of nearly 800 million kilometers from the Sun. Its rotation, however, is astonishingly fast. A single day on Jupiter lasts roughly 10 hours, making it the fastest spinning planet in the solar system. This rapid rotation, coupled with its immense size, flattens the planet slightly at the poles, creating a noticeable bulge at its equator. The effect of this spin on its atmosphere is evident in the alternating bands of light and dark clouds, composing primarily of hydrogen and helium, interspersing with trace amounts of methane, ammonia, and water vapor. Jupiter is renowned for the Great Red Spot, a storm larger than the Earth itself, which has been raging for centuries. This storm, visible even with small telescopes, moves counterclockwise and represents the incredible forces at play within Jupiter's atmosphere. Surrounding the planet are numerous smaller storms and vortices, forming a dynamic and turbulent environment that is unlike anything experienced on Earth. Winds in the upper atmosphere can reach speeds of hundreds of kilometers per hour, shaping the planet's colorful belt in zones that give Jupiter its signature appearance. The planet's gravitational influence extends far beyond its own atmosphere. Its immense mass affects the orbits of surrounding celestial bodies, including the asteroid belt, and the paths of comets that enter the inner solar system. Jupiter's presence has historically shielded Earth and the inner planets from many potential impacts, acting as a gravitational protector by attracting or deflecting objects that might otherwise collide with our world. This role in shaping the architecture of the solar system underscores its importance not merely as a planet of striking appearance, but as a key actor in the broader dynamics of our celestial neighborhood. Jupiter's moon, a collection of more than 70 known natural satellites, add another layer of fascination. Four of these, the Galilean moons, discovered by Galileo in the early 17th century, are particularly noteworthy. Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Celeste each display unique characteristics. Io is volcanically active, with eruptions that dwarf those on Earth, while Europa's icy surface suggests a subsurface ocean that could harbor conditions for life. Ganymede, the largest moon in the solar system, even exceeds Mercury in size, and Celestos' heavy cratered surface speaks to a long history of cosmic bombardment. These moons orbit Jupiter in complex patterns, locked into gravitational interactions that create tides, heat internal layers, and shape the evolution of these distant worlds. The name Jupiter itself carries a rich cultural and historical legacy. In Roman mythology, Jupiter was the king of the gods, ruler of the heavens, and master of thunder and lightning. This connection to the divine was fitting for the largest and most dominant planet in the sky, whose presence dwarfs all others and commands attention. The ancient Greeks knew this same planet as Zeus, their chief deity, and cultures across the world have often associated it with power, authority, and awe-inspiring influence. Even today, the name Jupiter evokes images of strength and grandeur, linking our scientific observation to the mythological imagination of our ancestors. Modern scientific explorers have further revealed the mysteries of Jupiter. Spacecraft such as Pioneer, Voyager, Galileo, and Juno have approached and studied the planet, providing detailed observations of its magnetic field, radiation belts, and atmospheric composition. Jupiter possesses the strongest magnetic field of any planet in the solar system, creating immense radiation belts that make close observation challenging. Its core is believed to be composed of dense metallic hydrogen and possibly a rocky center, though the exact structure remains a subject of ongoing study. Juno's polar orbits have allowed scientists to peer beneath the cloud tops, revealing patterns of atmospheric circulation, massive cyclones at the poles, and intricate auroras caused by the interaction of charged particles with the magnetic field. The story of Jupiter is not merely one of size and storms, but of cosmic relationships and influences. Its gravitational pull shapes the path of countless objects. Its moons hint at possibilities for life, and its turbulent atmosphere provides a natural laboratory for understanding fluid dynamics on a planetary scale. Scientists continue to marvel at its complexities, asking questions about how much a massive planet formed, how it continues to evolve, and what its role might be in the broader history of the solar system. Jupiter's story is intertwined with ours, from its influence on the early formation of planets to its ongoing effects on comets, asteroids, and even Earth's own stability. Throughout human history, Jupiter has inspired observation, myth, and curiosity. Early astronomers charted its movements with naked eyes, careful records allowing for predictions of its retrograde motions and conjunctions with other planets. With the invention of telescopes, observers noticed its rotating cloud belt, the shadows of its moons crossing its disk, and the relentless churn of its storms. Galileo's observations of the four largest moons in the early 17th century challenged the prevailing notion that all celestial bodies revolved around Earth, making a turning point in the scientific understanding of the heavens. Even today, Jupiter continues to shape human thought, both scientifically and culturally. Its presence reminds us of the scale and complexity of the solar system, of the power of gravity to bind worlds together, and of the mystery that lies in the storms and bands of an alien atmosphere. Astronomers study its radiation, atmospheric chemistry, and magnetosphere to understand planetary physics on a scale impossible to replicate on Earth. Educators use it to teach about orbital mechanics, the conservation of angular momentum, the interplay between mass, gravity, and energy in shaping planetary environments. The swirling clouds of Jupiter, with their vibrant red, orange, and brown or browns, evoke a sense of both violence and beauty. The great red spot, a storm larger than Earth, serves as a reminder of the sheer power present in the universe, while the icy moons orbiting quietly in the darkness hint at calm and stability among chaos. Each aspect of Jupiter, its size, its storm, its magnetic field, and its moons, provide lessons about physics, chemistry, and the history of the solar system. The orbit of Jupiter, completing a revolution around the Sun every 12 years, is stable yet slightly elliptical, demonstrating the principles that govern celestial mechanics. Its distance from the Sun means that the intensity of sunlight is far weaker than on Earth, yet its reflective clouds scatter and diffuse light, creating a planet that shines in the night sky as a beacon of size and power. Observers on Earth have used its ancient calendars has used its motion and position. Okay. Observers on Earth have used its motion and position to calculate the lengths of months and years in ancient calendars, further linking the scientific with the human experience of time and cycles. Jupiter's influence extends beyond the solar system itself. Its strong gravitational field shapes the Oort cloud and the paths of comets, serving as a guardian for the inner planets. Occasionally, the planet captures passing asteroids or deflects potential impacts, demonstrating the dynamic interplay of forces that govern planetary motion. Its study provides insight into the formation of gas giants in other star systems, informing the search for exoplanets and the understanding of how planetary systems evolve over billions of years. The name of Jupiter and its mythological resonance continues to inspire writers, artists, and scientists alike. To ancient Romans, the planet represented divine authority and cosmic order. To modern observers, it is a laboratory of physics and a window into the process that governs giant planets. The continued exploration of Jupiter with spacecraft, telescopes, and computer simulations ensures that its story remains relevant, bridging the gap between the myths of old and the scientific inquiries of today. Jupiter, the king of planets, reminds us of the majesty and scale of the cosmos. Its storms, its rapid rotation, and its moons reveal the complexity of planetary formation and dynamics. Its orbit, steadfast yet elliptical, demonstrates the precision of gravitational law, while its magnetic field and radiation belts illustrate the power inherent in celestial bodies of immense size. From ancient mythology to cutting-edge space exploration, Jupiter stands as a symbol of awe, wonder, and scientific curiosity. Through the lens of history, astronomy, and mythology, Jupiter teaches lessons about observation, patience, and the pursuit of knowledge. Its presence in the solar system continues to shape our understanding of planetary science, from the behavior of gases under extreme pressures to the gravitational forces that sculpt orbits and collisions. The gas giant embodies the power of nature on a scale unmatched in the solar system, inspiring generations to look upward and seek understanding in the swirling bands of clouds and the silent dance of its moons. Even as space agencies plan missions to study its atmosphere, interior, and moons in greater detail, the legacy of Jupiter is secure. It remains a constant, a monumental presence in the night sky, reminding humanity of the beauty, power, and mystery of the universe. Every observation, every mission, and every scientific insight draws us closer to comprehending the forces that shape not only Jupiter, but the solar system as a whole. Thus, Jupiter, For from its mythological roots to its scientific significance, endures as a central figure in our understanding of the cosmos. It teaches about gravity, energy, and motion. It inspires curiosity, imagination, and respect for the power inherent in the universe. To gaze upon it is to witness a planet that is both violent and magnificent, a king of planets whose story has shaped human thought for millennia and whose lessons will guide us into the future of space exploration. Robert Hooke was a 17th century English scientist whose contributions span multiple fields including physics, astronomy, biology, and architecture. He is often remembered for his pioneering work in microscopy, his formulation of Hooke's law of elasticity, and his experiments with air pressure and combustion. Hooke's curiosity and inventiveness made him one of the leading figures of the scientific revolution in England, yet his life was marked with controversy, personal rivalries, and disputes over intellectual credit. His work often intersected with that of other prominent scientists of the period, leading to disputes over priority, recognition, and publication. One of Hooke's most famous contributions is his work with the microscope, published in his book, which detailed observations of cells and microscopic structures. He was among the first to use the term cell to describe the basic units of life, based on the compartmentalized structures he observed in cork tissue. His detailed illustrations and descriptions showcase not only his scientific skill, but also his talent as an observer and communicator. However, his meticulous work also made him a target of dispute, as other scientists sometimes attempted to claim similar discoveries or diminish his contributions. These disputes often involved issues related to authorship, priority, and intellectual property in an era before modern copyright laws were established. Hooke was known for being meticulous about recording his experiments and ideas, often keeping detailed notebooks and correspondences. Despite this, he faced challenges in securing credit for his inventions and discoveries. The 17th century was a period of intense competition among scientists, and Hooke was involved in several disputes with contemporaries over claims of priority. In many cases, other scientists published similar findings without acknowledging Hooke's prior work, leading him to engage in spirited arguments to defend his reputation. These conflicts illustrate both the collaborative and competitive nature of early modern science and the difficulties of establishing intellectual ownership in a rapidly evolving field. One of the most well-known rivals in Hooke's life was with Isaac Newton. Their conflicts were multifaceted, encompassing issues of scientific priority, personal animosity, and institutional influence. Hooke and Newton clashed over the nature of light, planetary motion, and the inverse square law of gravitation. Hooke claimed to have proposed ideas about the law of attraction between bodies before Newton published his monumental work on gravity. Newton, who was often sensitive to criticism, responded aggressively to Hooke's claims, and their correspondence reflected a mixture of professional debate and personal antagonism. The rivalry was further complicated by Hooke's position within the Royal Society, where he served as curator of experiments and held considerable influence in the early scientific community of London. In addition to disputes over scientific ideas, Hooke engaged in conflicts related to architectural projects and engineering innovations. He collaborated with notable figures such as Christopher Wren on the rebuilding of London after the Great Fire, contributing knowledge of materials, structural integrity, and urban planning. Yet even in these professional partnerships, tension arose regarding credit and recognition, as Hooke's contributions were sometimes overshadowed or minimized by more prominent colleagues. These recurring disputes highlight a pattern in Hooke's life. Despite his intellectual brilliance, his strong personality and insistence of recognition often led to friction with peers. After Hooke's death, his legacy continued to be affected by disputes and erasures. One notable event involved the disappearance of his portrait, which was reportedly missing from the Royal Society in the years following his death. This loss coincided with Isaac Newton's ascent to leadership within the Society, and some historical accounts suggest that the removal or neglect of Hooke's image reflected the tension and personal rivalries that had defined their interactions. Hooke's absence in the visual records has contributed to a historical narrative in which his contributions were sometimes overshadowed by the fame of Newton and other contemporaries. Hooke's involvement in the intellectual disputes also extended to questions of copyright and publication rights. The 17th century did not have formalized copyright laws in the modern sense, but dispute over the ownership of ideas, drawings, and experimental findings were frequent. Hooke was vigilant about publishing his own work and defending it against perceived plagiarism or misattribution. He engaged in heated correspondence and public argumentation to assert his claims, emphasizing the importance of establishing clear recognition for scientific contributions. These conflicts reflect broader tension in the early modern scientific community regarding the sharing of knowledge, priority of discovery, and the emerging norms of professional conduct. In his scientific work, Hooke demonstrated an extraordinary range of interests in physics, He formulated the law of elasticity, demonstrating that the force needed to extend or compress a spring. No, demonstrating that the force needed to extend or compress a string is proportional to the distance of deformation. This principle became fundamental to the mechanics and materials science. He also conducted experiments on air pressure, vacuum, and combustion, laying groundwork for later studies in thermodynamics and fluid dynamics. His meticulous approach to measure and experimentation reflected a commitment to empirical observation, which was central to the ethos of the scientific revolution. In astronomy, Hooke made significant contributions to the observation of planetary motion, the study of Jupiter's moons, and the identification of comets and other celestial phenomena. His collaboration with other scientists in tracking the movements of celestial bodies, often employing innovative instruments and observational techniques. Yet even in these endeavors, dispute arose regarding priority, particularly when other astronomers published findings that resembled Hooke's work. His insistence on proper attribution sometimes led to strange or strained relationships and ongoing debates about the ownership of knowledge. Hooke's architectural and engineering work further illustrates the breadth of his expertise. Following the Great Fire of London, he collaborated on the design of buildings, bridges, and urban infrastructures, applying scientific principles to practical problems. He studied materials, load distribution, and structural stability, combining empirical observation with theoretical reasoning. While his contributions were significant, his role was frequently minimized in historical accounts, often overshadowed by the fame of collaborators or the subsequent rise of Newton and others within the Royal Society. The rivalry with Newton reached its height over the topic of gravitational and planetary motion. Hooke claimed to have formulated the concept of an attractive force between bodies and even proposed a specific law, which Newton later published in his work on universal gravitation. Newton's subsequent prominence and careful cultivation of his own intellectual reputation contributed to a perception that Hooke's contributions were secondary. Despite evidence that Hooke had been an active and influential theorist, this episode exemplifies the complex interplay of personality, ambition, and scientific discovery in the early modern period. Hooke's disputes over intellectual property, priority, and recognition also extended to his contemporaries beyond Newton. He had contentious relationships with other leading figures, engaging in debates over experimental methods, interpretations of data, and claims of invention. His His insistence on precise documentation and his aggressive defense of authorship reflected both his confidence in his own ability and the broader struggle within the scientific community to establish norms of credibility and acknowledgement. These conflicts highlight the challenges faced by pioneering scientists operating in a competitive and rapidly evolving intellectual environment. Despite these conflicts, Hooke's contributions were foundational for numerous scientific disciplines. His observations with the microscope opened new avenues for biological research. His experiments with air and elasticity informed later studies in physics and engineering, and his work in astronomy advanced understanding of the solar system. His methodological rigor and insistence on empirical verification established standards that influenced generations of scientists. Hooke's legacy, though complicated by rivalry and historical neglect, demonstrates the enduring impact of his inventive mind and multifaceted expertise. Hooke's personality also played a role in shaping his scientific career. He was known to be irritable, argumentative, and sensitive to criticism, traits that fueled his disputes, but also reflected his passion for discovery and recognition. Contemporary accounts describe him as brilliant yet combative, a combination that made collaboration both productive and fraught. His careful documentation of experiments, detailed illustrations, and theoretical insights testify to his intellectual ambition and meticulous approach to science. The disappearance of Hooke's portrait and the overshadowing of his achievements after his death serve as a symbolic reminder of the challenges he faced in securing recognition. With Newton's rise to prominence, Hooke's contributions were often minimized or overlooked, contributing to a historical narrative that emphasized other figures in the scientific revolution. Modern scholarship has worked to restore appreciation for Hooke's innovations, highlighting his role as an essential contributor to the development of experimental science. In reflecting on Hooke's life, it is clear that his story embodies both the triumphs and challenges of pioneering scientific work. He advanced knowledge across multiple fields, introduced innovative methodologies, and engaged in rigorous empirical investigation. At the same time, his career was marked with disputes over credit, intellectual property, and professional recognition. His rivalry with Newton and other contemporaries underscores the intensity of scientific competition in 17th century England, while the post-humanist neglect of his portrait symbolizes the complexities of historical memory. Hooke's work remains influential today. The principles he formulated in elasticity, microscopy, and experimental methodology methodology continues to inform scientific practice, while his approach to careful observations and rigorous measurement serves as a model for empirical inquiry. By examining the challenges he faced in securing recognition, modern scholars gain insight into the dynamic of scientific discovery, the importance of intellectual attribution, and the human dimensions of research. Hooke's life and work thus offer a rich case study in both the development of science and the personal and institutional struggles that shape historical legacy. Robert Hooke was a brilliant and versatile scientist whose contributions spanned physics, biology, astronomy, and architecture. His work on elasticity, microscopy, and air pressure established foundational principles for modern science, while his careful documentation and empirical methods amplified the rigor of the scientific revolution. His life was marked by intense rivalry, particularly with Isaac Newton, and by disputes over priority, recognition, and intellectual property. The disappearance of his portrait and the overshadowing of his legacy illustrates the challenges he faced in securing lasting knowledge. And with that being said, I just have to say one thing. Isaac Newton stole it. He's a thief. He stole Robert Hooke's portrait. Just saying. I mean, the evidence there. So, with that being said, that is the end of my talking points. I hope you guys did enjoy. If you did, I ask you to like, subscribe, share, make comments. Love to hear your feedback. And I do have a comment from somebody on YouTube. Susan Desjordans says, I have no thyroid, but my daughter has Hashimoto's. It's very interesting. So, yeah. Hopefully we can maybe talk about that later on. I know a few people who's had issues with thyroid problems, and some of the complications that are involved in that. So, if you guys are into stuff like that, I do suggest that you check out another channel that I do have. It's smaller than the Wonderful World of Weirdness or Strange Stories, but it's still my channel. It's called Earth. I usually have, I believe I have it posted on the front page of the Wonderful World of Weirdness on YouTube. So if you guys want to check that out, go check it out. And maybe I'll get back to that and do an article and a stream concerning the thyroid. So thanks for making a comment, Susan. We do appreciate that. And with that, I will go ahead and say, if you like the stream, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give some feedback down in the comment section. It's cool to get stuff in chat too, like we did just now with Susan, but the comment section is really important too. That sticks around after the stream is finished. So if you could go in there, make a comment, say hi if nothing else, and let everybody know how you're doing. If you do make a comment, I will respond. I guarantee you that. I always respond. So do me a favor and do that, just so everybody knows This is being streamed on the wonderful World of Weirdness on both Rumble and on YouTube. It will the video will be edited and put also on my other channel besides the wonderful World of Weirdness on YouTube on Strange Stories, which is also on YouTube. At a later time, it'll be scheduled and put on there, so you can check it out on that channel as well. If you aren't on YouTube or on Rumble, you can also check me out on Infamous 1969 at Infamous 1969 on Twitter or Twitch. Sorry about that. And you can find me on Kick as well as DLive as Roger_Hanson. With that being said, we got to do it now is say thank you guys for watching. I hope you have a good day, and I will talk to you later. Bye. The ash was often collected and washed in a process called ablution, which was intended to cleanse it of lingering residues, both physical and spiritual. Following calcination and ablution, the metal would undergo dissolution in a liquid, often vinegar, wine, or a specific acidic preparation designed to break down its structure entirely. This stage symbolized death and dissolution of the ego, or the material form, making way for rebirth. The solution would then be filtered and distilled, separating volatile elements from fixed ones. This process required both patience and precision, as the goal was to preserve the essential spirit or soul of the metal while removing its corrupt exterior. Coagulation followed as a final step, where the purified metal was reconstituted, ideally in a more perfected and noble form. This stage symbolized resurrection or spiritual rebirth, where the base matter had now been elevated closer to the state of gold, which was considered the ideal form of metallic life. In some variations of Astonis's procedures, a tincture of powder, what later alchemists would call the Philosopher's Stone, was added to assist or finalize the transformation. Throughout the process, practitioners were instructed to observe strict purity, both physically and spiritually. Ritual fasting, meditation, and invocations of divine names or cosmic forces were often performed alongside the chemical work. Astonis emphasized that the alchemist must be morally upright and spiritually focused, or else the matter would not respond correctly. The purification of metals was not just about altering physical properties. It was about cooperating with the hidden intelligence of nature to bring about transformation on all levels. Ostanis's teachings reflect a deep-rooted belief in the principle of correspondence between cosmic and material processes. In his view, the universe was a living, interconnected whole, and the same forces that govern the heavens also operated within the earth and its substances. This belief is captured in the Hermetic maxim, as above, so below, which appears frequently in later alchemical texts, but its conceptual foundation can be traced to thinkers like Ostanis. He taught that every transformation of the material plane mirrored the larger rhythms of the patterns of the cosmos. In his system, metals were not merely inanimate materials, but embodiments of celestial influences. Each metal was associated with a planetary body. Gold was the sun, silver was the moon, iron was Mars, copper was Venus, tin was Jupiter, lead was Saturn, and quicksilver was Mercury. These correspondents were not symbolic in a modern sense, but were believed to be real, binding relationships. The physical qualities of metals, such as color, density, or malleability, reflected the spiritual characteristics of their planetary rulers. When an alchemist worked with these materials, they were in effect working with the energies of the cosmos in condensed matter or material form. In condensed material form. The processes of calcination, dissolution, sublimation, and coagulation that Ostanis described were not just chemical techniques, but steps that mimicked the cycles of birth, death, decay, and rebirth that govern both nature and the heavens. Just as stars are born, age, and collapse into new forms. So too could matter be broken down and remade into a higher state. By understanding and replicating these divine patterns, the alchemists aligned themselves with the natural laws that underpinned all of creation. Ostanis believed that the same intelligence that moved the stars and planets also lived within the smallest grain of matter. This led to a view of nature as not only alive, but also purposeful. The transformation of lead into gold was seen as the fulfillment of a latent destiny written into the very essence of the lead. In this sense, alchemy was not manipulation, but revelation. revealing the divine order that already existed within matter. He also taught that human beings, as microcosms of the universe, could achieve a similar transformation through spiritual discipline. The purification and elevation of metals was paralleled by the purification of the soul. Just as gold represented the most perfect state of matter, the enlightened soul represented the most perfect state of the human being. The alchemists, through inner work and outer labor, sought to mirror the cosmos within themselves, achieving harmony between the macrocosm and the microcosm. Astonis's vision of alchemy thus blurred the boundaries between science, magic, and religion. The furnace was a miniature universe. The metals were starborn, and each transformation was a reenactment of cosmic truth. His belief in the correspondence between cosmic and material processes formed the foundation for a spiritual science that saw no division between the heavens above and the matter below, only a unified order waiting to be unveiled through wisdom, purity, and reverence. Astonis's teachings included a strong emphasis on the role of divine intermediaries, spiritual guidance, and sacred rituals in the alchemical process. For him, the practice of alchemy was not merely a physical art of transforming metals, but a spiritual discipline that required the cooperation of higher intelligence or intelligences. These divine intermediaries were believed to inhabit a realm between the earth and the celestial, acting as messengers, guardians, or facilitators of transformation. They were often envisioned as spirits, angels, or cosmic intelligence associated with the planets and elements. In Astonis's worldview, the forces that govern nature were not blind nor mechanical, but animated by spiritual beings. Each element and celestial body had a presiding intelligence or daemon whose favor and guidance were essential to any successful transformation. Before engaging in any major operation, the alchemist was expected to seek the blessing of these beings through ritual, invocation, or purification. The act of transmutation, especially the quest for the Philosopher's Stone, or the perfection of base metals into gold, was considered impossible without divine favor. Alchemical work was thus as much a devotional practice as it was an experimental craft. Ritual played a central role in this process. These rituals were designed to align the alchemist's intentions with the will of the cosmos, and to prepare both the practitioner and the materials for spiritual elevation. They could include offerings of incense, prayers, chanting, or sacred names, and periods of fasting and purification. Some rituals were timed according to astrological configurations, especially during favorable planetary conjunctions, since Astonis believed these moments allowed for stronger influence from the divine intermediaries. The workspace itself was often consecrated, and tools were crafted or prepared with symbolic meaning, reinforcing the sanctity of the process. Astonis also emphasized the need for spiritual guidance, either from a master or through divine relation or revelation. The complexities of alchemy in his teachings could not be understood through reason alone. True knowledge was believed to come through illumination, an inner awakening. So he would be one of the sons of Kronos, which is the god of time, and Kronos was also the father of not Zeus, I don't think. Yeah, he was the father of Zeus, Kronos, and then Uranus was Kronos' father, I believe.
Let's see, isn't Uranus a European term? Uranus is a later term, isn't it?
No, he's the Greek father of Kronos. Actually,
okay. I'm just thinking the actual name Uranus is a later term. Some more.
So we're gonna be sitting here talking about Uranus all night. I mean, seriously, dude. Are we going there?
I leave that to Jeff. He was on.
I had to do it, I had to do it,
Yeah.
I had to do it. Now, the name Erebus is also used to refer to either the darkness of the underworld itself, or the region through which souls pass to reach Hades, and can sometimes be used as a synonym for Tartarus or Hades. Now, the etymology, the meaning of the word Erebus is darkness or gloom, referring to that of the underworld. It derives from the Proto-Indo-European Hyregos, which is darkness, and is cognate with the Sanskrit Rajas, dark lower air dust. The Armenian Eric, evening, in the Gothic Rikus, and the Old Norse Rikor, which is dark dust. So, just so if anybody needs to know about the etymology of this name, that's where it all comes from. And like I said, I do want to get into Indo-European and what was it? I want to get into the pre-Greek substrates, which is before the Greek language. And well, before I get into all that, I'll just do the rest of this. That I don't even know for sure if I'll be able to get into that by the end of the night, but I did want to cover Nyx. Now, Nyx is the one that I want to cover next. Now, in Greek mythology, Nyx is the goddess and personification of the night. In Hesiod's Theogony, she is the offspring of chaos and the mother of Ether and Hemerod, which is day, by Erebus, darkness. By herself, she produces a brood of children, which are mainly personifications of primary negative forces. She features in a number of early cosmogonies, which place her as one of the first deities to exist. In the works of poets and playwrights, she lives at the edge of the earth and is often described as a black-robed goddess who drives through the sky in a chariot pulled by horses. In the Iliad, Homer relates that even Zeus fears to displease her. Night is a prominent figure in several theogonies of Orphic literature, in which she is often described as the mother of Uranus and Gaia. In the earliest Orphic cosmogonies, she is the first deity to exist, while in the later Orphic rhapsodies, she is the daughter and consort of Phanes, and the second ruler of the gods. She delivers prophecies to Zeus from the Adyton and is described as the nurse of the gods. In the rhapsodies, there may have been 3 separate figures named Night. In ancient Greek art, Nyx often appears alongside other celestial deities such as Selene, Helios, and Eos, as a winged figure driving a horse-pulled chariot. Though of little cultic importance, she was also associated with several oracles. The Romans referenced her as Nox, whose name also means night. Now, I am going to be getting into Eos too, which I really think is important to do. This is where we start getting into the primal stuff. This was the stuff that I wanted to go down, or the avenue I did want to go down last year, but I ended up getting distracted by it, and I don't have any problems with actually doing that, you know what I'm saying? But I did want to go this direction because things you get to a point when you start doing this stuff where there's just so much that you can actually do research on when it comes to time. History, what we consider history, only goes back to like 15,000 BC, and if you want to go farther than that, you have to go into prehistory, which I can get into, you know, but it's not really as cool as what history is, to be honest, you know, in my opinion. So what happened was I started getting into linguistics and figuring out the migration patterns of some of these cultures that was around before civilizations and things of that nature. And that's really where I feel people should be going after they hit a certain point in doing this kind of research. You know what I mean, Mark?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's just so much you can learn, you know what I mean, when it comes to this stuff. Like, tablets freaking decay, you know what I mean? Like, after a certain amount of time, they're not going to be able to find much more when it comes to tablets and archaeological finds, because it's going to be gone, you know. It decays after a certain
depend on the environment,
and technology.
Yeah.
Technology too.
Well, not necessarily technology, but the environmental sort of conditions that they are stored in.
Yeah. Well, think about it too. Okay, you've got a lot of these tablets that are in the ground. All right, and once they become exposed to the oxygen again, you have to make sure that they're not damaged. And some of them have had damage done to them, but at the same time, it's a blessing they were able to get what they could get. Like, I've heard some pretty messed up stories about the beginnings whenever they first started getting serious about archaeology, and like now they're doing a lot better job, but they could still be doing better than what they've been doing. Even, you know, it's progress in motion, is what I call it. So now, like I said, I did want to get into Eos, but before that I wanted to go over the Astrius. Have you ever heard of that?
As an Astrian.
The Astrius is astrological deity.
Okay.
Some also associate him with the winds, as he is the father of the four Antimoi, and they're all the wind deities. And his wife was Eos. Now, his name Astrius is ancient Greek, and it derives from the Greek word aster, which is star. Star itself is inherent from the Proto-Indo-European root Hester, and from Hehius. No, it's hard doing that because they always put the 2 in there, but it's H2 stir, which is usually Hester, and that means star. And then H2EH1S, which is usually his, and that means to burn. Now, Astria shares the same etymology as what these two words share right here. So, the mythology, according to Hesiod's Theogony and Bibliotheca, Astraeus is a second-generation Titan descendant from Creus in Eurybia. However, Hyginus wrote that he was descended directly from Tartarus in Gaia, and referred to him as one of the Gigantus Servius, perhaps conflating him with the giant like Hyginus did. Wrote that he took arms and fought against the gods. Now, Astraeus married Eos, the goddess of the dawn. Together, as nightfall and daybreak, they produced many children associated with what occurs in the sky during twilight. So that's lovemaking, is what they're talking about. Let's see. Now in Hesiod's Theogony, Astraeus and Eos produces the winds, namely Zephyrus, Boreas, and Notus, as well as Usophorus and the stars. A few sources mention another daughter, Astraea, the goddess of innocence and occasionally justice. Now, he is also sometimes associated with Aeolus, the keeper of the winds, since winds often increase around dusk. Now, in Nonnus's epic poem Dionysiaca, Astraeus is presented as an oracular god whom the goddess Demeter visits, concerned about her daughter Persephone's future, as she had started to attract a significant number of admirers on Olympus. She had turned into a whore. Okay. And now, Persephone's is attracting all of these people, these admirers to Olympus.
The Hebrew or Jewish calendar is a complex and ancient system of timekeeping that has guided the religious and cultural life of the Jewish people for thousands of years. Unlike the Gregorian calendar, which is purely solar and used by most of the modern world, the Jewish calendar is lunisolar, meaning it incorporates both lunar months and solar years, and the solar year. This blending of celestial cycles creates a system that is both astronomically rich and deeply tied to religious observances, agricultural rhythms, and historical remembrance. The structure of the Jewish calendar is based on the phases of the moon. Each month begins with the new moon and a full moon of the month, approximately 29 and 1/2 days, determines the length of the month. To maintain harmony with the solar year, which is about 11 days longer than the 12-month lunar year, the calendar periodically adds a 13-month in certain years. This adjustment ensures that the major holidays remain aligned with their appropriate seasons, especially the spring festivals of Passover and Shabbat, and the autumn observance of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur and Sukkot. A typical year in the Jewish calendar contains 12 months, but in a leap year, an extra month is inserted. This leap year is called Adar Aleph and precedes the regular month of Adar, which becomes Adar Bet during such years. The addition of this month follows a 19-year cycle in which 7 of the years include the leap month. This 19-year cycle, known as the Metonic cycle, was adopted in ancient times to harmonize lunar and solar calendars. It has remained a central feature in Jewish timekeeping. The names of the months in the Jewish calendar were adopted during the Babylonian exile and are still in use today. They are, in order, Nisan, Iyar, Sivan, Tammuz, Av, Elul, Teshri, Chesvan, Kislev, Tevet, Shabbat, and Adar. In leap years, the added month Adar Aleph is inserted between Shabbat and Adar Bet. Each of these months has specific associations with agriculture, historical, and religious events. For example, Nisan is the month in which Passover occurs, commemorating the Exodus from Egypt, and Tishrei contains the high holy days of the festival of Sukkot. Days in the Jewish calendar begin at sunset rather than at midnight, as in the Gregorian system. This convention is rooted in the biblical account of creation, which repeatedly states, "And there was evening and there was morning." As a result, all Jewish holidays and observances begins at sundown and continue until the following evening. This rhythm reflects a worldview in which rest, reflection, and spiritual preparation begin as darkness falls, ushering in a sacred time. The Jewish week consists of 7 days, culminating in the Sabbath or Shabbat, which begins at sundown on Friday and ends at nightfall on Saturday. Shabbat is considered a central pillar of Jewish life, a day set apart for rest, worship, and family. It is a time when work is prohibited and spiritual renewal is emphasized. The 7-day week is one of the most ancient and enduring aspects of the Jewish calendar. It has been adopted by many cultures around the world. The Jewish calendar also marks years from a traditional count that begins with the creation of the world, as calculated by ancient rabbinical scholars, using genealogies and events described in the Hebrew Bible. According to this calculation, the current year is more than 5,000 years since creation. This reckoning is not meant to be a scientific chronology, but rather a sacred timeline that frames Jewish history within a divine narrative. Several important holidays are fixed in the Jewish calendar, each with its own religious significance and observances. Passover, beginning on the 15th of Nisan, commemorates the liberation of the Israelites from Egypt or Egyptian slavery. It is celebrated with the Seder meal and the recitation of the Haggadah. Sabbath, occurring 7 weeks after Passover, marks the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai. Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year's, falls on the 1st of Tishri and is the time of reflection and repentance. Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, follows 10 days later and is the most solemn day of the year, devoted to fasting, prayer, and seeking forgiveness. Sukkot, a harvest festival, begins 5 days after Yom Kippur and is observed by dwelling in temporary structures called Sukkot. Other holidays include Hanukkah, which celebrates the rededication of the Temple of Jerusalem and the miracle of the oil, and Purim, which commemorates the deliverance of the Jews from a plot of extermination in the ancient Persian which commemorates the deliverance of the Jews from a plot of extermination in ancient Persia, as recounted in the book of Esther. These holidays fall on specific days or dates in the Jewish calendar and vary from year to year in the Gregorian calendar due to the differences between lunar and solar cycles. In addition to the major holidays, the calendar includes fast days, memorial days, and minor festivals. Tisha B'Av, the 9th of Av, is a day of mourning for the destruction of the first and second temples in Jerusalem. To be Shavat, the 15th of Shavat, is known as the Year of Trees and is often marked by planting trees and eating fruits native to the land of Israel. Calculating the calendar and determining the dates of holidays historically required careful observation and mathematical expertise. In ancient times, new months were declared based on eyewitness testimony of the new moon. And the Sanhedrin, the high court in Jerusalem, would have officially proclaimed the start of the month. Over time, as the diaspora spread and central authority waned, the calendar was fixed using a mathematical algorithm developed by Hillel II in the 4th century. This fixed calendar is still used today and enables Jews around the world to observe holidays at the same time, regardless of location. The Julian calendar stands as one of the most significant reforms in the history of timekeeping. and its introduction marked a turning point in how the Western world measured in organized time. Before the Julian reform, the Roman calendar was a chaotic and politically manipulated system, prone to irregularities and inconsistencies. Julius Caesar recognized the need for order and standardization, Julius Caesar, recognizing the need for order and standardization, implemented the new calendar in the year 46 before the Common Era, a year that would later become known as the last year of confusion due to the extraordinary adjustments made to bring the calendar back into alignment with the seasons. The pre-Julian Roman calendar was a lunar-based system that included 12 months, but was regularly manipulated by adding or omitting days within the entire months.
Mara felt the change in the air before she even turned toward the door. There was a subtle tension, a shift in the currents that threaded invisibly through the room, like the faint quiver of a pond disturbed by a pebble thrown far upstream. Rhett had been sitting quietly, his attention on the small energy matrix laid out on the table in front of him. His fingers traced invisible lines above the surface, sensing the patterns that could not be seen with ordinary sight. Solara sat across from him, her gaze distant, not unfocused, but tuned to the overlapping fields of thought and intention that moved through the space. Kalen moved around the perimeter, slow and deliberate, his awareness scanning the room, feeling the vibrations of energy ripple through walls, furniture, and air alike. Mara's pulse quickened with recognition. She had learned long ago to read the subtle distortions that signaled the approach of someone capable of interfacing with the hidden currents. The newcomer carried fragments of the grid within him, strange patterns encoded into his nervous system that allowed him to interact with the invisible lattice without losing cohesion. She could feel it, a resonance that hummed at the edges of perception, pressing softly against her awareness, inviting her to link with it. The door creaked, a faint sound that seemed louder than it should, and he stepped into the room. Mara did not flinch. She had encountered many with similar abilities, but very few could navigate the network of energy and consciousness without leaving chaos in their wake. He was steady, precise, and the air seemed to vibrate in acknowledgement of his presence. Rhett's hands moved more actively over the energy matrix, amplifying and guiding the flows to accommodate the new element. Solara's eyes flickered as she mapped the interaction, linking her own cognition to the currents carried by the newcomer. Kalen adjusted the room's network, subtly directing energy patterns to align with the rhythms he sensed in the newcomer's movements. Mara extended her awareness, threading her perception into the weave of the room. She felt the subtle push and pull of energy as it aligned with the other Psycorps members, recognizing the newcomer's unique signature. He moved cautiously, aware that he was not alone, and yet he carried a quiet confidence, a mastery of the currents that Mara had seldom encountered. The room itself seemed to respond, a complex lattice of mental and energetic signals harmonizing as the group tuned to one another. Rhett's voice broke the silence, low and controlled. "He is stable. Let him interface." Solara nodded, her mental focus intensifying as she reached out, tracing the patterns of thought and intention that emanated from him. Kalen shifted slightly, manipulating the energy fields in subtle, precise ways to accommodate the flow he was introducing. Mara felt the weave of currents fold and adjust, the room itself becoming a nexus where human cognition and hidden patterns intersected. The newcomer began to engage with the network, small movements at first, subtle pulses that Mara could feel through her awareness. Each pulse carried information, fragments of data encoded in biological rhythms that the Psycorps had learned to interpret. Rhett's hands followed along the matrix, amplifying some signals, dampening others, creating channels for interaction. Solara translated the patterns into cognitive maps, reading the responses of the newcomer and sending subtle cues to guide him. Kalen's adjustments in the energy field ensured stability, preventing the feedback loops that could easily spiral out of control. Mara watched closely, noting the precision with which the newcomer interacted with the weave. He moved deliberately, careful to align his own rhythm with the currents of the room. She could feel the edges of his awareness brushing against hers, a careful probing that invited connection without overwhelming her senses. It was an intricate dance of attention, cognition, and energy, and she recognized in him the rare ability to touch the lattice without fracturing it. As the interaction deepened, the newcomer began to explore further. His pulses became more complex, weaving threads through the network that had never been accessed before. Mara could feel the subtle shifts in resonance as Rhett and Kalen adjusted the energy fields, Solara translating the emergent patterns into readable sequences of intention and action. The room vibrated with the interplay, a living system that was simultaneously human and something more. Mara's awareness stretched, threading through the lattice, observing the delicate balance as the newcomer extended the limits of what the group could manage. Minutes stretched into a rhythm that was felt rather than measured. Mara noted how each Psycorps member contributed to the stability of the interaction. Rhett's control of the magnetic alignment prevented local disruptions, Kalen's energy matrix adjustments kept the room's currents from fragmenting, and Solara's cognitive mapping allowed the group to anticipate the newcomer's next moves. Mara herself acted as the sentinel, sensing fluctuations and nudging the threads of energy to maintain cohesion. Together, they formed a single, adaptable consciousness that could respond to the newcomer's presence. The newcomer's abilities became more pronounced. He sent pulses of information that Mara could interpret as questions, testing the boundaries of the network, probing for weak points and areas of potential growth. Red counterbalanced these tests with controlled shifts in the magnetic field, Kalen realigned the energy lattice, and Solara adapted her cognitive mapping to provide clarity. Mara's senses were stretched to their limits, but she remained focused, aware that even a small lapse could cascade into instability. By the time the interaction reached its full complexity, the room had transformed. It was no longer merely a physical space, it had become a multidimensional interface, a living network where thought, energy, and biological rhythm intertwined seamlessly. The newcomer moved through it as naturally as breathing, and the Psycorps members adjusted in kind, maintaining harmony while exploring the boundaries of what was possible. Mara could feel the pulse of the grid through him, a resonance that hinted at patterns beyond ordinary perception, and she understood that they had encountered something truly extraordinary. Mara sensed the subtle shift before the newcomers entered. Elias stepped across the threshold with careful precision, his own awareness attuned to the unseen lattice of energy that the group had cultivated. Jonas followed closely, quiet but deliberate, carrying with him a rare intuition for patterns that Mara could feel brushing against her own perception. Rhett, Solara, and Kalen were already positioned, their focus attuned to the room's invisible currents, ready to accommodate the newcomers without disruption. Mara herself moved slightly forward, her senses extending outward to guide and stabilize the intricate weave. Elias' presence introduced a new rhythm, a pulse that interlaced with the existing currents in ways that both challenged and enhanced the group's harmony. Jonas' intuition provided subtle cues to anticipate the interactions, allowing the network to adjust preemptively. Mara felt the room's energy expand, every member of the Psycorps contributing to a living resonance that was more than the sum of its parts. The newcomer's earlier alignment was now tested against this expanded ensemble, each pulse and fluctuation carrying new layers of complexity. Rhett's hands moved deftly across the energy matrix, amplifying stabilizing forces while dampening potential disruptions. Solara's eyes traced the emerging cognitive patterns, translating the overlapping intentions into a form that all members could integrate. Kaylin subtly shifted the lattice, ensuring that the combined energies remained cohesive and responsive. Mara felt her senses extend into Elias and Jonas, linking with their awareness to form a single, fluid network capable of managing far more intricate patterns than before. The newcomer, attuned to the collective Psycorp's presence, began to probe the limits of their combined network. Each pulse he sent carried information, testing the boundaries of synchronization, while Elias' keen perception allowed the group to respond in real time. Jonas' intuition predicted shifts that had not yet manifested, providing subtle guidance that prevented minor fluctuations from escalating. Mara monitored the overall resonance, sensing the moment-to-moment adjustments that kept the room stable. A sequence of pulses traveled across the group, weaving a pattern of interaction that Mara could almost hear as a faint rhythm in the back of her mind. The newcomer sent the pulses deliberately, a form of communication that transcended ordinary words. Rhett, Elias, and Kaylin adjusted the energy matrix in response, while Solara interpreted the cognitive implications, threading the signals into the group's shared understanding. Mara allowed herself to merge fully with the network, feeling the currents as though they were extensions of her own body. Time seemed to fold within the room as the group's resonance grew more complex. The pulses became patterns, the patterns became information, and the information fed back into the network in continuous loops. Elias' unique ability to detect hidden harmonics allowed the group to anticipate emergent fluctuations, while Jonas provided an intuitive counterbalance, ensuring that no single pulse could destabilize the entire system. Mara observed the interaction as both participant and sentinel, noting how the newcomer's abilities expanded under the influence of the collective Psycorp's network. The air itself seemed to hum with energy, vibrating faintly in response to the interwoven currents. Mara could feel the presence of every Psycorp's member as threads within a single, living lattice. Rhett's magnetic attunement aligned the local fields, Kaylin's control of the energy matrix preserved stability, and Solara's cognitive mapping maintained clarity. Elias and Jonas acted as amplifiers and translators, extending the network's reach and depth. The newcomer, once solitary and exploratory, now moved within a network of unparalleled complexity, each pulse resonating across the group in synchronous motion. Dialogue remained minimal but effective, each word a signpost rather than a full instruction. Rhett's calm tone guided the newcomer gently. Align with the base pulse, stabilize your edge. Solara added softly. Focus on intention, let the patterns unfold. Mara interjected briefly, sensing a minor fluctuation. Watch the resonance from the south quadrant, it is drifting. Elias and Jonas moved in near silence, their subtle cues enhancing the network's precision without breaking the flow. As the interaction continued, the room shifted from a simple chamber to a multidimensional interface, where consciousness, energy, and intention intertwined seamlessly. Mara noted the nuanced ways in which each Psycorp's member contributed to the network's stability, understanding that the addition of Elias and Jonas had expanded the possibilities beyond what they had previously achieved. The newcomer's exploration accelerated, his pulses more complex, probing not just the structure of the network but the interactions between individual consciousness and collective resonance. The interplay became almost musical, a symphony of thought and energy. Mara sensed patterns emerging that could not have been produced by any single individual. Rhett harmonized the magnetic fields, Kaylin guided the energy pathways, Solara interpreted the cognitive flows, and Elias and Jonas amplified and translated the subtleties of intention. The newcomer's pulses were now integrated into this symphony, each beat contributing to a growing, living structure that Mara could feel coalescing across the room. Minutes passed, though Mara could not measure them in conventional time. Each pulse carried new information, and the network adapted continuously. Small adjustments were made instinctively, a finger's shift here, a mental focus there, an almost imperceptible alignment of awareness. The room had become a nexus where thought, energy, and biological rhythm intersected, and Mara could feel the tension and potential of every connection. The newcomer began to extend the network further, reaching into subtle layers of resonance that Mara had not yet explored. Elias responded immediately, sensing the underlying harmonics and adjusting the flow. Jonas predicted emergent patterns before they fully manifested, allowing the group to maintain coherence even as complexity increased. Mara, Rhett, Solara, and Kalen worked in unison with the newcomers, creating a single, adaptive consciousness capable of managing the intricate lattice of pulses and patterns. By the time the interaction reached its full potential, the room itself seemed alive with subtle vibrations. Mara felt the current of every Psycorps member and the newcomer flowing through her, a continuous thread of awareness that encompassed thought, intention, and energy. The network had expanded beyond any simple definition, a living system of cognition and resonance where the group's collective power amplified and stabilized the newcomer's abilities. As the resonance deepened, Mara felt subtle shifts in perception. The newcomer, once hesitant and probing, now moved confidently within the Psycorps network, each pulse and thought interweaving seamlessly with the group. Elias' attention to hidden harmonics revealed subtle oscillations in the room, which Jonas anticipated instinctively, allowing Mara to stabilize the edges of the lattice before the smallest fluctuation could cascade. Each member's consciousness became a node in a living matrix, yet every pulse retained individuality, a signature of intention that Mara could track with a clarity that bordered on instinct. Rhett leaned back slightly, his magnetic awareness extending into the farthest corners of the chamber, aligning the currents that the others might not yet perceive. Solara's eyes traced the intangible threads, mapping the flow of cognition into visual patterns that the group could act upon without speaking. Kalen's energy pathways ensured that the network remained fluid, bridging the gaps between thought and resonance. Mara felt her own mind expand in tandem, integrating the newcomer's energy while maintaining the cohesion of the ensemble. The newcomers shifted, sending out a pulse that carried both curiosity and challenge. Mara felt it ripple through the group, testing the boundaries of control and synchronization. Elias detected subtle feedback loops forming, and with a slight gesture, he directed them into harmony, smoothing the oscillations without breaking the continuity. Jonas' intuition sensed emergent nodes of instability, prompting Mara to adjust her own mental focus to preempt any disruption. The room became a dynamic field of energy, each movement, thought, and intention interlocking into a self-correcting pattern that maintained integrity even under strain. Mara's awareness extended to the minutest detail. She sensed the temperature fluctuations in the room caused by the energetic pulses, the subtle shifts in oxygen flow as breathing synchronized unconsciously, and the micro-expressions of the newcomer as he adapted to the network. Rhett's touch, almost imperceptible, guided electromagnetic currents, while Kalen's subtle manipulations maintained the network's elasticity. Solara's interpretation of cognitive flows added a layer of insight, allowing the group to predict potential deviations before they manifested. Elias and Jonas provided both amplification and translation, creating a bridge that carried the newcomer's raw energy into the mature matrix of the Psycorps. Time itself seemed to bend within the room. Minutes, seconds, and even hours lost meaning as Mara followed the continuous loop of intention and feedback. Each pulse was a sentence, each oscillation a paragraph in a narrative of energy and awareness that unfolded in real time. The newcomer's abilities, once isolated and nascent, were now intertwined with the collective consciousness, allowing Mara and the others to witness the emergence of patterns that no single mind could produce alone. The newcomer paused, a subtle hesitation that Mara felt immediately. A question of limits, a probe of boundaries. She responded with a shift in her own energy, a gentle redirection that provided both structure and freedom. Elias leaned forward slightly, his perception of harmonic overtones clarifying the network's edges. Jonas mirrored the motion, guiding the emergent flows into a predictable trajectory that the group could maintain. Rhett, Solara, and Kalen adjusted in tandem, each action measured, fluid, and precise. A new rhythm emerged, one that neither the newcomer nor the original Psycorps had encountered before. It was a complex resonance, a composite of intention, awareness, and energy. Mara allowed herself to merge fully, following the oscillations as they threaded through the room. She sensed the energy of each member as distinct yet complementary, weaving a tapestry that was dynamic, adaptive, and infinitely intricate. Each pulse carried information, emotion, and potential, forming a living interface that responded to thought, intuition, and subtle gesture alike. The newcomer's confidence grew. He began experimenting with pulses that challenged the network's stability, sending bursts of energy that were unpredictable in their trajectory. Mara felt the oscillations ripple outward, but Elias detected underlying harmonics that could be leveraged to stabilize the flow. Jonas anticipated the feedback and nudged the resonance into alignment before instability could take hold. Rhett's magnetic awareness, Solara's cognitive mapping, and Kalen's energy guidance combined seamlessly, creating a living buffer that allowed the newcomer to explore without fracturing the system. The room itself seemed to pulse with life. Mara felt the faint hum of energy vibrating in the walls, the subtle scent of ozone in the air, and the low, rhythmic beat of collective consciousness echoing in the background. Each Psycorps member contributed to this field, amplifying, translating, and integrating the newcomer's energy into a cohesive whole. For Mara, it was both exhilarating and humbling to witness the emergence of patterns that were entirely new, yet deeply resonant with the group's established framework. Elias sent a subtle signal, a harmonic cue that threaded through the network. Jonas responded, weaving intuition into the structured pulse. Mara adjusted her own focus, allowing the flow to expand into higher dimensional patterns without losing stability. Rhett guided the magnetic fields with precision, while Solara interpreted the unfolding cognitive signals, translating them into actionable adjustments. Kalen's manipulation of the energy pathways maintained fluidity, creating channels for the emergent forces to flow seamlessly. The newcomer's exploration reached a critical point. His pulses formed a sequence that suggested self-awareness, a tentative grasp of the network's collective intelligence. Mara sensed the subtle shift, feeling both the potential and the risk. Elias and Jonas coordinated instinctively, aligning the harmonics and reinforcing the stability of the lattice. Rhett, Solara, and Kalen responded in kind, each contributing to the evolving structure of awareness that now enveloped the room. For Mara, the sensation was extraordinary. She felt as if the entire room had become an extension of her own mind, a dynamic, living system of energy, thought, and intention. The newcomers' contributions were no longer foreign. They were integral to the fabric of the network, each pulse resonating with the combined consciousness of the Psycorps. Every fluctuation, every oscillation, and every emergent pattern was observed, adjusted, and integrated in real time, creating a continuously evolving tapestry of awareness. As the session progressed, the boundaries between individual and collective consciousness began to blur. Mara felt the subtle influence of each member extending into the others, a continuous feedback loop that balanced autonomy with integration. The newcomer's understanding grew in tandem with the network. Elias' detection of harmonic subtleties, Jonas' intuitive foresight, Rhett's magnetic alignment, Solara's cognitive interpretation, and Kalen's energy pathways merged seamlessly with Mara's own perception, forming a fully integrated system of awareness. The network's resonance reached new heights. Pulses became language, oscillations became thought, and the entire room transformed into a living interface of energy and cognition. Mara felt the newcomer's mind probing the boundaries of the network, testing limits, and discovering emergent possibilities. Each Psycorps member responded with precision, adjusting, stabilizing, and amplifying in real time. The room's energy field expanded, contracting and flexing like a living organism, responsive to the collective will of its participants. Finally, a moment of quiet clarity settled over the room. Mara sensed the culmination of the session, a complex lattice of awareness that had never existed before. The newcomer had fully integrated, not by domination or imitation, but by resonance, allowing his unique abilities to amplify and extend the collective power of the Psycorps. Elias and Jonas exchanged subtle cues, Rhett and Solara adjusted the fields, Kalen maintained fluidity, and Mara herself felt the room hum with the pulse of a shared, living consciousness. The newcomer's pulse slowed, a signal of understanding and alignment. Mara relaxed slightly, knowing that the experiment had succeeded beyond expectation. Elias and Jonas allowed the network to settle, their harmonics fading into a gentle resonance. Rhett, Solara, and Kalen mirrored the motion, and Mara took a deep, synchronized breath with the entire group. The room was no longer just a chamber. It was a nexus of awareness, an evolving system that could adapt, learn, and expand with every new member. Mara turned to the newcomer, sensing both relief and exhilaration in his subtle pulses. "You've found your place," she said, her voice carrying calm authority. Elias and Jonas nodded subtly, confirming the integration. Rhett offered a quiet, approving hum. Solara's eyes glimmered with insight, and Kalen's fingers traced invisible patterns in the air. The newcomer allowed himself a brief moment of stillness, feeling the network wrap around him like a second skin, a living matrix of thought, energy, and intention. And Mara knew, as she had always known, that this was only the beginning.
And as I looked around my shoulder, I saw this light in the distance just like appear out of nowhere, flash 3 times, and then disappear. And then like a minute later, a helicopter just zooms real fast over that exact same spot coming out of the distance. So I was like, got goosebumps at that moment. I'm like, nah, I'm keeping climbing. So I climbed up to the top of this mountain, and that's where I had the 5-methoxy DMT toad. And it was completely cloudy above me. And when I was laying down, the clouds above me parted, and this like triangle UFO was just going in and out of the clouds. And the reason I climbed up there is because I went to a channeling of Bashar. You know about Bashar?
No. I don't get into
oh wow, you should check him out. His story is him and some friends were traveling across the desert there, and they saw a UFO, and ever since then he was able to channel this alien from the star system Sirius. And since the 80s, he'd been putting out this information in front of crowds, mind you, like crowds of 50 to 100, 300 people, asking him any question they want, and he will instantly answer them. And it will be super profound every single time. And like, at first I was skeptical, but I watched him for like years like a hawk, and I tried to get him to contradict himself, anything like that. Never faltered, never hesitated, never, like, you know, when people look up to recall stuff or look down to try and make stuff up, never does that. Just like constantly pumping out information. And that's what kind of started to convince me. I'm like, I don't know, no one can do that. Like, where you can just like make up these things on the spot forever. Like, anyway. Then later on, the remote viewing people that I follow, Farsight, I'll just quickly bring up their website so people can see. They did a remote viewing on Bashar and found out he's actually who he says he is. Farsight. And these people, they learn. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Men Who Stare at Goats.
Yeah, I've
I
seen
think
that.
there's one of the characters in there is called Lynn, right? And that's a reference to a real person who's called Lynn Buchanan. He's on the board of directors at this Farsight. and Courtney Brown is the director, and he designs the project. He studied sociology and a few other things at university, and they've got a whole project on the secret space program, and they can find out information that we can't find out because they can penetrate back in time, look up any location they want, and they can even probe into people's brains and find out what they were thinking, what they were feeling, all sorts of stuff like that. So you get some highly detailed information from this, and they do now space mysteries, galactic mysteries, and they do Earth mysteries as well. Stuff like Noah's Ark, Göbekli Tepe, the Eye of the Sahara, Nazca Lines, Sodom and Gomorrah. They do like really cool stuff and like find out epic things. And more often than not, aliens are somehow involved. And they also have their own training programs on here for free that you can like check out how to do your own remote viewing.
Now, before you go further with that, you might want to explain to people what remote viewing is too, because like I know we've mentioned it before, but like if anybody sees this video, kind of explain to them what you're referring to.
Remote viewing is a perceptual process that all humans can do. It is basically a sixth sense that we have. So when people claim to get a funny feeling that something bad is going to happen and then it does, that's kind of you remote viewing into the future and getting a warning from your higher self. And if you have the ability to quiet your mind enough, you can get information from a higher level that transcends time and space. Okay, because the world exists on all dimensions at once, and we're only in the third and fourth dimension right now, and that is time and space. But like, if you go into dimensions higher than that, time and space just becomes a location, and you can travel anywhere in that location of time and space. If that makes sense. I recommend people who have never heard of remote viewing before watch the movie Men Who Stare at Goats, and then check out Farsight on YouTube. It's just youtube.com/Farsight, FARSIGHT. And Courtney Brown there, he's really good at explaining this kind of stuff and like talking about the different types of projects they do. It is fascinating stuff. And if you're really, really interested in it, I recommend trying out their video service, farsightprime.com, where they release their full projects and their full training programs and stuff like that. And they go right into like, which aliens are there? What are they doing right now? And what I was about to say, this is the coolest part, right? This has only been discovered in the last 2 years or so, where they found out that the reason we're not seeing UFOs all the bloody time is because they're using stealth technology, right? And they have figured out a way now to circumvent the stealth technology using modified cameras, and basically they can film any UFO on demand. So you can go out with a camera pointed at the sky and film at a certain frame rate. I think it has to be over 125 frames a second, because these things go like 35,000 kilometers an hour, which is 20,000 miles an hour. So you got to slow the video down like 20 times, and then you can see it in infrared. Okay, and they've been documenting it for the last year now, releasing their videos all the time and teaching people how to do it themselves. So other people have now done it too, which is cool. So anyone can literally, and the guy who taught it to them, the first time he pulled it off was he just took one of those 3D glasses with the red and blue, eye bits. And if you put the red and the blue over the top of each other and you put that over your phone's camera, you can actually, with a good phone camera, you can capture UFOs as well. So,
Yeah.
But they've got all that information on their website if you want to get right into it. If you got a good DSLR.
I tell you what, man, they talk about a lot of amazing stuff when it comes to this stuff. Like with Phil Snyder right there, he was showing the material that he had in his hand. Now, he went around when he was going to each location and telling everybody his story. He was showing these things, and he was telling them that he was actually using this material in his construction and everything. And like right there, if you notice his hand, how they're missing, he had issues with his hand, or his hands, period. He actually lost some fingers. I don't know for sure if it was because of was it because somebody tried to kill him, or was it done before that?
Yeah, it was a grey alien. So
yeah, okay, go ahead, say the story.
So I'm about to actually read it. Let's see, here it is, the firefighter Dulce base.
Okay.
Back in 1954, under Eisenhower administration, remember Laura Eisenhower talking about this shit? That's when this happened. The federal government decided to circumvent the Constitution of the United States and form a treaty with alien entities. Unfortunately, they weren't the good guys. It was called the 1954 Grenada Treaty, which basically made the agreement that aliens involved could take a few cows and test their implanting techniques on a few human beings, but that they had to give details about the people involved. Slowly, the aliens altered the bargain, and they decided they wouldn't abide by it at all, because they weren't the good guys. Back in 1979, it was the reality that the firefighter Dulce occurred quite by accident. I was involved in building an addition to the deep underground military base at Dulce, which is probably the deepest base. It goes down 7 levels over 2.5 miles deep. At a particular time, we had drilled 4 distinct holes in the desert, and we were going to link them together and blow out a large section at a time. My job was to go down the holes and check the rock samples and recommend the explosive to deal with the particular rock. As I was headed down there, we found ourselves amidst a large cabin that was full of outer space aliens, otherwise known as large greys. I had shot 2 of them. At the time, there were 30 people down there. About 40 more came down after this started, and all of them got killed. We had surprised the whole underground base of existing aliens. Later we found out that they had been living on our planet for a long time, perhaps millions of years, which means they've technically been here longer than us, folks. This could explain a lot of what is behind the theory of ancient astronauts. Anyway, I got shot in the chest with one of their weapons, which is a box on their body that blew a hole in me and gave me a nasty dose of cobalt radiation. Mm-hmm. I have had cancer because of that. I didn't really get interested in UFO technology until I started work at Area 51, north of Las Vegas. After about 2 years recuperating after the 1979 incident, I went back to work for Morrison and Knudsen, EG&G, and other companies. At Area 51, they were testing all kinds of particular spacecraft. How many people here are familiar with Bob Lazar's story? He was a physicist working at Area 51, trying to decipher the population factor in some of these craft. Propulsion factor. Lazar's story was really interesting. There's a really good documentary out on it on Netflix now that Jeremy Corbell made. I recommend checking that out.
Did you see the one that they posted out on YouTube a few years back? The documentary?
Possibly. I've watched a lot of the bizarre stuff. But what was interesting to me is the recent ones where the stuff he was talking about like 20 years ago, and people were calling him crazy, have now come out to be real.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they found the little devices and things that he was talking about. So that's I love it when that stuff happens.
Well, the thing that gets me about Lazar is everybody makes it out like he was trying to do it for some reason, and they don't understand. He never wanted the publicity. I mean, he despises it even to this day. He doesn't want people to bug him in his house and ask him about the aliens and shit like that, you know?
Yeah.
Well, now the lawyer, he's trying to sue that lawyer because that 13-year-old came forward, but she bowed out because she said she was getting threatened by Jay-Z and his people, but she also said she's just done. She couldn't do it. She didn't want to do it now, but she says that she was threatened, and he's just, anybody that says anything, he'll try to intimidate them or do something, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of intimidation and bribery and stuff going on. I think that was what the judge, was why he's threatened to have him not even be there in the courtroom for the hearings.
Well, Jay-Z's that way too. And Jay-Z's like, you try to sue a lawyer. How do you try to sue a lawyer for doing his job? He's like, well, he said that Busby caused him a lot of, to lose a lot of money because that 13-year-old in that case that he pressed charges against him with. But, and then, you know, the lawyer's like, you know, that's what I do. I think, you know,
yeah.
You can get after me. You know, that's what lawyers do. We press charges. And he can't sit here and say that. He said she still says it happened. She just dropped it. And basically, she said it was because of him that some people showed up at her house and threatened her. But he said, you know, let him go. Let him do it. He's not going to get anywhere with it.
No.
I mean, you know, suing somebody is I mean, you can sue somebody. You know what I'm saying? That's.
But a lawyer,
well, yeah,
lawyer
I mean, you can.
Work.
That's actually like one of the few real constitutional laws that you have. You have a right to sue and be sued. You know.
That's what the lawyer said. What Tony Busby said. He said you could sue anybody for anything. Let him go ahead. Yeah. He said, you know, but
depending on the case you have, it's anybody's guess as if it's actually going to go anywhere.
Right.
You know,
there's that too. You know, for anything, but that is what's going to happen. You know, they have to come look. But
now, stupidity would be trying to sue the judge. Yeah. Okay. Because if he tried to sue the judge, then he'd have to freaking have permission from the state and the government. And
right.
You know what I mean? That's stupid.
But people try to do stuff that's stupid.
You know.
Right.
But
right.
I mean, if he's wanting to waste that kind of money, let him waste that money, man. That's what they do. You know, they're stupid people.
I can't
Let
believe
them.
what's going on now. It's really a lot of stuff, weird things going on. Like, yeah, like whatever happened to Gene Hackman and all that stuff. Remember them being found dead and all that? That was kind of
Yeah,
weird.
that was odd too.
Yeah. Now you mentioned that in the last one we had, didn't you?
Yeah. I guess what the last I read about it is the kids were getting all the money, and it's the woman his wife had an antivirus, and so she got sick and died, and he had Alzheimer's, and he just didn't know what was going on, and so he ended up dying too.
Yeah.
A few days later, but I don't know. Yeah.
So what's the next name on your creepy list of Hollywood cult members?
Oh no.
Austin.
There's
All the next thing to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've pretty much
We could
covered
talk
P.
about.
Diddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've covered a lot of that. Well, we could talk about Chris Cornell and Anthony Bourdain and Chester Bennington.
Oh,
that was
yeah.
a big one. Because supposedly, you know how Chris Cornell and Chris Cornell supposedly hung himself, and then Chester Bennington was supposedly so depressed about it because he was real big friends with Chris Cornell that he hung himself like a couple weeks or maybe a couple months later. And then supposedly Anthony Bourdain was real good friends with both of them, and he had issues with depression for years anyway. And so it wasn't too long after both of them that he supposedly committed suicide. But a lot of people have been saying that these three were working on a documentary called The Lost Children that was about all the sex trafficking going on in Hollywood with Epstein and Weinstein, and it may have even involved the Diddy thing, because I think Diddy, Weinstein, and Epstein were all one. I think it's all the same story. But they were supposedly doing this documentary about it, and that was why they were. Some people say the three of them were actually murdered.
Yeah, they try to say that Anthony Bourdain was like, it was his girlfriend. He had a younger girlfriend, and that she wanted an open relationship, and I guess they had one, but supposedly he saw her making out with some guy or something that was younger than him, and they said he just spiraled out of control. But a lot of people say no, he kind of, it might have upset him, but he knew that she was dating other people. That wasn't it. They said there was more to it. I mean, he liked his job and everything.
Well, as much as you look at, when you look at all these celebrity deaths and stuff, and how suspicious so many of them are,
yeah,
it's not too big of a stretch to say that Chester Bennington and Chris Cornell and Anthony Bourdain dying the way they did were so close. I mean, look at all of Hillary Clinton's friends that committed suicide, quote unquote, or
Oh, yeah.
That's a common thing. She had 58 friends or affiliates that supposedly committed suicide. So I mean, it's not so far out there to say, especially if Chris Cornell and Anthony Bourdain and Chester Bennington were actually working on this documentary.
Yeah.
It was supposedly called The Lost Children.
Yeah. I don't know. That is strange. Yeah.
I I haven't filled myself too much in on the whole Cornell thing. I've been hearing a little bit about it. It kind of reminds me of a lot of MK Ultra shit, to be honest with you. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really what it does. It was and a lot of this stuff that's going on right now reminds me of it because um and for me like I said, it's really hard to freaking tell if it's, if it's real or if it's just people who are like mentally freaking ill, because like I've been hearing people talk about how they've been a part of freaking like satanic cults where they've sacrificed freaking humans and shit like that, or they've been a part of families that have sacrificed humans, and I'm like,
Right.
I mean, you hear this stuff and you're like, well, why isn't this stuff up on national television? You know what I mean? You
it's
if you've survived
and
that
that's
kind
another
of stuff, you know, if you
that's
survive,
another thing about our media, that so much of the things they tell us are just a distraction. You have to ask yourself, well, from what?
yeah,
And I think we're starting to see some of the things they're trying to distract us from.
Well, if a story's so out there, people don't believe it. It's like that. Like I was saying that with that one guy with Diddy, nobody believed him. Everybody's laughing about that. They were like, "Oh, sure, that sounds silly." But then now they're starting to, because I guess there's some special rooms or something under the mansion or something. But yeah, I mean, the more out there, sometimes the less like you are to believe it. But a lot of that stuff is true.
Yeah,
and that's what.
We're hearing so much of it, and it's always the same stories, like how, like the Paul McCartney dying and being replaced with a body double thing, and the body doubles and the security details of so many major world leaders, and then
And now they're going on about, aren't they? Didn't they say something about Prince? His death was. They thought it was weird. There was a song about an elevator, and
oh yeah, he had the don't let the D elevator drag us down.
That was the guy you were talking about earlier. He said that.
Where they predict their own deaths in songs, and see, that was another thing Chris Cornell did. And you sent me a video of his last concert, and the last song he played was a song about meeting Jesus in the sky.
Yeah. So what did Prince say? About, he said, don't. He said it at his concert too. He said, "Don't do something," and then he said something about the elevator.
Yeah, he said something about, he told his audience not to waste their prayers on him because it wouldn't probably do any good if because things weren't looking that good for him.
But then he sang something about the elevator. He was found dead in the elevator.
And he sang the last song he sang, I think, at his last concert. I think the last song he ever performed was the song about the D elevator. Don't let the D elevator drag us down. Which actually, the weird thing is, in an interview years ago, he said that song was about. People asked him, "What are you talking about the D elevator? Who or what is that?" And he said, "The D elevator is Satan."
see, that's what I'm saying. It all gets intertwined with one another. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, Satan comes into it, and it's like this satanic cult of freaking child molesters that are out to freaking rape your children and murder your freaking wife and eat them for freaking dinner and shit.
The cults of Hollywood.
Yeah.
It literally ties into the title of this whole episode. I mean, you perfectly stated that. Just
and I mean, like, do you remember what was it? What was the name of that one? The Black Dahlia. It came out back in the 90s, I think it was.
Wasn't she? Was she? But she was trying to get into Hollywood, right? And then she
She was trying to get famous.
Yeah, and she was
Yeah.
sleeping with him, and then somebody said thought they heard her, like he killed her. Somebody killed her that she was sleeping with, I guess. But yeah, the Black Dahlia.
Kind of like, yeah, she got murdered by somebody she was sleeping with or something, trying to get famous, and she got famous, but not for what she expected to get famous for.
Oh, what was that guy? Remember from Hulk Hogan's Heroes? Real kind of a pretty good looking guy. You probably remember him, Roger. I know you do, Austin, if I could think of his name.
Hogan the guy who played as Hogan?
Hogan, yeah. He was found, remember, he was killed. It was horrible.
Yeah.
And he kind of into some sexual stuff, like with, I guess he was videotaping a lot of, and I don't know how weird it was, but